for the position of member of IEBC, for the position which we advertised, and we would like to also congratulate you.
Thank you.
For being shortlisted for the same. And it's for that reason that you are here today.
Okay.
I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves, and then after that we will come over to you. Thank you very much. And I hope that you are comfortable. If there's anything that we can do to make this comfortable for you. You okay?
I'm okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. Kiach. I was choosing which one of the names should I address you.
Good morning, madam.
My name is Linda Kiome. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session this morning. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Bwana Simeon.
Yes.
Habari za asubuhi.
Salama sana. Lakini imenyesha.
Imenyesha?
Sana.
Karibu. Mimi naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi. Karibu tena.
Asante bwana Andrew.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you, Carol.
Good morning, Muket.
Good morning, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Kiach.
Good morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning, Muket.
Good morning, madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you, Fatima.
Good morning, Mr. Muket.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you so much.
Good morning, Simon.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you this morning.
Thank you, Bwana Misati.
Now we come to you, and we request that you introduce yourself to us, highlight your profile, and those things that are significant for the role that you have applied for, and that you think we should know. Mention if you are a member of any professional group or society, and if you have received any award, and whether there is any other special thing that we need to note about you. Karibu, Bwana Muket.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the panel members for welcoming me and allowing me to come for this discussion. I feel it's just a discussion that we are going to discuss on how we can move forward with our democracy. My name is Simeon Kiach Katei Muket. I was born and brought up in West Pokot, where I had my formative years of education, primary and high school and secondary, and went to Egerton College to undertake a diploma in animal husbandry, after which I also went back to the same university to undertake a bachelor's degree in animal production, and also have a master's degree in pig production from the University of Aberdeen in UK, Scotland. And members, chairman and members, when I left college after getting a diploma, or before when I left Form 4, I was to proceed for A-levels, and I went for one term in a school in South Nyanza. But because my parents were unable to pay school fees, so I dropped out of A-level. And I applied to, my father told me to go and get a job. There were several jobs those days. So I was employed as a UT, untrained teacher, which I never took up the position because I still had interest in going to school, so I had applied to Egerton College, and I was admitted to do a diploma course. So after the diploma course, I was employed by the then Minister of Livestock as an extension officer, and posted to Garissa district then, currently Garissa County. After that, I took again a leave and went back to college to undertake a bachelor's degree in animal production. And after I graduated, I was posted to Uasin Gishu as a livestock production officer in charge of division and district. After that, I was, the ministry transferred me to the headquarters to coordinate a program, a project that was funded by Africa Development Bank, which I did coordinate for 3 years. And after which, within that time, the government gave me a scholarship to go to UK to study something to do with pigs. And that's why I have a Master of Science in pigs. After I came from there, I continued working with the Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture, and until sometimes when there was an opening for a World Bank program called Arid Lands Resource Management Program, which I applied and I was taken to be a district coordinator in West Pokot. After that, when I left Arid Lands, I got appointed by the president. Okay, it was a statutory body called the Transition Authority, where I was appointed by the president, Mike Kibaki, then to be a member of the Transition Authority. And in the authority, we were dealing with devolution matters, transition to devolved system of government. And after we finished transition, I went back to the ministry, where I've been working, and I rose to be, until finally I left when I was an acting director in charge of peace building. In the process of my working time, I specialized so much in what we call project management and budgeting and finance. And so when we are dealing with project management, we do a lot of planning, which I feel also is critical for the work that I have applied as an IEBC. The other one in the course of my working was to do with community mobilization and stakeholder analysis. And that's where I have perfected in the issues of community mobilization, stakeholder analysis, bringing communities together, and also training and civic education. We have also been involved in writing a manual on civic education in the country, and which also has some voter education in it. So in that program, in the civic education, I've been involved in community mobilization, development, community-driven developments that I have done. And that has given me a lot of experience in dealing with communities, and especially pastoralists in the northeastern, where I've spent most of my time working as a community mobilization officer. Number two, in my tenure at the Transition Authority, I was given the task of leading the public finance management docket, and I was involved in setting up all the county treasuries. The 47 counties, their treasuries, I was involved in setting up together with the National Treasury. I was also involved in what we call functional analysis, transfer of functions from the national government to the county government. And that gave me a lot of experience in dealing with financial matters and finance management. And in fact, I became one of the experts, as much as I've not done finance. But because of my interest in finance, I became one of the experts in finance management. We also wrote the borrowing regulations for the county government to allow them to borrow. Number two, I was also involved in writing drafting the Public Finance Management Regulation 2015 for both national and county government. I was also involved in writing or drafting the the Public Procurement and Disposal Act of 2015. And that gave me a lot of experience in the issues of procurement, in the issue of finance management, in the issue of governance and administration. So that has given me a lot of impetus and experience in working in budget and budget making. And then the other thing is that I was also involved in writing manuals on what we call community mobilization operation manuals, where how to mobilize communities for a particular activity. So my that field is a critical experience in voter education, which is a core mandate of IEBC, and how to bring people together. The other one is extension services, how to reach out, to get out to the communities and give them the message you want to give them. That I feel that we need to also, that one need to be, IEBC should be able to be doing that as a continuous activity to get out to the people and demystify IEBC, which currently people look at it as if they are CIDs. You know, nobody knows what's happening. Because even in the village down there, the people can know an agriculture officer, but they don't know the IEBC officer because they don't go out to the people. But that with my experience of going out to the people, going out to interact with the communities, be able to make sure to give IEBC the ability to interact with communities so that it reduces this suspicion that IEBC, nobody knows what they are doing, they are cooking results, but when they are interacting with the people, they are day to day together with the communities. That gives them an opportunity, that gives the community an opportunity to trust them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I note you're a person living with disabilities.
Yes.
Okay. What form of disability?
Physical.
Physical.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I want to invite Linda to ask you the following questions.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Mr. Kiach.
Yes.
With the experience that you have had, what competencies do you have that you think will be beneficial for purposes of the execution of your mandate if you're taken up as an IEBC commissioner?
Yes, as I've said, there's one I left out. I have also managed elections. I've been a presiding officer for 5 elections, including the Mlolongo of 1988. So I also managed that Mlolongo election and the subsequent elections. So that's one of the competence. Number 2, the one which I mentioned, is the issue of education and training of voters or the citizens to know how to vote and why they should vote. Because I have perfected community mobilization and trainings. So that's one of them. The other one is on finance management. I have a lot of experience on finance management. I have a lot of experience in spending money, because while working with the Ministry of Agriculture, and I was given the authority to incur expenditure, and that also gave me a lot of experience.
Thank you very much. I wish you the very best.
Thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to invite Caroline to ask you some questions. Karibu.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Caroline.
The Constitution spells out the mandate of the IEBC as well as the IEBC Act. What is the specific role of the IEBC under the IEBC Act?
Thank you, Madam Caro. The IEBC Act actually lifts most of those roles in the Constitution to the Act, which one of the Act is what we call voter education, voter registration, managing and coordinating election, dispute resolution for political nomination.
Sir,
yes.
That is the framework under the Constitution.
Yes.
So the IEBC Act has sought to expand on that, or basically to operationalize the constitutional mandate of the IEBC. It has broken it down into small steps. So what is it that the IEBC is mandated under the IEBC Act to do in order to ensure, for example, there is voter registrations, there is voting, there is referendum. So what are those things that governs IEBC under the IEBC Act?
Okay, thank you. The IEBC Act, as I said, as you rightly put, expands the roles of IEBC as an entity in terms of voter registration. They have to undertake continuous voter registration. Number two, in terms of management of elections, it spells out how they transmit, how they conduct the elections, how they transmit the results, or where the counting is, and where the results are counted. For example, the Act gives that the results at the polling station are the final results that comes out of an election. So that's one of the mandates of IEBC, to declare those results at the polling station as the final results. In terms of voter registration, the Act opens up and gives the IEBC the mandate of continuously sensitizing voters and registering them, and undertaking that registration on a continuous basis.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Koki to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Muket.
Yes.
I listened very carefully at your introduction.
Yes.
And I realized that conducting 5 elections as a presiding officer,
yes,
equips you with a lot of information on electoral process and the electoral cycle. So I am following up on one aspect of the electoral cycle, which is voter education. I was tempted to ask you about the Mulolongo and its impact to our elections today, but I will not go there for now. Unless
it may be
you
good
can
for him to say something about it.
Unless you can link it together with, I'm sure you can link it together with one of the questions you will get soon. But I wanted to find out, you have developed also manuals for civic education with components of voter education.
Yes.
From what you have said. I wanted to ask you, from your own experience, does actually voter education make a difference in elections?
Yes or no, depending on how it is carried out. Because voter education, if it is continuously done, it will make a difference. But one of the challenges that we have is that we do an ad hoc. But if it's a program, for example, because nobody cannot learn, cannot change. So long as you have, when you talk about it every day until it becomes a music, people learn and it can make a difference. But the challenge we have had with the voter education in the country is that it only comes during elections, that time of elections. So, but the law or the constitution makes it a continuous process.
I know that that is correct, what
yes.
you are saying, and there's been complaints by IEBC that they don't have resources and so on. But from what your own experience has demonstrated and what we have had, is that there are many civil society organizations that IEBC can partner with to make voter education continuous. Now, let's assume you become a member of the IEBC. Can you talk us through the steps of how you will, with your colleagues, make voter education continuous and more meaningful so that it can actually achieve the objective that the drafters of the Constitution wanted it to achieve? Just the steps, okay. How we can make it meaningful, what we will need to make it meaningful, and sustainable?
Thank you, Madam Koki. Koki, I remember you were seated here with me last time. I hope this time, and now you are seated there. The issue of continuous voter education. You know, I've worked in the public service for quite some times. And when there's a formation of a new government, there's something called executive order, which gives mandates to each department of the government. And that's what you budget for, following that executive order. So what I feel is that IEBC may have had some loopholes in budgeting. They have a permanent executive order called the Constitution and the Act, which gives them a mandate to budget for that item, because it's a constitutional item. Because I was asking myself, what do IEBC officials do? From morning, 8 a.m., in the field, they are in all 290 constituencies. What do they do from morning to evening? And they not earning salary for no work done, because they are only active when there is an election. So, Madam, let me now come to where you're asking. That if give me an opportunity, working together with my colleagues, we'll be able to make sure that IEBC is funded, because it's a commandate, and it's like an executive order that is funded by the National Treasury.
Let's assume that IEBC is funded.
And, yes.
In fact, IEBC has 4 billion, I hear, on voter education.
On voter education.
So now just show us the steps on the question I asked you.
Now, because they have staff up to the constituency level, and there are quite a number, I don't know how many are they. They have registration officers, they have clerks, which have to be trained to be going out to meet the citizenry. Because that is their mandate, so that if they they have a program to make sure that they meet the citizenry anywhere, whether in the marketplaces, because there are markets all over in this country, on a Sundays, when they go to a marketplace, they talk to the people and tell them what voting or what elections are. So that's one of the steps, to make sure that the people, the constituency managers, are visiting the villages in that place and telling people what's happening. Number two, there are other also forms of education, the issue of social media and the issue of the normal media. Those are some of the avenues the voter education can take place. So, to me, if I have an opportunity to serve as a commissioner, that's one thing that I should be able to impart, to make sure that there is a continuous, people are working. They have a performance, let me not say contract, but they have a performance, indicators. Each staff, to make sure that he reaches or she reaches. Some of them are not expensive. We just make it so expensive. I have worked in extension. It's not expensive to reach out to the people. You can use a motorbike and reach to the people. You can even, there are some places you can even walk there if you have the urge and the call to know that people need to understand. So that's one of the areas. And then also we can have on the issue of funding, there are quite a number of civil societies which can help us do that voter education. So what I'm saying is the process is that you make sure that you are there with them always. You tell them what you are doing. You know they understand you. You tell them what voting is, and all those that goes a long way with voting. I don't know whether I've answered or I've tried.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Muket, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite FCPA to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Simeon, where are you now?
I'm now a farmer in West Pokot and a preacher here in Nairobi.
You've retired?
Yes, I left service.
I thought people with PWDs retired 65.
There were some issues that made me to retire early.
Okay.
Yes.
And I didn't see your card for PWD.
It is
Do
there.
you have it?
Yes, it's a certificate. It's not a card.
Oh, it's a
this
card.
day is a certificate.
Okay.
Yeah, it is there.
Now, one of your referees
yes.
has written that that you are a very big asset at Transition Authority and big support to the chairman in decision making. He also says that this attracted jealousy and ill will from some fellow members who felt that the chairman gave you unnecessary praise for your good performance. You want to be a member of IEBC Commission, and I believe you know the history of internal conflict at IEBC.
Yeah, I know the history.
So,
or I've had the conflict.
Okay, you've had, but it was there even
the
on
media,
live TV. You've seen the conflicts that are existing there between the commissioners. So what governance structures would you propose at IEBC to mitigate this kind of jealousy and internal conflicts while maintaining the independence of IEBC? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Tanui. I may not comment on what he wrote because that's what he saw me for. But what I say is that the commission we were in is a commission similar to IEBC. The structure we had was that we had the plenary, we had the commission, we were 9. 8 plus the chairman, 9. So we were 9, and then we had the secretariat, just like the way IEBC has a secretariat. And each one of us was given a committee to lead. And those committees were departments, were down there at the secretariat. So the governance structure, which I think should also be emulated at IEBC, is where there is a continuous consultation between the commissioners themselves, the commissioners, and the secretariat, so that we are in sync together. Number 2, we also have to have what we call collective responsibility, because that's what we practiced at the authority. And as you said, you cannot miss some of those people, 1 or 2 people saying, these ones are given more work, this one, because we are not all the same. We are not all the same. Some people work harder. So when you work hard, you're given more work to continue to do by the chair, because the chair used to assign us roles, which also, when you assign roles, and there's what we call collective responsibility, you do your role, you bring it to the plenary during the plenary meeting, and it is discussed, and it is agreed whether it is passed or not passed. And also you go, and then we also go and chair the committees. We are the chairman of the committee and the secretariat, where the secretariat bring up issues, you discuss at the committee level. If we all agree, I take it as a chair of the committee to the plenary, and that's how discussions were done. And then number 2, also we had at the commission, we had always meetings as the commissioners or the members to make sure that we bond together, and that helped us to finish the transition within the 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Pikech, and I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions. Please, Evans.
Thanks so much, Chair. Simon, if we are appointed as the IEBC Commissioner, you will be responsible for development of strategy, policy oversight, and implementation of the same. Now, how will you measure the effectiveness of your policy in the IEBC? I'll give you one of the key metrics, which will include output-based indicators. So can you say some of the things that the indicators that will be output-based?
Okay, thank you, Bwana Misati. As you rightly put, the Commission is tasked with the policy development and strategies for the commission. And then the secretariat are tasked with the implementing the policies from the commission. So if we develop a policy, for example, the one I've talked, a policy that governs voter registration. So at every month, we now can collect and see how many voters have we, as indicator, have we registered this time, and what were the challenges, and how do we mitigate those challenges. So number two, if we are talking about education, voter education or civic education, then we call so, we will be able to understand how many people were reached, how many civic education forums were carried for that particular period, so that we know whether we are meeting our targets, because you have to set targets when doing monitoring. You have to set targets. We have to have the baseline. If we had 10 people this time, how much have we gone? Whether we have increased to 20 or so that we know whether we are succeeding or we are not succeeding. And me having had a lot of experience in project management, that's what we do. In the beginning of the project, you set your targets, you have a baseline, set your targets, and then maybe after few months or 6 months, you come and evaluate yourself and see how far you have gone, whether you are achieving or not achieving. How much money have you spent? How much, those things.
That's good. How will you measure the operational efficiency?
The operational efficiency is when you want to know how efficient you are. There are two ways: time. How much time have you taken to produce an output that you intended to produce, and how much money have you used to produce an output, so that you know whether if you are using per unit, if you are using less compared to what you have been using the previous year, you know that you are improving on your efficiency. If you are using less time compared to what you are using last year, you are improving on your efficiency.
Thanks so much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Muket, it is said that voter turnout among the youth is declining. If you are tasked to make an improvement on this as an IEBC commissioner, what suggestions would you give or proposals?
Thank you, Madam Fatima. The youths have a way of operation and in voting, like even registration. I have a son in 2021. I told him to go and register. He refused because he was 20. He refused, said, I don't have the time to go and line up. Why can't they develop an app for me just to sit in the house and register? Why should I go all the way to a registration center to do register? And the same app can allow you to take your biometrics and send, because our phones have those provisions. So what we were looking at is that currently we have a tech-savvy youth, which they can do anything. Today they can put you in a coffin. I saw yesterday somebody was made a pop, it looked like a pop. So those are the people we have, and we can reach them. You can use that knowledge to develop structures, to develop media that can help them know the reason why we need to go and vote. Why we have to turn out to vote. So we need to develop methods and methodologies to reach out. I've talked about the issue of voter education, which, well, they may not come to the centers, the market where women are selling their groceries. The youth may not be there. So you need to find a way of reaching out to them through the social media, through the normal media, so that you can be able to reach out and give them the message, develop a message targeting them to know that they are the future of this country. So they need to participate in making decisions for the future of the country.
Yeah, we are addressing turnout after they've already registered as voters. Now they're already voters. So we're talking about the turnout during elections.
Yes, even that turnout, we need, number one, it's not only the youths who may not turn out, even adults. Because
For this particular question,
yes,
it's targeting the youth.
yeah, what I'm saying, the people who have registered, because when people register, you don't know who is, when you're looking at the register, unless you know their age, you know who is the youth. But generally, the turnout. And when it comes to youth, as I said, we need to have those education, those voter, why should we vote? If we know the reason why I should go to a polling station, line up the whole day to vote, then I will go. And then number two, also, I don't know, I'm not sure whether we can be able to do it in our term, because if I get the opportunity, it will end. But I'm seeing a way where we can also be able to have what we call digital voting, where you can vote from your house. You just develop an app, and you'll find that the youth will vote. When you develop an app where you just open your page, you know where the constituency you are, you know your ward, you know where your polling station you put, and you key in your PIN, and you vote, and it is registered that you have voted, because that's how many other people are voting. We can also introduce the email voting, like the one I'm seeing the Americans, they just vote through an email, so that but that's when we'll have developed a trust for our systems, so that the youth will be able to be encouraged to vote. But basically, they need to be reached to and given the reason why they should vote. Why they should vote to elect leaders. Because the people who don't vote are the ones electing for us bad leaders. That is a saying by somebody. If you don't vote, you are electing for us bad leaders. But if you go vote, you elect the leader you want.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you, Fatima.
Thank you. I want to invite Mr. Bore to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honour KH, you have mentioned previously, in your introduction, I didn't hear you mention that you have an award. But I see you with
Oh, yes, I have, thank you. I have an award. I was given an HSC by the head of state for the work I've done for the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations on that. And you've mentioned that you are, you go out of your way. Wherever you have worked, you have always gone out of your way to perform the duties that you are given to do. And in your view, what does selfless service look like in the role of an IEBC commissioner?
Selfless service in the role of a commissioner, or not even a commissioner, or any state officer. You know, selfless service is where you serve your people. You give your all, without reservation. You just give your all the work, the service you are in, so that those of us, as I said, I'm a pastor. I'm ordained pastor. So we serve the people as if we are serving God. You know, you give yourself, you give your body, you give everything, you give your resources to serve the people selflessly, without expecting some accolades, or without expecting a reward. That is it. So that, you know, the question I ask myself is, which I always ask, what would I give to this job I'm having? What inputs am I going to give? Not what I'm going to get. Majority of us is, what am I going to get from the job? But what will the job get from me? The knowledge I have, the experience I have, is what I give to the job that I'm given to do, and do it to the best of my ability.
Thank you, KH. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Bore.
Thank you. I want to ask our professor to ask you some question, Prof, please.
Simeon.
Yes, Prof.
I didn't hear you say you are a team player, or I missed it.
Well, I may not have said, but I am. I'm a team player. I am a principled person. I do things in the principle. I'm also very accountable. And I'm also a team leader, both a team player and a team leader.
Very well. Let's assume that Simeon makes it to the commission. So this is a hypothetical question. You've got a colleague on the commission making independent public statements that go against the spirit of collective responsibility. How would Simeon
Okay,
cooperate with other commissioners in dealing with that?
Thank you. In any institution, there's what we call code of conduct, in whichever institution, where we have to adhere to that code of conduct. And in a commission where you are working as a team, there is what we call collective responsibility, that you do things collectively. So number two, if you have found that there was one of your colleagues who seems to be doing or who seems to be straying from that collegiality or collectivity, we need to see, first of all, before we take any drastic. Some people may not have. Some people forget at times that they are one. They are supposed to do things collectively. At times we forget. So we need to be reminded time and time again that these things we need to have to do it collectively. And number two, we have to have one channel of communication. And if that one, or if we cannot have one channel of communication, we have to have one message wherever you go, whichever, even if you are called to a radio station, you are called to a TV station, you need to have one message where even commissioner, professor, or lawyer comes, says the same thing. So first we need to agree on how we work together. And then number two, if my colleague continues to do that, this one thing is that, like as a team player, I normally go to him and tell him, brother, or sister, what you are doing is not correct. Can you correct it? And if it doesn't do it, then other stages will move.
My last question in this segment, again a hypothetical one.
Yes.
Simeon is a commissioner, and as a commissioner, you'll always need to influence, but not with command. How will Simeon bring others on boards so that in a multidisciplinary and high-stakes environment, the commission moves together? You know what has happened in this country before with the commission.
Thank you, Prof. You know, in leadership, where I've attended some few courses, there's what we call leadership. It's influencing others to do what you want them to do, even without their knowledge. They are doing what you want them to do. So one of the things is that as me, I just give out my opinion, that this is my opinion in whatever forum we shall be in. I just give out my opinion and give my reasons why it should be done like that, so that, and then we discuss, we agree whether if my opinion is taken over, because I have a way of giving it out in a way that people will just feel this is the correct way. Because one thing is that as a person, Simeon, before I make any comment, I have to look at it critically, study it, be the devil's advocate to myself also, and know what are the nays and what are the ayes, so that when I'm bringing up to the team, I'm ready. I have really regurgitated on it and be able to make sure that, pass it, take it out the way it is, give the cons, give the pros, and so on.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Prof, do you have further 2 questions, please?
Yes, Muket, this is a session which we usually, through the chair, ask high school questions. And in answer to Ambassador Koki, you told us you have presided over 5 elections, including Mlolongo, which, because it wasn't in her basket of questions, although the chair tried to prod her, she declined the offer. So
But
that's where my first question
You are
comes.
not declining the offer.
Yeah, that's where my first question comes. Can you tell the panel, Mlolongo was a 2-stage process. Under what circumstances would one be declared a winner of the election, and under what circumstances would one get a nomination certificate to now go to the secret ballot?
During the Mlolongo time of, I think, that was 1988, and as you rightly put, I don't know whether it was 75%. If you get over 75 or 80%, you are elected. If nobody gets that percentage of the total votes counted, then you get a nomination to go for the second round, which was now the secret ballot.
My last question to you. Name 2 major African independence movements or liberation struggles. Any 2.
Let me start with our own country, the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau was liberation.
You don't have to explain. You've already
Okay.
said Mama. Go to
The other one was the one for Tanzania. I don't remember the name, but I think it's something to do with either something to do with Ujamaa,
Jama was an ideology.
an ideology.
Me, I'm asking for a liberation movement. 30 seconds.
Okay, you passed that one.
I passed it.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muket. We
Yes.
have appreciated our interaction with you and learning and hearing from your experiences. I don't know whether you have any question or comment that you'd like to make.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity you have given me to interact with you in this short time that we have had. And also I want to thank you for the time you have put in this. You know, sitting in a panel like this for 30 days or so, sitting on the same seat and talking almost similar things to 100 people requires a lot of stamina. In fact, I was just wondering when I was coming, why can't the chair even shift these panels and shift the questions, shift the order of questions? Because, okay, I watched, and the order remained the same throughout.
So that we are predictable.
So it's predictable. I was thinking, why can't the chairman now even shift Tanui to sit there, Mafatuma to sit there, so that you feel like you are sitting on a different seat. But that is just by the way. But let me say that it has been good to be here and confess that this is my 3rd time. I hope this time will be the last one. I was shortlisted in 2017. I went for the interview. I was also shortlisted in 2021. I went for the interview, but I thank God I never went for I never got the 2021 one, because I don't know, me and Koki, who also sat here, which side could you have been? Because there were 2 sides. That one she will answer for herself, I'll answer for myself. But let me say that it has been good to be shortlisted the 3rd time, and pray that may God help you make the right decisions, because this country has to move forward. This country has to have a democracy that works. And this country also, we need people who can be able to reduce the cost of doing things and the wastage. I feel in IEBC there's a lot of wastage. And it's because of our democracy. Last year was 2023 when there was another panel led by my brother, the chair, who sat for almost a year. I don't know what they were doing. You know, that was a waste of resources in this country. We need to have a country which secures the little resources we have. We cry that we don't have. I think, Fatima, you were also there. And I also said there, when I was talking, the issue of the IEBC officers sitting in the offices from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I don't know even whether they come to those offices. And at the end of the month, they still go to the bank and earn salary. We need to improve as a country. We need to be more efficient, more accountable to the people, more accountable to the taxes we use. Otherwise, let me say, may God bless you. Have a wonderful time.
Thank you for your patriotism. We appreciate
Thank
this
you.
very much. Our friend there has your certificates
Yes.
at the door. He'll give them to you. The notebook and the pen are yours.
Oh, this pen.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I hope it's less than the money.
Yes, it's less than 20,000.
20,000.
Yes. Yeah.
So that I don't go with something that is more than 20,000, I have to declare
Ah,
to the
okay.
government. Okay, thank you, and may God bless you.
Thank you very much. Now, Safiri Salama.
Amen.
Asante. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Is your name Muntet or Montet?
Muntet.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. We want to thank you for showing interest in the positions we advertised, and we would also like to congratulate you for being shortlisted. And it's for that reason that you're here. So welcome, feel free. You have a notebook and a pen to use as and when you need. I invite my colleagues to introduce themselves, and after that we'll come to you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Muntet, good morning.
Morning to you, madam.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Solomon, habari za asubuhi.
Salama.
Yeah, naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Good morning, Mr. Muntet.
Morning.
Caroline Kituku, welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Solom.
Morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning to you, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning, Mr. Muntet.
Morning.
My name is Fatuma Anisaman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Muntet.
Morning.
Na
to you,
karibu
madam.
sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Solomon.
Morning to you, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you.
Thank you.
Now we come to you, and we request that you introduce yourself, highlight the things that are significant for the role that you have applied in your profile, and let us know if you have any membership or to a society, and if you have received any merit or award or whatever that has been given to you to honor you. I want to ask you to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and panelists, for giving me this opportunity. First and foremost, I want to thank the Almighty God for granting me the opportunity to come and have this interview with you. And also I want to thank you for shortlisting me. I consider it as a great favor, and therefore I appreciate. Just to highlight my career progression, in 1997, 1998, I got my first employment through an advert with an organization called ENSDA, or Ewasongiro South Development Authority, as an internal auditor. And I worked with them for some times. And later, I saw another advert in the daily newspapers from an ICT consultants firm, which was working developing software for Kenya Power and Lighting Company and Kengen, and they wanted young people to assist them. And I applied, and I was recruited as an IT consultant. I worked with them also for some years, and later their contract ended in Kenya, and they got another contract in South Africa, and they say that they are not going with people from Kenya because they were also requested by the government of South Africa that they should employ their locals. And therefore, I was lucky enough that I got an advert from Moi University, which I applied as an administrative assistant. I went there from the year 2001. I worked with them as an administrative assistant in charge of administrative affairs. I was in the office of the then chief academic officer, the late Professor Ole Karei. And I was in charge of students' admission. And later, a vacancy arose, and I was put to be in charge of principal administrative officer, in charge of postgraduate admission, and also a general academic affairs of the academic division. And I assisted the administration in issues of students' welfare and even staff, academic staff welfare. And then later, the Committee of Senate in Moi University saw a need of expanding itself and maybe start campuses all over the country. I was appointed as the coordinator of a Dean's Committee, which made the studies on how to start campuses. And we went all around the country. We came to Nairobi area. We started a campus under my coordination. And then later, we went to Mombasa. We started a campus. And we proceeded to Garissa, the now Garissa University. We started the campus, which grew to a constituent college, to a university, to a full-fledged university. We also started Karatina University. We started as a campus, and but later also grew to a constituent college, to a university, and Rongo University. We started as a campus also and grew to a constituent college, to a university. And also went to Kabianga, we started a campus. We went to Kisi, started a constituent college, now it's a university. And we came to Narok, which is my hometown, my home area. We started a campus in Narok, which grew to a constituent college, to a full-fledged university. And all that was under my coordination. And I'm happy to report that when now we settled down as a committee and presented our report to Senate, then Narok campus grew to a constituent college, and I was seconded by Moi University to go to Masai Mara. It's now called Masai Mara University, as the head of marketing and communication, and also in charge of a program that at that time used to be known as a parallel program, and which I spearheaded well. We were able to get quite a substantial number of students, and thereafter I managed to coordinate a number of resources for the university. I was part of a team that collaborated with a number of international universities. One of them is Clemson University, which through my leadership, the Masai Mara University benefited a lot. I think we managed to get a lot of support, mostly in kinds. We got a lot of computers and laptops for our library. We got books for our library. And we also had exchange program. We had some of our staff also going to study masters and PhD. And thereafter, it happened that there was an issue of the country wanted to get new constituencies and new wards. And I was part of a team requested by the local community to spearhead on how Narok can benefit from that, which we came up with a proposal on how new constituencies can be created. And after that, I was requested with maybe the good things I did for the community. I was requested by the community to resign. That was 2012, and maybe seek an elective position, which I did, but I was not successful. And thereafter, after the election, I was appointed by the administration of the Narok County government as a senior deputy county secretary, a position I held for some time. And later, I was also given another designation as a director in charge of monitoring and evaluation, a position which I held, and through that, I assisted Narok County government to get linkages with a number of international body like USAID.
I'll give you 1 minute to summarize whatever there is left, please. Yes, kindly.
Thank you. And then in that position, I served for 10 years. And 2022, my contract ended, and I was appointed by the Minister of Education to be a council member of Tharaka University, which I am a member up to now. And I'm happy to report that as a member of council of Tharaka University, we have done, it's a young university, and we have done tremendous work in the university. It is one of the best performing universities now without pending bills. We don't have any pending bills, and I'm the chairman of the finance committee. And I'm glad to report that it has been getting position 2 or over all public universities, and position 3 and 4 over all parastatal in the country. So I'm glad to report that that has happened through good governance and good leadership, and we are strict on the issue of resource utilization. And
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, Linda.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Muntet, arising from all this experience that you have had, what do you think are the best skills that are required for the team of the commissioners to execute their mandate effectively? What skills do you think they require?
Thank you very much. One of the skills that I can bring on board is leadership and governance and resource mobilization. In the university that I am now, we have inculcated the spirit of good governance and leadership, both to ourselves as the board and also to our staff. And that is one thing I strongly believe that I will bring to the commission, good leadership and governance, whereby integrity, accountability, sustainability, and innovation is brought in. Secondly, Madam, I think I will also bring the concept of research. I am a researcher myself, and I strongly believe that IBC need resources, extra resources, and I will bring the knowledge of research through research writing, and this is not only by the IBC. If there is a research department in IBC, I will implore upon my fellow commissioners that we strengthen, that will be able to work with institutions of research, even universities, both locally and internationally, to raise more funds for IBC, to be able to whatever the IBC get in Treasury, will be able to add. So I will bring the knowledge of research and resource mobilization to IBC.
And what are your personal attributes that you think will help you in the execution of your mandate as a commissioner?
One, my strong attributes, I am a God-fearing man, and I will bring in the fear of God. And I think also the other very, very important thing, I strongly believe in the principles of management. We have, to me, I always divide them into 3. There is God-given, and God-given is wisdom and knowledge and discipline. And acquired is you have, acquired skills that you acquire from learning. And we also have inborn. Courage is one of them. And God has given me the spirit of courage, that whenever I'm faced by a situation, coupled with the fear of God and courage, because courage is also a principle of management, but you can have, you may not have courage. And I remember in one situation where where courage has assisted me a lot. I remember when I was in high school, and I was the CU chairman, and I was there was a lot of happening where there were a lot of tribals that were happening in my local area, and it penetrated to the schools. And I remember there was this time when students wanted to fight all aliens who are not from that area. But the principal called me with the senior teacher, and I remember the patron of the CU and requested me, what are we going to do, because the school is going to be banned. But I remember telling them that let us pray. And we prayed in the principal's office, and I went and I walked out after the prayer and went with the Bible to my fellow kinsmen. And when they saw me coming to them, they knew I was going to tell them that you are not going for war. But when I reached there, I told them, no, I've come to pray for you so that when you go to war, you will not be harmed. And they agreed. So when I told them, put down your weapons, your crude weapons, they did that, and we prayed. When we prayed, somebody came out and said, no, we are not going for war because we are going to be harmed. What our CU chairman told us, let us stop this. And just to stop a long story short, courage took me, and we got just 3 people. We went to the principal's office, and they said, we have ended the war for now. And the principal called for all of them, all the students at the assembly, and they all agreed that we are going to stop it. And thank God they were given an off of 2 weeks, and they were fizzled, and we thank God, and that was courage. So that is one of the attributes I can bring, and wisdom, and which is given by God.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Muntat, and I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to invite Carol to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Muntat, as a member of the IEBC, your understanding and knowledge of the legal framework that governs IEBC will be instrumental in the exercise of your duties. In your own understanding, what is the mandate of the IEBC under the Political Parties Act?
The mandate of IEBC is well spelled in Article 88 of the Constitution, and that is registration of voters, that is of foreseeing the election, and also registrations of political parties. So those are some of the mandates of IEBC.
Absolutely. So let's come back to what you said, registration of political parties. Under the political parties, IEBC has been given certain responsibilities. What do you understand those to be in relation to the political parties?
IEBC.
Yes, the institution you'd like to join.
Yes. IEBC's work is to monitor the registrations of political parties, and also educate them on the importance of voter registrations. And the other very, very important thing is for IBC ensure that political parties also bring their candidate list in good time for registrations. So those are some of the what IEBC is expecting all political parties.
So in your own way, as a follow-up question, how does the IBC regulate or monitor the political parties? What are the things that IBC does that it is able to undertake this function?
One is IPC ensure that works with the registrar of political parties to ensure that all political parties are registered with the registrar of political parties, and they fulfill the legal frameworks of IBC.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Muted.
Yes.
I want us to discuss a little bit about making the conduct of elections and management of elections professional. So the first question I would like you to answer for us is, do you believe that candidates for IEBC commissioners, including yourself, should possess core competence in management, competencies in management and conduct of elections?
Yes.
Very good. Now, list for the panel and the people watching you four ways we can, through which we can professionalize the management of elections, supervision and conduct of elections. Just list them, 4 ways in which we can professionalize the conduct. Don't list the one we are going through. Right now we are interviewing you. That's one process of professionalizing the conduct of elections and management of elections. Now list 4 others.
Yes. One is that it is important that the IBC commissioners are competent enough. So the competency of IBC commissioners is very crucial. Because I strongly believe that this panel is going to come up with a well-blended commission
you told us you are involved in the expansion of Moi University.
Yes.
You set up all these colleges,
Yes.
culminating in Masai Mara, where you finally settled.
Yes.
The same expansion is also what led to almost the collapse of Moi University.
It's true.
So being the officer, what could you attribute being you told us you're behind.
Yes.
Yeah. So how would you explain it in terms of your leadership, governance, financial management? What is your comment?
It was a Senate decision, although I would say it was influenced by politics. You know, Moi University by that time, it was one of the best university you have ever thought. Where some of us who were, part of the university, when we see what is going now, we feel like crying, because Moi University was one of the best universities that you ever thought will go the way it has gone. But that expansion, I want to say, it was partly political. In fact, we had all politicians flowing to the VC's office, requesting for a campus in their region, in what, and it was a mistake. I must now, in fact, in the university that I am in, Tharaka University, I have personally stood that we should never go that way.
You couldn't stood when you are at Moi to tell and advise the Senate that it's not economically viable.
You know, most of you have worked with the universities. I was being a coordinator. You are a very small person in the university. Those are decisions made by Senate, deans committee, that is, and management. And so for me, I was just a secretariat to implement what was already passed. But there's no way that, because I don't sit in management. When I sit in Senate, just to take notes. When I sit in the deans committee.
I hear you.
Yes, sir.
Now you're going to IEBC.
Yes.
It's all about politics. They are all politicians there. You'll be making decisions affecting or impacting on these politicians. So how will you handle it differently from how you handle in that situation?
First of all, as I'm a council member of Tharaka University, I have stood my ground that we should never go the Moi University way, because I'm in decision making. And I'm happy. Anytime they have tried to move, I've managed to convince council that let's not allow. And truly, we told them, now we have a lot of lands. We have lands in Kitui, we have in Machakos, we have in Meru, and we have title deeds. But we told them, let us start school. If it is a school of business, let's start it, if it is a must. But campuses that will go to constituency colleges, we have, through the experience we got in Moi, I have stopped it. Now, come to IEBC. I will be in the decision making. I will implore among my commissioners that no, let us try to avoid making decision through political patronage. So that one, I will try my best, because where I have worked, I have seen it failing. So I will try, because I'm now in decision making. And maybe even those who are in Moi University by then, they never thought that Moi can go that way. Because, all those universities went with resources, but they never brought back to Moi University. Every campus goes, it's given this amount. It never brings back especially when the university become a constituent. That is the end of it. When it was campus, it was better. So I promise that when I'll be a commissioner, I will convince my fellow commissioners that we will try as much as possible to avoid to follow the route of political patronage.
And then lastly, using your leadership, you talked of governance and resource mobilization skills. How will those skills contribute to the credibility of IEBC?
Thank you very much. One, IBC is really having a lot of problem on funding, and they rely fully on the exchequer. The reason why I said I will strengthen the research component of IBC is that because they are, for example, I strongly believe there should be a time for IBC to have its own offices. And this can only be done through extra money coming. And outside there are partners who really love Kenya, maybe international, like the Bill Gates plus Melinda Foundation, and USAID was a very good, but now because of what America has done, maybe, but EU also, and also we have also even local partners, and to me, I see a point of maybe creating an endowment fund with IBC, where like-minded people can contribute to it, with friends of IBC, like this selection panel. After that, we can approach, because they are friends of IBC, even politicians. We can approach them as friends of IBC to contribute. And purposely, this endowment is to build a headquarters for IBC. And also, with that, there are organizations which CSR policy may accommodate some of the funding of IBC, maybe through kinds or monetary. We can approach those companies, maybe even parastatal, government parastatal. They have CSR, so that they can be able to give a hand where need be.
Now, how different is that endowment fund that you are proposing from the IEBC fund that is created in the IEBC Act?
The endowment fund, it gives you freedom now to approach individual organizations to give freely. Even us as commissioners of IEBC, we can contribute to it. So, and maybe so that is where the difference comes in. And maybe the money is put into a fixed account until a time is seen that this money can now do for us what we purpose to do.
If the IEBC fund is operationalized, you can't put the money in a fixed account?
No, you can, but you see, this money now, you are limited on expenditure to it. It is by the legislation. But this one, I'm saying the endowment fund that is going to be created is now going purposely to me. I will try to convince the commissioners that this money, even if we may not get the targets during our tenure, but it will be purposely for constructing the headquarters for the IBC. But this other money is purely for other operation for IBC, voter registration, and
now, if you
conducting election.
Let me stop you there. If
Yes.
you happen to get a chance,
Yes, sir.
kindly read again the functions of that IEBC fund,
Okay.
and you will appreciate
Okay,
why it would actually serve the same purpose that is in the endowment fund.
Okay, thanks.
So thank you, Chair. I wish you well, Daktari.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Evans Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Solomon,
Yes, sir.
I want to take you back to our constitution.
Yes, sir.
Our constitution of Kenya intentionally separates policy oversight from operational management. Operation and management. Please give some of the reasons why that is so, particularly in institutions like IEBC, where the commissioners and the secretariat who make over policies and the management, which is the secretariat, are separated.
The most important thing is to avoid conflict of interest. I'll give an example of where I work as a council member. Management, our roles are purely oversight. And therefore, I strongly believe that the work of IEBC is to make sure that policies are implemented and are done by the administration. So the most important thing is to avoid conflict of interest.
In that, how do you exercise that joint accountability? Because the commissioners are you are the face of the commission. So, and if the secretariat is the one which does operations and management, how do you ensure that you exercise oversight so that to hone the actions of the secretariat?
I think the most one important thing is there is also what we call performer contracting. In performer contracting, this is where people, be able to spell out what they should do by end of year, and their reviews are done. And it's the commission that should ensure that the administrations have met the deadline. And with that, like
you're talking about performance contracting. That
yes.
means the contracts that you give to the staff.
Yes.
So, but how does that really ensure that you are?
What I'm saying is that that will ensure that the mandate of administration is totally separated. And separation, it is the commission because you are an oversight.
I agree with you.
Yes.
The separation is very clear.
Yes.
But I'm asking, how do you ensure joint responsibility? How do you hone the actions of the secretariat as a commission?
Teamwork. To make sure that out of that there is teamwork, build teamwork, and do bonding. Like when the commissions are appointed, they do bonding with the secretariat and ensure that the work and you spell among yourself that the work of administration is purely different, and you also tell yourself as commissioners that our work is different from management. So we should not interfere by what they do. We should concentrate on our mandate as commissioners.
I'm agreeable with you.
Yes.
But how do you hone their actions through which? Anyway.
Thank you.
And thanks so much.
Thank you. I want to invite Ms. Fatuma Saman to ask some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Montet.
Yes.
And what would you recommend for countering electoral misinformation, especially in marginalized areas? Misinformation. What would you recommend to help counter that misinformation?
I think the most important thing is civic, civic education, especially from remote areas, and use the appropriate means of communication where that particular community understands. So it is the commission that should ensure that proper information, either through barazas, either through radio, dialect of those community, and other forms of communication that that community understands. So through the staff of IEBC, Commission should ensure that the right information through the right forums is conveyed.
Thank you very much. Wish you well.
I invite Nicodemus to also ask a question, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Muntet.
Yes, sir.
The Constitution emphasizes the need for state officers to uphold integrity. What is your understanding of the principles of integrity as provided under Chapter 6 of the Constitution?
The principle of integrity is where roles are well defined and respected. Here, I mean that like if it is resources, you ensure that they are well utilized for the purpose. And avoid also, integrity also, you avoid conflict of interest. That is very, very crucial when it comes to the principle of integrity.
Can you cite the integrity, the Chapter 6 of the Constitution? Can you cite it? What does it talk about?
Of the Constitution?
Yeah.
The integrity, it talks about being one who is honest, honesty, and honesty and being sincere and truthful.
Yes, and selfless, and so on.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. All the best.
Thank you. I want to invite Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Solomon,
Yes, sir.
you are coming from a university setup.
Yes, sir.
If I'm not wrong, most of your life has been in that setup.
It's true.
And you are going to a commission. So maybe you tell this panel how you'll adapt. And my statement that I want you to tell the panel how you'll adapt is elections are highly dynamic. Policies evolve every other day. Technology changes every other time. And the political climate shifts. How will Solomon, as a commissioner, lead through such volatility?
Thank you, Prof. With my leadership and governance background, I have done a lot of courses with the School of Government on leadership, so many, and that has built me a lot to be able to understand the operation of such a commission. So the professionals, is a certificate that I've earned have really shaped me to be able. And then secondly, I've also interacted with my local community in so many aspects. I've been a board member of so many schools. Currently, I am finance director of a trust in my community, public lands. And I've also been a leader of my church, regional level, Like currently, I lead a committee on dispute resolution mechanism for my church, and which have assisted me a lot. I've been able to assist my bishop in bringing the church in my area together and help solve so many problems. And having have worked also with the local community in so many aspects, I think this helped me a lot to be able to work. And even when I was in Moi University, I was in charge of the teaching union, staff issues, and even the students. That was a very big university because we were 5,000 staff and over 25,000 population of students. So that, I can say, has built me and to be able to work in a dynamic commission like the IEBC.
Lastly, in this segment, and let's stay on the hypothetical path in which Solomon is already a commissioner, and during an election year, a political candidate offers you privileged access to sensitive campaign data, and what he expects from you in exchange is technical advice. What steps would Commissioner Montet take in such a situation?
Thank you, Prof. In such a situation, I think you just have to be candid to the political party or the politician, if it's a political party or the politicians, and tell that this is wrong in a very decent way, and convince that this has to be nullified. And I think you have no other option. And with the oath of office that you have taken as a commissioner, I think you just have to respect the law and just say this must be nullified, and it's because of A, B, C, D. And that, several times because of, I'm a TOT from the School of Government. I've been called upon severally by many political parties to train their observers, their agents. And in that aspect, we have always educated them, even the politician, that if you go against the law, there's no other option but to accept that that must be nullified.
Thank you, Chair.
Prof, you have 2 last questions, please.
Yes, Solomon.
Yes, sir.
Kote.
Yes, sir.
This is the session in which we ask high school questions through the chair. And I can see that you have a Doctor of Philosophy degree in tourism management. And therefore, matters of wildlife and tourism is your expertise. Which 2 African countries are best known for gorilla trekking?
Congo and South Africa.
If you stayed within East Africa, apart from Congo?
Kenya.
All right.
Yes.
I can go to the next question, which is name two African countries that the equator passes through. I'm sure growing up that was a geography question. Name two African countries. There are many,
Yes.
but name two that the equator passes through.
One is Kenya, and the other one is
30 seconds.
Ghana.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muntet. We are glad and grateful for your time and for the responses you have made. Do you have any comment or any question to make?
I just want to say, Chair, together with the panelists of the selection panel for IEBC, as I said earlier, I'm very, very grateful for shortlisting me among so many Kenyans. I find it a favor, and it was not at first. My mom pleaded with me not to come for this interview. Because he said, I was told you are taking yourself for a slaughterhouse. Why do you take yourself to a slaughterhouse? But I remember convincing her that I'm not. I'm only going to contribute to my country. And she prayed for me, and she called some bishops to come and pray for me, and she accepted, and she blessed me. So I purposely came here to offer my service to my nation. And thank you very much for putting me among the few who have come to face this selection panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are grateful for the time and even the demonstration of courage to come when Mama has felt that you shouldn't come. Please go and encourage her that it's not a slaughterhouse. You have your certificates. A gentleman at the door will give you your certificates. The notebook and the pen are yours. Otherwise, thank you very much, and God's blessings to you. Asante.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Karibu sana, Daktari. Do you want to get another candidate? Okay, if he has come, then we will receive him. But if they haven't arrived, Stephen Kiambi. You are scheduled. Let me confirm. Yes, yes, yeah. So media, thank you very much. We will see you at 11. Thank you, yeah. Yes, we can finish this. Yeah. Mr. Bore, you were last seen with the professor. Okay. Yeah. Dr. Kiambi, welcome. Thank you very much. Yeah, have a seat and you can adjust it to what you like. Okay, thank you. You have a pen and a notebook there. My name is Nelson Makanda. I'm the chair of this selection panel. And on behalf of this panel, we thank you for showing interest in the position we advertised, but also we congratulate you for being shortlisted. I'd like to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves, then after that we'll come to you. Thank you. Linda.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Linda Kiome, and I wish to welcome you for your interview session this afternoon. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Bwana Kiambi, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama kabisa.
Jina langu ni Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante sana.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you.
Good morning, Stephen.
Thank you. Good morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, and karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Fatuma Ansaman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Kiambi.
Good morning to you.
Karibu sana. My name is Kokimuli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Steve.
Good morning to you.
My name is Evan Simisati. I'm a member of the selection panel, and we welcome you this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now come to you and request that you introduce yourself, highlight those things in your profile that are significant for us to note, and why you think that an engineer is good for this position.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, I am Stephen Kiambi, and I am from Murang'a County. I was raised there. I schooled there from primary to secondary. Secondary was at Jiris High School. Then after I joined the University of Nairobi for bachelor's in electrical electronics engineering. After I did go to Germany in city of Hamburg, I did my master's in information and communication systems. Then later I joined again University of Nairobi, where I did a PhD degree in electrical and electronic engineering. In all this academic work, I have specialized in information and communication technology. So that means the transfer of information of this network, wireless or fixed. For my work, I started in the private sector back in 2000, just immediately after completing my first degree at the University of Nairobi. And I was involved in the setting up of the Kensel network. It was very young then. In fact, we did set it up from a container at what is Parkside Towers at Mombasa Road. And then later we moved it to the tower after it was completed. We rolled the network across the country. I was involved in Nairobi. I moved to Mombasa and then Nakuru region to roll out that mobile network. I was working with Alcatel East Africa that time, and we were the supplier of the equipment for Cancel. And also in the East African region, we had other networks, Uganda Telecom, under their brand of mobile network, Mango, then Celtel Uganda, Tanzania. And we used to be the hub supporting those networks. So I was involved in the installation of this mobile communication, commissioning the network, and technical support. So in case there is a problem, we had to be called. I rose from an engineer to the leader of the technical support team, and as second level, so we sit at Renana Road, ACS Plaza, and if there is problem at Cancel, we have to rush with cars and to solve the problems within the service level agreement we had. And the same apply to the other mobile networks in the East African region. So till 2005, I also now had the chance to move to other countries. I was first in Togo, in West Africa, Lomé, for their mobile network support. I was doing some installation and upgrade of the network. After that, I did move to Asia. In fact, Middle East first. I was in Iraq, Baghdad, for Alascom mobile network. I did work there. Then I went also to Maldives in Asia for Dilago mobile network. After that, I could go to Sri Lanka, Colombo, doing field technical management. So that means I am on site managing technical team to, let's say, do operation of installation, upgrade of network, and liaising with the technical manager in France, who is the Alcatel office there. So, so I managed teams of people from different countries, Malaysia, France, Philippines, and all that, in all this work. After I finished that work there in Sri Lanka, I did go to Algeria for also Alascom network. I supported that network for some time, and then I did. At that point, I had a break to go to Germany now to do my master's degree in information and communication systems. Currently, I am a lecturer at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology in the area of telecommunication and information engineering, still in the ICT. So producing engineers every year, I'm supposed to do. I also do have a connection with the University of Nairobi. I have been their lecturer, part-time lecturer in the area of electrical engineering from 2013 and thereof to today. And that I can say that is my short career. What now I think is important is how I can contribute to this member of IBC. In the past, before the technology was adopted, of course, I will not go there 2007 and going beyond, but these years, 2013, coming 22, with technology, I think we have seen some issues, especially use of the technology, and I think the Commission did not have anybody who can look at the people without looking at the back and explain the technology involved. A lot of things from scanning of files, their transmission, server issues, and all that. I think it is good, and I think the Act of 2024 is good that it added ICT as a good qualification for a person who can be a member of the IEBC. Because although the Secretariat can have the technical personnel, where members develop policies and strategies to make the IEBC efficient in the performance of its functions, it's good also the commissioners understand, or they have somebody who can guide, especially in those policies of ICT, the use of technology, from transmission of the results, the network, QMS kit and all that, the connection, security of the software, the network, that the policies made actually are understood. And, if it needs a guidance, for example, for me, even to tell the secretary, this is a better way to do this any ICT, the transmission. If you need redundancies for security, for example, you are told, okay, we cannot get some results from somewhere there. We just need redundancy of the network. Yeah, we don't need to rely, for example, on one and all that. Security of the database, very important. So I would add a lot in the policies towards ICT, transmission, storage, security of the network, and all that. And that would avoid a case where commissioners just appear, for example, in the front of the media, and none can explain what is happening. For example, the issue we are told what happened when the results are scanned, and from that they need to go to the authority center. So stuff like this with the server and all that security and stuff like that. So I think I would add a lot of value in terms of understanding that to develop policies and strategies towards that ICT value. Of course, there are other functions of limitations, which are more analytical and quantitative. So from my background in engineering, I would also help in that policies towards that. I hope I have not exceeded 5 minutes.
You actually have, but
thank you.
It's fine
for bearing with me.
Are you a member of any professional society growth group?
Yes, I am a member of EBK, at Engineers Board of Kenya.
Okay, and have you received any award?
I have no, yes, I have a certificate, or I don't know what you mean by award.
Award or an honor, something, a merit or some whatever. Yeah.
I have not received except the registration.
Okay.
And also I am also a member of, which is of course related, Institution of Engineers of Kenya. I have served in the committees of that, institution in telecommunication and advocacy committee.
Okay. How many PhDs in telecommunications do we have at JKUAT? In the faculty?
At the faculty, we have 4 now.
4?
4 in the faculty, we have 4.
And the UIN?
Sorry?
And the University of Nairobi?
University of Nairobi, I am not sure about the exact number, but it is slightly more than JKUAT.
And you want to deny them this capacity?
Which capacity?
You want to deny JKUAT and students this capacity by moving to IEBC?
I think it's serving in a different capacity, because here, for example, BC is six years term, so I can still go back and continue with my work after that. So I not deny them that chance.
Okay. Thank you. Linda?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Kiambi, in your career journey, have you worked in an environment that has high stakes and which is a high pressure environment, such as that of the IEBC? And if so, would you be able to share your experiences with this panel, especially when your leadership skills have been tried, tested, and you overcame?
Yes, I can say that. Okay. I can start with one case when I was in charge of the leadership of the Technical Assistance Center here for the East African Network. We had a service level agreement with our operators we are supporting, Cancel now Airtel, that, for example, if the network fails, it's a critical, we write it is a critical problem. We must solve that within 4 hours. Remember, we are not on site as we are seated in a plaza along Lenana Road. And then we know the client now, and so had tried, of course, different ways of managing that. But then they reached the dead end and call us, so we rush, and the network is not working. And in fact, I could see some people there were more experienced than me, the guys who had been brought to assist in the establishment that. So, but I catched up with what was supposed to be when I was a reader. And when I arrived at site, everybody is panicking. We have tried ABCD, we cannot do it, and we need a solution now. So I look at them in the eyes and I consider the problem presented to me. I tell them now the solutions can only be ABCD. You must allow me to do it. And there could be a meeting, a short meeting, which cannot last for because the network is down. And I do go there, I go down, I say, I offer a solution. They look at me, I give it, and with all that pressure, I tell them we are going A, B, C, D, and within a short time, I could solve those problems under a lot of pressure. It was actually very critical for us, and calls are flowing left, right, and all that, that we must restore that. This happened also in the other fields, like I said, in Sri Lanka. I have, in fact, during our operation and upgrade, we lose the whole network. Of course, we are responsible. We had meetings of risk analysis all the time, but sometimes things don't work the way they are reached. So I had to make also decisions with some consultation and restore that. I have also lost, in fact, the whole network in Mali, that's in Bamako. I lost during my operation time, and I had really to restore that with the grant looking at me. And of course, I'm responsible that I am doing the operation, but I am not the one who prepared the softwares, for example, the hardware that is used. It is shipped to me and to do, but then things that don't work at some point, so I have to get it off.
And which is your best personal attribute that you think will be essential as a commissioner in the execution of your mandate if you're taken as a member of the commission?
Yes, I think my best is attributes is to consider on or listen to everyone's view, and then be able to bring them together and make a right decision, defending, of course, considering all the views that are presented to me. Whether it's in conflict, I think I have managed that. Even in the boards, when I have been I've been a member of the board of secondary school, and we have issues, for example, with staff and teaching and teachers, and the principal, they don't agree. So they take a start. So I rescue that by saying, okay, although the principal want to dismiss their views of the non-teaching because they are there, they need to come and tell us, and then we can only solve that problem by listening to them, and then we agree. And if they refuse, for example, the principal refuse them to come to the board, I say, no, let them come, let them say what they want to say. Let's hear. Then we look at one by one the issues they are raising, and every issue we have to offer a solution. And that is done.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kiambi, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Kiambi, Delimitation of constituencies, boundaries and wards is one of the key mandate of the IBC. What are the key principles that IBC should follow to ensure that there is that there is fairness in the representation of the people whenever it is undertaking boundaries delimitation on constituencies and wards?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think the first thing which is considered is the population quota based on the last census. So that is a first thing done. Then after that allocation of that number, for example, we had 47,560 something in the last census, divided by, for example, 290 constituencies or wards. We have 1450. So we divide by, you get the population quota. But then there are other issues there to be considered, that constituents can have more or less. If you have in the cities, it can, for example, go by allowed 40%, and for sparsely it can go below maybe by allowed 40%, so plus minus 40%. And for the others is allowed that percent. So, and of course, those considerations about the community, the mass communication of that, the community there, and of course there should be public participation. There is, I think, a schedule on that for that public participation, the delimitation of boundaries of the wards and constituencies.
Thank you very much. So should you become successful in your application to join the IBC, what are some of the challenges that you foresee that you're likely to face in the delimitation of constituencies and ward boundaries, and how will you navigate those challenges?
I think the major ones, for example, are if you consider what moves, the boundaries moving, wards are changed from one constituency to another. That, of course, is a challenge, and it will come, of course, from the political class, and even from the communities. They may not want to move from one constituency to another. In fact, like me, I think we had a case when Kagema was split into two, to Madhio, and some were moved off the boundary to Madhio. And in fact, maybe until today we didn't like that because we are told we should be in Madhio, but we fought in Kagema, but then we are moved to Madhio as our district. So those are challenges of course, the people we not like to move from maybe one area to another based on their historical things, culture, especially where we have different cultures across wards and all that. How to manage that? I think the stakeholders' engagement, it is good, and I think the new act, which we can be quoted, 2024, has elaborated now plan of involving the people, Parliament, and the IEBC, and what can happen if things are not accepted, what IEBC can do to make sure that the report on the delimitation is done. So public participation, stakeholders engagement and all that, and confusing this the right way, of course, to go to the required.
Have you thought about the time frame lapses, and
yes,
how would you navigate that?
Yeah, I think we are limited to between 8 and 12 years. So, and I think now it's coming like it should be after the last census. IBC should do that after the last census. So I think it could be maybe better unless there is any difficult logistics to do that after what is supposed to be done in 8 years for the constituencies and all that.
So how do you choose to navigate the time frame and the lapses that have already happened? What solutions would you be giving your fellow commissioners?
Yes, I actually thought about that because we have now, the lapse in 2012 now, we are in 2025, so 12 years gone. So can we say that that now, because it was not done, and the remit was 20, no, after 12 years, the max of the upper remit. So I think it should be undertaken as soon as possible, because now it means now how do we now count another 8 or 12 years, because the lapse has happened. So it should be undertaken, and I think considering all the stakeholders need to be engaged. And it must be done at least 1 year before the general election. So I think it should be undertaken as soon as possible.
All right, thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Dr. Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Kiambi,
Yes.
I would like to ask a question.
Okay, please go ahead.
On use of technology in results transmission and results management, because that's your area of expertise. So generally, during elections, the polling itself during the day and the counting of the results at the polling station usually go generally very well.
Yes.
However, when it comes to transmitting and managing the results once the election is over and counted, that's where IEBC still experiences some very significant challenges.
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, perhaps if you are lucky to get there, you should, can you tell the panel and the people who are watching you some strategies or the steps you can take to improve how IEBC does two things: how it transmits results to all the areas that is supposed to go, county, constituency level, county level, and at National Tallying Center, and how once those results are transmitted, they are actually managed to ensure that they are the security of the results, and also to ensure transparency in the process of transmission and in the process of securing them until the final declaration of results. And also trying to see how you can simplify the process that citizens or voters can actually see the results in a more transparent manner. So improving that infrastructure of transmission, of management, of results, and opening them clearly to the public as well. If you can give us those steps, then we can begin to address those challenges at IEBC.
Okay, thank you for the question. I can look at this problem of the transmission. So after the voting, then there is the technology used, the scanning, and then the transmission of these results to, let's say, to the constituency level. We can start with like a member of parliament results. So or presidential, which is normally very contentious, so it has to go to the constituency level. Then the RO, the returning officer, has to aggregate, inform that 4B, and then send it to the National Tallying Center. In terms of the security of the transmission, there is some improvement, I think, which can be done, especially in the scanning of these files which are transmitted, and considering that some areas don't have a good network coverage. There is what we tend to do on a file. We can reduce its size without losing the content of the file. We reduce that to small number of megabytes, so the size, and then it can go even with a slower network. But on that aspect of network, there should also be redundancy. I think now satellite can be available everywhere, so it can be a backup network for the people there on the ground for the transmission of the results. Of course, there is essence which must be there of the encryption of the files which are transmitted, whether to the constituency and to the National Tallying Center. So they need to be, the one transmitted to the National Tallying Center, they need to have encryption. This from that 4A, they should of course be encrypted. And I've said the issue of redundancy of the network used there so that they arrive on time. If that is secured, the issue of network security, at the server, the storage, we need several levels of authentication of who can enter there. So not one. There need to be somebody with a very good trail of the logins. That must be done and checked. And, I think somebody like me now understanding that this is something we can do with good timestamps. These files coming from the polling station, they are transmitted. They should have timestamp. The moment the transmission starts to the end. So we cannot now have issue. Was the file taken somewhere and maybe through another, what we call socket in the network, and then it is transmitted again. So timestamps which are well known, so that, in fact, we normally call that latency. So how long the file will take to be transferred from a side police station to this. It's the same with
just sorry to interrupt you, time is passing. I just wanted to, you sound a little bit too technical in the sense that perhaps the person even transmitting that result need to have specialized training, because usually the people transmitting this are election officers, like the presiding officer from the polling station is the one transmitting. Are you saying that they need specialized training to understand that process you are explaining?
Of course, there should be not really that deep technical training. What can happen is the algorithm used in the, for example, the scanning, what I've said, the file, you know, it is in the kit. So it is presented, then behind it can, for example, reduce the data and then just transmit. That is inside. So the person doing that is not really, does not require a lot of technical training. And I can also talk about, there is a bottleneck at the constituency level. And I think this is what normally brings a lot of problems in and delays. Because verification must be done of this transmitted soft copy at the physical one. Now, if you read like the communication from the last election, that we have to wait for returning officer to finish announcing the MP and MCA for him or her to bring from that 4B to the tallying center. I think that is something that needed to be checked, because this is where the things get actually murky because of that delay. Waiting to do this, you received, you did your from that 4B, but now returning officer is the one who has to announce this, so he has first to stay there, and people are actually waiting for the presidential results because they normally look like this is the serious stuff. So we have a bottleneck at the constituency level, which can be addressed to seal it and or to eliminate that.
Dr. Kiambi, this is very interesting, but I'm sure my colleagues will continue asking you similar related questions, and you can share more of your expertise with them. Okay. Otherwise, thank you very much and all the best. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I hope that Professor Adams has heard that there's a socket that can be put during transmission of results. Prof, did you hear that? Okay, thank you. I want to ask FCPA to ask some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Ngure, let me appreciate your achievements.
Thank you.
Yeah, from high school all the way to the University of Nairobi, to German, and back to University of Nairobi. Yeah, your qualifications speak for itself.
Thank you.
And that brings me to my question. Appreciating the role of a commissioner at IEBC. And you've just heard my colleague saying that you are too technical. And I've appreciated your experience when you're introducing yourself, the kind of work that you've been doing. And I'm just wondering, if we take you to IEBC, with this kind of expertise, technical expertise that you'll have, I foresee an element of job dissatisfaction, more so the intrinsic job satisfaction. Yes, you may enjoy the extrinsic factors, job, the salary, but in terms of the ability to use your knowledge, you will be a commissioner at the policy level. We do elections after every 5 years. So what will Dr. Stephen Kiambi Ngure will be doing in the 6 years? You'll only participate in one election. So how will this competence, this high competence and technical skills will be utilized at IEBC?
Okay, good. And thank you for that question. I think there is nothing more important than doing something like this for the country, serving the country at that level. Make sure that we have good working IBC, and I am part of it. If I am there, and offering my technical expertise. You see, development of the policy and the strategies for the IBC should be based on somebody understanding what you are developing. Yeah, at the back of my there should be the practicality of things and looking at how they work. These are people you are developing the policy for the strategies to implement should see actually logic. They should not come and say, oh, this can it really work? So with my expertise, if we are doing these policies and then they work, I will be very, very, very satisfied that we have developed policies strategies to make it efficient. And with my background, and they can consult me, even technically. I support them. So I'll be very, 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 very okay and to offer that, and I'll be happy with that. I'll be satisfied that my knowledge, because I think where I've reached now is like now I move from the private sector and I'm producing engineers, and I'm very happy if I see things are working. Like now we had our engineers winning the Huawei stuff and going to compete with international students. So when we see that, we are satisfied. So if I am in IBC and offer that technical advice from that in the development of the policy and then the implementation supporting the secretariat, I will be more than happy to achieve that.
Thank you. And lastly, just before the last general elections in 2022, there was a judgment by the court that IEBC should use manual voter register alongside the biometric. And of course, IEBC had made their own plans not to use the manual register. So as a commissioner, if considered, how would you align this directive with the Commission's objective of running an efficient and effective elections?
Okay, thank you for the question. We can talk about the data integrity. The manual was and the electronic one, they are just replicas of the same. They should be just one of the same thing. So I think there is issue of these consultation with the stakeholders. We need to have actually, even in technology and all that use, we need the stakeholders on board. They understand what exactly the IEBC is doing. Of course, with there is confidentiality which is signed that we can only go to this limit, but the stakeholders need to be used. So the IEBC, of course, argued that for the first track of the voting, rather than cancelling them, we can check, and we do this in the banks. We use, and we are dealing with money, and we do technology, we do verification on the electronic, and we are good at it. So it's a matter of trusting the technology. The manual register and the other one should just be the same thing. And I think I don't find any issue with that. As long as we have the data integrated, that's what I was coming. The authentication, who touches this electronic database, it is something that is supposed to have a very good trail and levels of authentication of who enters, the credentials and all that. So they should be the same thing, manual and that. And, I think IEBC is, as one always, supposed to facilitate consultation. There should be a liaison committee to do that with the political parties and the stakeholders. So to make people actually comfortable with technology. And, that is it.
Thank you, Engineer, and I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Evans, starting, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Engineer.
Yes, please.
I like the way you have put it. You produce engineers.
Yes.
Now, mine is an interesting one. I wanted to ask you that sometimes we just wake up, we find news stories with false and misleading information deliberately created to disinform in social media. Like the one we found the other day that this selection panel has put names forward, which was actually very false. But now, I want to ask you as an engineer, do we just find this information and we start discussing, right, left? We find even very senior people believing in that false information. From where you sit, are we able to trace the authors of this false information? Because you are a technical person, are we able to see that it's so and so who sat with his phone and is the actual author? These are some of the things we are struggling to understand from the people who are calling yourself the engineers with the skills.
Or the social media.
The actual person who did the script and send it out now to the media.
Yes, it's a trackable thing. It can be tracked to the level, and I think we have seen DCI doing it, tracking, and it is. You can track the actual originator of this. You see, when we use our mobile phone or a computer, we do have actually a MAC address, and we can trace until we get there to where you are. And then we can associate that. So, of course, it will need DCI now to know where did this originate, because the point with our communication MAC address, it is at the basic level. We normally call that the physical level. Then we go up now to the addresses. We use IP in the communication. So it can be done.
It can be done. So if you are an IEBC commissioner, and that artificial intelligence is misused, such information is in the media, so are you able to do that so that you can give confidence to the Kenyans that information that is circulating, so would you need the authority or DCI for you to do that if you are a commissioner in IEBC? Or what do you propose we can do as a country? Because some of these things is a bit disturbing, because people ask them question, why in the first thing this is happening?
Yeah, I think that could be a good thing to be done by the communication part, the communication part of the IEBC. Because, in fact, normally, even in our WhatsApp group, I'm normally surprised even us in academic field, you find somebody will just share something, which forward something without verification. Me, what I do if I receive, for example, something and somebody is sharing, and I see this, I have to check other sources. Is this really found here and here and here and something like that? Why should you forward something without verifying? So, and you find this is very irritating. It is all over by all people from all levels, even those who understand, who don't understand. So I think to answer your question, there should be a deliberate communication to get out of this fake, it is deep fake news which is spread. So a very good way of communicating and convincing to do away with that kind of, the moment it comes, like now what you have said, it need to be removed from that. Of course with some good, and we can show this fake, so fake news.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Kiambi.
Yes, please.
And IEBC has both internal and external stakeholders. How do these stakeholders, we start with the external stakeholders, how do these stakeholders support and shape the election process? When we think of stakeholders, in most cases we think about, we've been so much concentrating on IEBC reaching out to them and all this. So what is their responsibility? What is their role?
The stakeholders.
Yes.
Yes. So for the processes of the IBC and the results to be trusted, there must be engagement of the stakeholders. At every point, they should be engaged, whether it's political parties, observation and monitoring and evaluation people. They should be engaged for the process to.
Are you able to use the mic closely? I'm struggling
sorry,
to hear
no,
you.
you can hear. No, sorry for that. So I'm saying for the trust of the processes that are done by IBC, and including the results, transmission, and announcement, it's good that the IBC engages all the stakeholders, whether it's the parties, political parties involved, the monitoring groups, monitoring evaluation, they need to be engaged continuously. Otherwise, there will be that thing that maybe something is happening, we don't know. So IBC, there are also support groups for the IBC, donor fundings and all that. So there is good to engage all of these people, and so that the process is seen to be always transparent to all of them. And that committee of liaison need to be very active, and with every point of the IBC, whether it's piloting, like this transmission of results, they should be involved. The stakeholders should be called, come see, this is how we are going to do it, even in the final one, and you will see, and you can check what the process we have gone through. We have this database, whether we are dealing with the dummy data or something for the testing, and it is done like this. So the moment we have these stakeholders participating at every step of the process, then there will be some transparency and trust in the commission.
For these stakeholders to actively engage, what would be their clear roles? For example, let's just speak on voters. What is the role? What is the role of the voters?
For the voters, I think we need voter education. So that must be done. And for voters, we need to educate them on how things will be done at, let's say, the polling station, going all the way to, and after you vote, the next process will be ABCD. We need to explain to them and make them aware of the processes that will happen at the polling station. So I think that is important. Of course, there should be this thing. I think sometimes we fail to do the continuous registration of voters. I think it remains a problem maybe for us. I don't know. I'm not an insider in the ABC, but I think maybe it's not done. We have people getting 18 years, and I think there is always that lack of continuous, not total, but continuous voter registration.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. The other month, IEBC presented a budget to the Parliamentary Budgetary Committee, and they presented a budget of around 61.4 billion shillings. And in the budget, if we break it down, the most expensive is the IT equipment, or the voter equipment, which is more IT. This is what's making the cost of election in Kenya very expensive. Given a chance as a commissioner, how will you help the commission in reducing the cost of using the IT equipment?
Okay. Of course, in the process of procuring any equipment should follow the public procurement laws. So what makes equipment actually expensive is the specifications of the equipment, hardware, software, and the functions. So we can deal with what is really needed, because sometimes the manufacturer can present you with some functions that you don't need and then charge you on that. So as a person from this field, in understanding this technical bit of it in that ICT, I should be able to look at options A, B, C in the procurement, and why is this charging this, why is the other one charging this, and considering all this. So in that way, I think I can assist in the reduction of the estimates like that.
Do you believe, given the chance, you can bring it down to about what percent?
At now, I may not define that. You see now, let's look at maybe the servers now. We have the manufacturers of these servers. So I cannot give a rough estimate, but I will consider A can give us this server this much. B can give us what are the functions that we really need as IEBC. Why should we buy this higher than the other one, and yet we can deliver this, considering all those things. So I'll be able to then advise that it's better to go for A rather than B, and considering what they have presented to us.
You said you lecture at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology.
Yes.
Do you think we have the capacity to have local manufacturers support IEBC in terms of ICT?
Yeah, actually today, because you see the IEBC, what is there normally is this server and the storage, and the rest is now the network, which is KEMS kit, the kit they are used there, and how they communicate to the server there. So that's there. That's not difficult to support that. Of course, for the servers in the production, today now we have local hosts. It is something we can argue, local servers hosting of network here, because like if you want you are hosting of something, you can be told, do you want a server here or server in Germany? So, which is like that. Like now we know the server is it is somewhere else. You see, if we get that, but of course we must do everything for the interest of the country and what can be really trusted by the stakeholders. You see, that is now the stakeholders issue. So, and all that. So, but we have capability to support those things and be inside. We are good. In fact, when I've traveled across the countries, Kenyans, we are good in our own thing in ICT and telecommunication. We are good. We are good, and we can support.
Thank you, and all the best, Dr.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I invite Professor Adam Solo.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Kiambi, before I go to what the Chair was prompting me,
okay,
which I accepted that I would confirm, let me do a preliminary and kindly explain how the Leadership and Integrity Act complements the Constitution in promoting ethical conduct among IEBC commissioners.
Okay, thank you for the question. When we have people with integrity and they pass Chapter 6, then those people are expected to behave in the same way that they have been, because they are okay with Chapter 6 in all manners of the activities, let's say at the IEBC. Because I think the question which is a problem in IEBC is the integrity issues and that the stakeholders cannot trust. So the issues of integrities are pertinent to the performance, and there should be a real enforcement of the code of conduct. After, of course, the employees have been, they sign, but the enforcement that it is there by IEBC should be always followed. In fact, sometimes I find like these penalties of subversion of IEBC activities is too small, even the jail term, because 1 million, 1 year, both, I think it is too small. Maybe it can at one point be enhanced so that people are, the moment you said you are employed by the IEBC or the commissioner is taken, is there, and then you change your integrity issues because you just were interested to be there, then the punishment should be a bit harsh.
Thank you. Let's go to where Ambassador Koki left you. You are aware of the minor KI ruling?
Yes, that the polling station is final.
Do you know why the court decided so, and what IEBC wanted?
Yeah, I think logically, of course, from...
No, I'm just asking, when the matter was in court, what did IEBC want that the court declined?
I don't remember the specifics of the findings of the IEBC, but I can remember the final. But if it was counter the polling station results, then maybe I can guess that maybe the IEBC thought that we can change what is there and do other things.
Very well. Are you aware that at that polling station, not are you aware, which, other than the presiding officers and the clerks, which other stakeholders are present
we do have
when
agents.
That result is being announced and declared?
Yes. Agents are there, and It is something maybe IBC should work.
No. Just mention for me the ones whom you know are there. One is petty agents.
They are agents and they are the observers there. And that, and of course the other.
Is media there?
Sorry? The media, yes, media is there, of course, yes.
So the Constitution says at Article 86, at every election, the IEBC shall ensure that whatever vetting method is used, the system is simple, accurate, verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. Verifiable, secure, accountable, and transparent. What has been transmitted to the server at the point that it is at the server, which you say that if you are a commissioner, maybe only people with credentials like you should access, would what had been transmitted in the presence of agents, observers, monitors, media, and based on what IEBC went to court, now be left only to the commissioner of IEBC in terms of accountability, in terms of transparency, in terms of verifiability, in terms of secure? Should it now just be left that what was transmitted in front of all these people and declared at the server, it should just be a commissioner or a secretariat member of IEBC without these other people?
Okay, good question and good concern. Now, the server versus the polling station, they should be the same. Whatever is there should be the same there. Of course, what I said about the authentication levels of accessing the server and all that, it needs to be upped. Whatever these observers and the agents and those stakeholders at the police station see should be the same what is in the server. So I say the protection. If you see, if we miss the server shows something different, of course there will be something for questioning. Why are we using technology? We want to make our electoral process a bit efficient and fast. We move from...
that one I agree.
Yes.
What I'm just asking, at the point of the server, which transmitted in front of an agent, in front of a media, in front of an observer, and was even pinned, at the point in which now we want to see what is in the server, should it be only the IEBC Commissioner and Secretariat, or these very people who were present when it was originated, at least their representatives?
No, I think that, I don't know why that has been the case, because access to what is in the server should be because they are representative of political parties, even at the tallying center. I think access should normally not be really a problem. You see, the person want to see, this is from that 4A from, let's say, a certain Kagame police station. And it came here, and somebody want to see that. So we can check that. You see, the person who want to check the server is not coming to change anything. Is not coming to change anything. Of course, there is the issue of confidentiality and how IEBC should share information.
A public result is confidential?
Now, I'm not saying the results are not actually confidential. The management of the process of checking should be, of course, be secure.
Kiambi, let me use an example because of time that I usually use. When you are talking there, the Hansard there
Yes.
will go and transcribe. Of course, if Adams Olo went and said, no, I want to go and see what can be said, they'll tell me no. Let us transcribe it first because you won't understand the encrypted version. And therefore, they'll print for me and bring me. Now see exactly what can be said. With all your experience, Oracle, everything, can't that be transcribed for Adams Olo who wants to see what form 34A was at whatever is this, so that that becomes the main document for verification?
Yes, I think there should be the parties, especially which we can see like agents, that should be allowed to see. They can see the forms where they
Can it be printed? You are the expert.
I can say, as long as the system, I have the system here, my computer, and
Yes.
I can say like my computer.
Yes.
And you want to see a form that for a,
Yeah.
I will log in with now let's say the secretary or who is in charge and commission is there.
Yeah.
You log in.
And you print it?
And it can also be printed from there. And it should look.
How long I've voted in Lamu or voted in Todongonyang minus network failure? How long does it take for after the close at 6? How long does it take to reach the server? That form.
Yeah, this is the thing I wanted actually to, I was talking about. This thing, communication, how long it takes. In fact, like now, if you look at Communication Authority Kenya, it is after or quarterly, it will normally give some statistics about the performance of.
Roughly how long?
It should.
Minus network failures.
It should take milliseconds or less than.
Seconds?
Yes. Mil, not seconds.
Milliseconds.
Milliseconds.
And therefore we have 7 days.
You
Can't
see,
be sitting there. Shouldn't we just get that printout in
now,
a day so that when the returning officer comes, the one of the server is already there waiting to be verified?
I did argue to the bottleneck at the constituency level because
That's 34B.
Yes.
But 34A should be there.
Yes, that 4A should be there.
Thank you.
And it should be available, and the trusting of the process of this availability and the transmission process is need to be well communicated and trusted by the stakeholders.
So there's no need for the portal. Just print for us 34A. Since it arrived instantly, put it there.
Yeah. I think that the portal purpose normally is for...
No, now just for, because people have questioned it, just for accountability. Just remove the portal, print this 34A which came, let everybody see it.
Yeah, that can happen as well. I think as long logistics are in place and administration there. But
so the law which is stopping that, if you are commissioner, would you be willing to change it?
For the printing?
Yes.
Yes, myself, I do not have a problem with that.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Looks like Professor is happy. Prof, do you have a...
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
It can be usually at this last session, through the chair, we usually ask what he calls high school questions. And I'll just take you where your forte is first, before I go to another one. The Kenyan Integrated Election Management System, KIEMS, includes, at least from my little knowledge, candidate registration management, biometric voter registration, electronic voter identification, electronic results transmission. From where you sit, how has IEBC invested over time in those 4 categories? When you look at the investment put in candidate registration, in BVR, in electronic voter identification, vis-a-vis the election results transmission.
Yeah, I think in terms of the three, the first three, the voter identification and card dates and all that, that is at the, you can say at the local level. I think there has been maybe issues of the transmission, and which I said need to be looked at. Of course, this scheme it operates on a mobile network. It's just another like a phone with some other functionalities. So I'm saying there are these things of network failures, because that is what, whether deliberate or not, I cannot say, but is what has been the issue, that somebody, the results were done, tallying was done, but we still don't have anything received electronically. So I think that is something needs to be improved. And I talked about the redundancy, the network redundancy. And we can look now at availability of other, not only this mobile network, we can look at the satellite, because as long as we have encryption from the kit there, what now needs is just the configuration of the LI4 of the network we are using, so how they are connected to the server there. That's what we need. That's what I called about the socket. For example, we can trace where will the entry come in into the server. Which port is it going to use? So those things.
Thank you. My last question. Name 2 major rivers in Africa besides the Nile.
Okay. That's a good question. History. I was not very good in history. And geography. Geography was good.
It's geography.
Yes, that's geography. Yes.
Yes.
In fact, you see, I had a name, I know, so I did good. There is a Sabesi river, and of course, you said in Africa.
In Africa.
Yes. We also have rivers in Kenya. We have Tana River. Yes, I've named 2.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Engineer.
Yes, please.
So you promise us that there will be no socket in between during the transmission of...
That one I can explain without looking back, if I am asked about such things in the transmission process and all that.
It will be clear and linear.
Clear and no man in the middle.
No Jose Kamango.
Yes.
Okay. Allow me to thank you for the time we have had and for your robust engagement. I don't know whether this came with you or it just happened. Members, we have 20 pupils of Kambui School for the Deaf and 2 teachers, Teacher Jennifer Kuria and Marianne Jerry, who are watching this from the gallery down there. Yes. I hope that they can find some time to be brought in just to see what is happening in here. But we want to acknowledge the pupils together with their teachers, Jennifer and Marianne, for bringing them over to observe this important national process and function. I don't know whether, Engineer, you have any last comment to make?
I really don't have, but I can actually thank you very much, especially for deciding to get or to list potential commissioners who are from the field of engineering and telecommunication, ICT and all that, because it has not happened in the past. And, when you look at the media, a lot of things in argument in court and all that, sometimes just there and wonder, where are we? Why are we not involved? Because the people in the secretariat normally are back there, so they cannot come. So the commissioners are left there. Yes, so like these questions of the servers, transmission, and all that, and no one can eat. And yet, one of the functions of the IEBC is to use appropriate technology and approaches to make it more efficient. So I just thank you for involving people like us and listing us to come for the interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciated, even for your comment. We wish you well. You find somebody at the door who has your documents.
Okay, thank you.
The pen and the notebook are yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Blessings to you.
Okay.
I don't know whether we have another candidate. No, I don't think they came with him. It's just a coincidence. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes. We would request that they stay for lunch, and yeah, thank you. Sylvia, Danu.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good afternoon, actually.
Sorry.
Welcome, please. Please.
Thank you, sir.
Have
Thank
a
you.
seat. Have a seat.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Have a seat. You do have a pen and a notebook there for you to use. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to thank you for taking interest in the position we advertised for member of the IEBC, and to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. And for that reason, you're here. And I note that you have interested parties who are watching, and some refuse to watch from home, so they are inside here. So we appreciate their presence. Madam Linda, do you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, Chairman. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon to you too.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as the Vice Chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I want to ask members, the teachers down there are signing and translating for the children to be able to follow the proceedings. So you can use Kenyan accent, members of the panel.
Yeah, asante mwenyekiti. Madam Sylvia, habari ya dhuhuri.
Salama sana, nashukuru.
Okay, mi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante sana.
Miss Mutwa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you too.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Asante sana.
Good afternoon, Sylvia.
Good afternoon, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sylvia.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mi naitwa Nicodemus Bore na karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ndano.
Good afternoon.
Have I pronounced it properly?
It's Ndanu.
Na.
Ndanu.
Ndano.
Ndanu.
Okay.
It means the joyful one.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Dr. Ndanu Mutua.
Good afternoon, Ambassador.
And karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante sana.
Good afternoon, Sylvia.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you to this
Asante
introduction
sana.
session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ndanu. We are glad to have you. We want you to introduce yourself. Take time, 5 minutes or so. Tell us who you are, your profile, and why you think we should consider you one of the best candidates for this position that you have applied for. Let us know if you have any membership, professional, and if you have any award or honor given to you through the course of life. Welcome.
Asante sana, Bwana Chairperson, and also your esteemed team. I really want to, first of all, appreciate for shortlisting me and inviting me for this interview. I don't take it for granted, and I really, really want to say asante sana, and I'm humbled, and I feel honored to be here to be able to articulate myself in regard to the role that is in front of us. My name is Sylvia Ndano Mutua. I am a governance and strategic communication expert with over 15 years of experience that spans from academia, media, and public administration. I am where strategy meets integrity, blending in governance, communication, and compliance to deliver impact. I hold a PhD in communication studies, where I looked at online content regulation and digital inclusivity. And these are areas that align very closely with IEBC's evolving digital responsibilities. Currently, I serve at the Tinko University of Mombasa as the Director of Quality Assurance, on top of being a lecturer, where I've been able to lead international standards organization, that is the ISO audits at the university. I've been able to also ensure regulatory alignment, both for the institution and also for all the programs that we have at the university, and also spearhead risk management initiatives. My work at the university has strengthened institutional transparency. It's also strengthened performance and also accountability of the institution as well. Prior to getting in the university, I worked in the media industry, where I was able to lead civic education campaigns and also other media programs, and also cover elections as well. That practical hands-on experience gave me experience in how to manage public engagement, and at the same...
Just hold on a bit.
Yes, sir.
Maybe some of the pupils can come and stand here because they will be able to see their teacher signing. Yes. So that they can come, the ones that are this way, come and stand here. Yeah. Yeah, the ones that are behind, come and sit, stand somewhere here. Good. Good. And then she can stand at a vantage point to be able to sign. Okay, thank you. Excellent. Yeah, they were trying to crowd the camera there. So Ndanu, you have a rare privilege to have an audience of pupils from Kambui Technical School as you're being interviewed. We wish you the best. Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. Asante sana. Yes, I was talking about my media experience, where you're saying that prior to joining the university, I worked in the media industry, where I was able to lead civic education campaigns and also get election coverage as well. And that gave me practical hands-on experience when it comes to public engagement and also building trust in democratic systems. I've also published, of course not extensively as a prof here, but I have a few publications in peer-reviewed journals that look at aspects of media, communication, and also digital governance. So that would really speak to my ability to convert academic insights into institutional reforms as well. While I'm able to understand how organizations, institutions work, I'm also able to translate policy into action, and I've also been able to understand by my experience in the media how to be able to earn public trust and also protect it as well. While I'm not a lawyer by profession, but I've deeply worked with legal and regulatory frameworks at the university in making sure that we enhance compliance in high-stakes environment. I've been able to lead change in the areas and the spheres where I've been. I've been able to ensure compliance as well, and I've been also able to lead performance in institutions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Daktari, I admire your experience and your academic expertise that you have displayed to us here this afternoon. You're a beacon of, and a model to young girls, and I wish you the very best. So, in your experience and then career journey, what experiences have you gathered that will be impactful in your execution of your mandate as a commissioner in the event that you're taken up as one?
Thank you very much. If I'm taken up as a commissioner, I would bring a unique blend of strategic leadership, regulatory compliance, and communication expertise. Having been the Director of Quality Assurance at the institution in the university, I've been able to lead performance reforms. I've also been able to implement the ISO audits and also risk-based audits. I've also been able to ensure compliance of all our programs to CUE requirements, and also making sure that the institution itself is also complying to the Commission of University Education requirements. So I would say my strength lies, based on my experiences, it lies in turning complex regulatory frameworks into streamlined, accountable systems, and systems sometimes build trust as well. Looking at my experience when it comes to electoral communication as well, we have been able to lead the civic education programs. I've also been able to manage content where it's election coverage content as well in the media industry, and also coming up with public-facing mechanisms to empower the voter. I would say I don't just understand voter education, but I've been able to implement it, I've been able to measure it, and I've also been able to see its impact firsthand. Again, if you look at my publications from 2021 coming on aspects of content regulation and also looking at it from online safety aspects as well, you realize that my expertise in that particular area aligns very keenly with the responsibilities of IEBC, especially when it comes to securing the secure use of technology, and also it comes to building public trust in online platforms. So in an age of disinformation, I'll be able to offer clarity. In a place of mistrust, I can be able to offer credibility, and that's what I bring to the IEBC. Over and above, I would say that I'm having high levels of integrity, of course, by virtue of my work experience and even myself as a person. Yes.
Any other interpersonal skills now that you've invited me to ask that?
Oh, yes. I would look at it as both interpersonal skills and teamwork skills. You realize for you to be able to implement an institutional audit, you'd have to work with a team of auditors, and you'd also have to ensure that the auditee is able to understand the process and work with you throughout the entire process. Again, one aspect we always push, we say that when it comes to communication, both interpersonal and even public communication, it's not what you say, it's what the other person hears. So communication is not so much what you'll say from this particular side, but being able to make sure that what the other person is hearing is able to be translated into results.
So finally, team player or team leader? Or both?
I would consider myself as both, because I've served in committees at the university where I have been a member of a team, and I've also been in other committees like the sub-editorial committee where I'm the chairperson and I'm the leader. So I would say I'm able to function both as a team player and also as a team leader.
Thank you so much. Daktari, I wish you the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Councillor Karo Kituku to ask you some questions. Councillor, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Daktari, let's go to your area of expertise. As you have spoken about it, communication, public awareness, and it's the mandate of the IBC to carry out voters' education. Should you become successful, what or how would you steer forward IBC in regard to the realization of its mandate on voter education and public awareness?
Thank you, Madam. If I get you right, the question is the what and how I would be able to steer IBC in matters voter education.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Voter education is something that is paramount. It's part of the core mandates of the IEBC. For us to be able, and to realize that voter education, looking at it from the academia point, would become what I would call the independent variable, where all other dependent variables would fall on it. That being said, how we execute it becomes very important. First of all, I would recommend, after mapping out, because you'd have to map out the key stakeholders who would be involved in voter education, and there are various stakeholders. After we map out the stakeholders, then we go a step further and figure out what are their needs and how do we communicate voter education to those particular segments of the population in making sure that they understand it. I'll start with the example that we have in this room. We have school-going children in this room. And right now, they're listening to us, and they're able to understand aspects of how the IEBC works, especially when it comes to recruitment. We have music festivals that are happening in the next term. The music festivals go all the way from primary all the way to the universities. We've seen organizations sponsor pieces which are able to push for their brand and push for communication that advances the mandate of those organizations. They've even gone a step further and give trophies to those who select good pieces based on that. That's one way we can be able to inculcate voter education, not just a few months as we're waiting or a few years as we wait for the elections, but from its infancy, through that. We can also have, looking at clubs, election clubs, okay? We have, in the universities and even in schools, we have agriculture, we have the SK clubs, we have the Scouts clubs. So we can also integrate in it, we have election clubs where we are able to continuously sensitize the young generation on voter education. And you realize those people, by the time they're clearing school, is, as they push, because everyone, when they finish school, they're rushing to get an ID. So as they rush to get an ID, they're also rushing. And they already understand the importance of why it's good for you to have what? To have a voter's card, and the benefit to get from that voter's card, and the rights that that voter's card gives you. Okay? That's one way I would look at it. And that's now the segment based on the people in this room who are observing this process. Stepping up, looking at other segments of the population. With the young people, we have social media channels, all right? Imagine if we had a TikTok account where we could be able to have information about voting, the importance of voter education put in that particular platform. And people could be able, because TikTok has a live session, and we could have live sessions where we have members of the Secretariat even answering questions when people are asking, how is this supposed to be done? Why should I do this? Why is it important for me to do this? All right? Those aspects would really be able to integrate. So my strategy would be, yes, let's map out who are our key stakeholders and then figure out the channels of communication that we can be able to use to pass that particular message. Again, I would not wait for 2-3 years down the election, but I would look at voter education as a continuous process that happens all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you well, and thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to ask Dr. Koki Muli to also ask a question, please. Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Chair. Dr. Andan Mutua.
Yes.
I would like to stay with the same subject area, but within the electoral cycle. And just to what you told us, that your intentions to enhance trust and confidence in the IEBC, we know that is an area that has a lot of gaps. And therefore, I would like to ask you to tell the panel and also those who are watching you, what strategies you can put in place to enhance transparency and accountability in the electoral process? To enhance transparency and accountability in the electoral process using the entire electoral cycle.
Thank you very much.
Just mention the strategies. You can just list them.
Okay, thank you. So how we can enhance transparency and accountability in the electoral cycle, looking at the 3 phases where we have the pre, the election cycle, and the post-election cycle. Thank you very much. Looking at the pre-election cycle, we can enhance transparency by several strategies. And the first strategy, I would look at how we communicate. There are activities that are done in the pre-election cycle. How do we communicate those activities that the Commission is doing to the voter, so to speak? All right. How does the voter how do we communicate to the voter that they need to get that voter's registration? How do we communicate to them on how to check to verify their details when it comes to that? So I would look at it, one, being transparent in how we communicate to the voter, who is one of the stakeholders, and also all the other stakeholders. There's also the issue of stakeholder engagement. As we plan for the elections, how do we engage all the other key players, the state actors and the non-state actors? How do we make sure that we engage them, the continuous engagement we have with them in making sure that they understand where we are coming from and where we are going?
Keep telling us how. Instead of asking us how do we communicate, how do we tell us how?
Okay.
As you indicate, yes.
Okay. So we'd make sure that we have regular meetings with all the key stakeholders. I would also ensure that we have a feedback loop. When you tell someone something, the fact that they are able to respond back, the feedback loop becomes very important. That feedback is able to enable us to either improve our processes in one way or another, or even understand concerns that may be on the ground, which we may not have been aware of, or even to complement us where we are doing things right. So I would look at communicating in various channels or using various media to be able to pass across, not just on the dates, but also on what our key mandate is at that particular time. I would also look at proper planning, being able to account for the proper planning and the timelines so that everyone is aware and all of us are on the same page when it comes to issues of elections. That is before, in the pre-stage. During the elections, I would look at it in terms of ensuring all our activities are transparent. From when someone gets in that polling station up to the time when they're doing the counting and the tallying, and it's all very transparent for everyone to be able to see what is happening on that particular day. Okay, that is now on the public side. On the other hand, there's also the element of after the elections have been done in the post-election phase, there's always a report that is done, an evaluation report that is being done, making sure that we get all the views of all the stakeholders, and then we are also able to hear what the observer said, what the public says, and every other person, and also being able to disseminate the same so that people can be able to see. From the other back end, and the back end I would say now it's from the commission side, I would look at do we have regular reporting, you know, how the secretariat reports, the reporting mechanisms on the progress of the activities. We realize we need to have the planning put in place, but then how do they report in terms of what has been achieved, what has not been achieved, and also how do we able to mitigate risks that may be inherent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutoa, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask FCPA, Tanui, to also ask some questions, please, FCPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Ndanu.
Yes, sir.
You've told us you are the Director Quality Assurance at TUM.
Yes.
Now, can ISO apply to IEBC? And what would be your advice? ISO certification, can it apply to IEBC? And what would be your advice as a commissioner to IEBC?
FCPA, you want to break down ISO certification so that
she will explain.
The translation.
She knows it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, she will explain to us. Yes, Madam.
Asking for the translator, the sign for the children.
So ISO certification? Yes. International Standard Organization.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Daktari?
Thank you very much. If I'm getting you right, you're asking how to apply ISO, and my advisement...
First of all, can it apply to IEBC?
Yes.
And if so, how, given an opportunity as a commission, will you implement it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm happy to report the IEBC is ISO certified. That is 27001/2022 certification, and that is the certification on information security management system certification. If you look at your website, you realize that certification, we're due for certification in 2026 as a commission, all right? We were certified in 2023. That being said, it implies that the IEBC is already ISO compliant when it comes to the credibility, when it comes to the integrity, and when it comes to who can access the data that IEBC has. IEBC as a commission is both a data controller and also a data processor. This is by virtue of the data that it collects from the electorate in terms of the biometric details, the names of the people, and also the biometric details that we collect during voter registration. So the integrity of that particular system is very, very important in ensuring that, one, we give confidence to the voter that the data they have given to us is secure at any one time. And the data is going to be used solely for the electoral processes. all right? So is it being implemented? Yes. Is it important for IEBC? Yes, it is very important. You realize that in ISO certification, at minimum, you do 2 audits in a year. You can audit, depending on the approach IEBC might have taken. It could have taken the assets approach, where you're looking at information assets, or it could have taken the process approach. That I'm not familiar with which approach they've taken. But if we look at it from the assets approach, then it means that they have to ensure at any one time, and the assets are not just the hardware and software. You realize even the information, the materials you're having, the documents also form as assets as well, because there is information in those documentation, especially the filled forms. So the issue would be to ensure that at any one time, our documentation is accurate, that the integrity of the information in any document in IEBC is secure, okay, in being used for the purpose that is supposed to be used.
Thank you. And you did mention post-election cycle, and in the post-election evaluation report for 2022, voter turnout was rated at 64.77%, and it is attributed in that report to distrust in IEBC. Given an opportunity as a commissioner, what governance interventions would you put in place to rebuild public confidence ahead of the next election?
How to rebuild public confidence ahead of 2027?
Yes.
Thank you very much. One way in which we are already rebuilding public trust in IEBC is through this process we are doing. The transparency of the interviews are already making the voter in Kenya confident that the persons who are going to be commissioners have gone through thorough vetting, because they are able to see this from where they are watching from. The live broadcast is one way of ensuring that. And that transparency is very well there. You realize that as much as the IEBC is an independent commission, okay, but it also has reporting mechanisms where it's able to report on its finances, as well as ways of being accountable. Because one thing is, in a place where we are not accountable, especially when you're using public funds, then definitely the mistrust is going to, accelerate among the public. So being able, the accounting mechanisms we have at IEBC, where our reports go to the OAG, and whereby we also take the annual reports out to Parliament, and that builds a bit in terms of how accountable is this particular institution moving forward, right? Another way of building that trust, like I said, is communicating. How do we communicate? If you look at the same report, you realize that it mentioned the IEBC as having a conservative and limited communication policy. All right, and because communication they were not able to communicate efficiently or as expected. Because there's anytime you're dealing with stakeholders, you realize that the stakeholders also have their own expectations. Okay, so how the Commission is able to meet those expectations of the stakeholders in compliance with the law, and also ensuring that we follow the Constitution. But how we are able to communicate the same to them becomes very, very important. Another way I would build, as part of ensuring transparency, is have people monitor the social media platforms. You realize in our social media platforms, there are so many themes that come up every single day, because every person can be a content creator, every person can be a content disseminator. So having a team that monitors what is being shared on social media, what are the major themes, what are the narratives, and where are these coming from? That would enable us to not just be reactive, but to be able to correct fake news that would come in relation to IEBC as a commission, and to be able to even give accurate and clarify issues that may be raised on those platforms as well.
Thank you, Ndanu, and wish you well.
Thank you, sir.
Chair.
Thank you. We now ask Evans Misati to ask some questions. Evans, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Sylvia, I want to ask you a question related to the role of IPC. Article 88 4G gives the role of IPC as voter education as one of the roles that IPC has to do. But more often than not, you hear people talking about voter education and civic education as very important. Please tell the panel, the public and the people watching, the distinct difference between civic education and voter education.
Thank you very much. The distinction between voter education and civic education. In my understanding, voter education would include information to the voter on what are their rights when it comes to voting, who is eligible to be a voter, what is the process of voting, and why is it important as well. But when you're looking at civic education, it could go a step further and looking also at national values, looking at aspects of patriotism of the country. Yes, looking at aspects of also patriotism in the country. Yes.
That's good. So given an opportunity and you are an IPC commissioner, how would you enhance civic education to ensure that Kenyans are aware about misinformation and disinformation? Given that you have, in your introduction, you mentioned that online content creation is one of the things that you did, and being aware that content creation, the online one, that's where we find a lot of problems, because some of the Gen Zs are doing content creation just for purposes of creating income.
So if I'm getting you right, how do we do civic education in a space which is riddled with misinformation and disinformation?
Yes, to ensure that it's only the right information that goes out to the public. And when there's misinformation, how would you handle it?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The social media platforms are very unique. There are several across, but they're very unique in terms of their architecture. You find that, for example, the platforms which will only accept 160 words, the platforms which will take both audiovisual content to limited time and that. But as a commission, one way would ensure civic education is have a channel for the commission, whereby if anyone wants to find any information on anything, on any aspect of the commission, they know. If there is a particular Facebook page, there is that. If it's a TikTok page, if it's an Instagram page, if it's even a YouTube channel, and that's one thing I was wondering, why we don't have a YouTube channel just for the commission, so that anyone sourcing for information, because one thing you realize with social media platforms, there is an aspect of retweeting, there is an aspect of resharing, that particular information. So someone just picks it from your page and shares it as well. So when we don't have I continue? Okay. So you realize when we don't own the information on our page and it's coming from different sources, then it can be prone to misinformation. And misinformation could be just out of ignorance. But then you also have others who could be malicious. And that is where disinformation would come in. That is where malinformation would come in. All right? So my strategy would be, let's have dedicated channels for the commission where we are able to post credible information about all our activities and also all issues of civic education, civic education. Okay, but then we would also have another unit. I would call it the social media monitoring unit. Now, this particular unit, their work would be just to monitor the social media platforms across board and be able to see what information, like if today, what is trending about IEBC. Okay, is information true or not true? I think we've seen DCI, they have a page where if someone gives a story and it's not true, they are able to write a red in bold. They put red and they say fake. and everyone is able to know that is not credible information. So if we could have such, where we have a team which monitors, and for the people who are malicious, okay, then you can be able to figure out and see the source. Because for everything, there is a digital footprint. You'll be able to see the source of that disinformation concerning civic education, and you can be able to nip it in the bud before it becomes viral. Because sometimes a lie told many times looks like the truth. And when you say the truth, people will assume the truth is the lie. Yes.
So much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Ndano.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you this question because I've seen you're a quality assurance person, so I'm going to change my question. I was going to ask you, how would you evaluate how effective stakeholder engagement has been post-election? But before that, since you're a quality assurance person, how would you ensure that right from the beginning, during the planning process, the appropriate mechanisms for stakeholder engagement are put in place? Then in the process also, monitor to ensure that whatever was planned is being done. And then finally, how would you now evaluate post-election?
Thank you very much. So we're looking at stakeholder engagement, and I think I've gotten 3 questions. The first one is how to ensure appropriate mechanisms are put in place to make sure that it happens. And then the second one is to monitor how it's been done, and then how to do it post. Thank you very much. Like I earlier mentioned, with the IEBC being ISO certified, it means that we already have internal structures in place. By this, I would say that even for the issues like stakeholder engagement, my assumption would be that we have standard operating procedures of how stakeholder engagement should be done, and that those standard operating procedures have been validated by the department responsible for that particular activity. All right? I would also assume, and I hope I'm right in this, that the Commission has policies that anchor stakeholder engagement. But those policies, again, are guided by the constitutional mandate that IEBC has. Okay? So that being said, would look at where are we coming from. If, for example, stakeholder involvement in the last election cycle was not done best, where were the challenges? Now, if you look at a standard operating procedure for an ISO certified organization, you realize that it has a clause on key performance indicators. It also has another clause on the retained documentation. Okay, so that is how we'd look at first. When you look at the main content of that SOP, the standard operating procedure, what are the steps that are enshrined in doing that? And have those steps been followed to the latter? Now, the problem we have many a times is you realize what is on paper and what is on the ground are totally different. And that's why I brought in the issue of validation. And this is where you realize that they can be able to modify, because there's even a procedure of when you are changing a standard operating procedure, because you have to make sure that what is on paper and what is on the ground are the same. Okay, so I would ensure that, yes, we are building from the lessons we've learned before, but also ensuring that our documentation and our processes, what we are doing on the ground, are the same. So that's the mechanisms of ensure, making sure that our standard operating procedure is on point, making sure that the policy anchoring that particular procedure is also on point. Okay, and enshrined in the Constitution. Now, in question 2, how do I monitor that it's been done? 1, you can monitor by observation. When stakeholder engagement activity is being done, we can have auditors come to the ground, look at how that activity is being done. Is it being done according to the procedures? If you're talking about a notice being issued, like 2 or 3 weeks earlier, has that been done? How is it? So there's that element of observation. The other way we can also ensure that it's being done is you audit the document trail. Okay, look at all the documents, because like I said, we have the retained documentation as part of the ISO processes. What is the retained documentation in terms of this activity of stakeholder involvement? Now, looking at the documentation, you have to ensure the documentation is well filled, because we've had instances where a form is brought, people fill, but they don't fill all the places that they're supposed to fill. So the integrity of that particular documentation, the accuracy of that particular documentation, that is one way I would monitor how it's been done. I would also be conducting audits. Like I said, being an ISO certified institution, we have both internal audits and we also have external surveillance audits. So we'd make sure that this particular component is audited internally, and also when if we realize there are nonconformities, and then nonconformities would come whereby whatever we are doing does not align to our procedures or our policies, then those nonconformities can be corrected. And then also when we're doing the surveillance audit and we realize the surveillance audit will now be done by external people, okay, they can be able to also see whether we are conforming to our own procedures and also complying with the law. And then finally, when you're talking about the post-election now, post-election, this would also be a way of actually getting feedback, not just from our staff who've been able to conduct that activity, but also from the other stakeholders on whom the stakeholder engagement was done to. Okay, what is their feedback? Did they feel that the stakeholder engagement was fulfilling, or was it us just ticking a box and saying we've done it well? Okay, did they feel heard? Did they feel their concerns have been carried along, have been onboarded in the activities that we are doing as well? So you'd look at all those stakeholders, make sure we also get their feedback so that when we are writing this report, we can be able to see what are our successes, where are our weaknesses, and how can we build forward in ensuring that there is continuous improvement in how we do stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. As a quality assurance person, if an institution is ISO certified,
yes,
and I'm speaking from the ideal, generally if an institution is ISO certified, would it suffer a board rupture? Would it suffer lack of public confidence? What do you have to say to this?
If an institution is ISO certified, yes, because it has happened before. Like I said earlier when I responded to his question. I said we can look at, especially from the IBC, we can look at it from the assets or from the processes. If we go to the assets, then you realize all of us in this room are assets. We are all information assets, okay? Yes, so being ISO certified, the integrity of the information that we possess by virtue of our position as commissioners becomes very critical, okay? In how we ensure that we are credible to the public as well. Do we ensure integrity as well? Okay, so from where I sit, yes, but that would be an unfortunate situation, like I said, because the ideal would be the nurturing of teamwork, the protection of the credibility and the integrity of the institution. Okay, so I'd look at it from that. Yes, but it's an unfortunate. From where I sit, it's an unfortunate situation because at the end of the day, we should be guided by the Constitution, the rule of law, and the focus on public good.
Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Nicodemus to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much. First of all, is to commend you on your eloquence and the command of good English.
Thank you.
Now, when laws like the Leadership and Integrity Act talk about promoting public confidence, from a leadership standpoint, how do you see that being earned, not just stated? If you get a chance to lead maybe the communication committee in IEBC.
Please come up again. I
I'm saying,
that. Yes.
You know the laws on leadership and integrity.
Yes.
They talk about promoting public confidence.
Yes.
And in one of your discussions, you said that IBC lacks public trust, and that means also public confidence.
Correct.
So from a leadership standpoint, how do you see that being earned, not just stated?
Thank you very much. public trust and public confidence, how it can be earned, grounding it on the Leadership and Integrity Act. Good. First of all, I would look at ourselves as commissioners. We are leaders, so to speak. And how we carry ourselves matters very much. How we handle ourselves is very critical. How we conduct our business should be beyond reproach. All right? So I would look at the conduct of the people, of myself, and also of my colleagues, as making sure that, one, we uphold very high levels of integrity, all right? You cannot compromise when it comes to that, especially where you're serving the public, all right? In our dealings and even how we conduct our business, do we have professionalism in how we handle the things that we're supposed to be doing? Are we able to ensure that we carry ourselves in an ethical conduct? You know, as sometimes it's unfortunate where you see leaders behaving in a not so leadership way, especially on these platforms. Okay, so I would look at it in terms of how do we handle ourselves as leaders? Are we people of impeccable character? Are we people having high moral standing? Are we people who are out to serve the public? Because that's where it all boils down. It's not about you as an individual, but it's the burden, or I would say, the will to serve the Kenyan people, okay? Because even as a commission, you realize we are borrowing our mandate in trust from the public. So how we carry ourselves, are we honest enough? Are we professional enough? Are we impeccable enough? Are we transparent enough? Are we professional? And all that, yes.
Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you, sir.
I want to invite Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions. Prof, please.
Thank you, Chair. At the risk of my fellow panelists, Bore, feeling that I'm imitating him, let me also congratulate you on your mastery and the fulfillment of what you have graduated in.
Thank you, sir.
But let's go back to business. Hypothetical. Sylvia Ndanu is a commissioner. Of course, you know that there are no commissioners.
So I am.
So you are there with other commissioners.
Yes.
And the first task that you have on your desk is to come up with a strategic vision on how to improve electoral preparedness in towards 2027. What would be the starting step and broad picture of that vision?
Thank you very much. If I get you right, I'm coming up with a strategic vision on how to improve electoral preparedness for 2027. What is the broader vision, and what are my immediate steps? Okay, thank you very much. The broader vision, as enshrined in the Constitution, is to ensure free, fair, and credible elections. The same broader vision would be to ensure that when the voter goes to vote, then that voting process is secure, it is simple enough for them to understand, it's transparent, it's verifiable, and they are able, and also verifiable as well. That being said, so that would be my vision, making sure that we deliver. I would look at the IEBC as a midwife. And because when you look at Chapter 1 of the Constitution, the sovereign power belongs to the people. And the people exercise that power by delegating it through elections where they choose their designated democratically elected representatives. So IEBC comes as a midwife in ensuring that the voter is able to do that, do the election and also be able to elect their democratically elected representative. So for me, the broader vision would be ensuring that we deliver that election process for the voter in a way that is free, fair, and credible. That would be my biggest vision when it comes to 2027. Okay, are we delivering on the mandate that has been given to us? That being said, my first step would be, in terms of election preparedness, looking at the timelines that we have towards 2027, where are we in terms of the pre-election phases, the most important things? I would assume, again, that the Secretariat already has a work plan. That's my assumption, that they already have a work plan moving forward. Okay, because it is that work plan that would inform procurement. It is that work plan that will even inform all the activities that will be done towards 2027. Having looked at that particular work plan, then figure out our priority areas. What is our priority area one? If it's an issue of voter education, when, how, and can we be able to do it with the least amount of resources to use? Okay, then you look at the other issue that could, for example, be voter registration. Where are we on matters voter registration? Where have we been able to register voters? Where do we have, because you realize every time KCSE is done, we are releasing to the country people who are 18 years old, almost 900,000 of them, okay? So if you look at since the last election, how many have we? So you realize there is already a bigger catchment of people who are eligible to vote that we need to make sure that we've gotten all of them registered in there, being able to do it in the shortest time possible, and also making sure that we are very inclusive. Time should not be a reason why we cannot be inclusive enough, all right? So in my opinion, other than looking at the work plan, number one would be rolling out the voter education. Some of these, I say, they are low-hanging fruits. There are things where you can be able to do without investing a lot of resources in them, especially matters of voter education. If we choose having our official pages, I'm assuming at IEBC, again, there's a corporate communication department. Some of these things can be channeled through that department. And then, again, the other issue is...
Seconds. I have already seen the one.
Yes, and then, of course, the issue of, voter registration. For me, those would be. The issue of boundary delimitations, I'm sure we are still waiting for the Supreme Court to pronounce itself, so that one would still wait to hear what the court will decide. But that would be my first 3 steps.
Very well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do you have our final 2 questions?
Yes, Sylvia. We usually finish through the chair with high school questions. We start with your area of expertise. Which is the television network that broke the monopoly of KBC, and which year was it?
It was KTN, Kenya Television Network.
Which year? 30 seconds. Okay, I ask you the second question, which is now not in communication, but instead is in culture. Which 2 African countries are known for their traditional beadwork? In other words, when you go to different countries, that beadwork is like a souvenir that...
This King Musati's country.
I want the country.
King Musati's country. They have intricate beadwork.
The second one? But I would need the country, but go ahead. The second one?
There's King Musati's country, and then the second one I would... Ghana?
Which is the most obvious one that you should even think of before you go elsewhere?
Kenya.
Which community?
The Mas. Is it Maasai?
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, the Maasai and Kamba.
Oh, okay. But I got the Maasai. Thank you.
Thank you. You escaped. I thought I would ask the children to ask you some 2 questions, but they left.
That would have been lovely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but they left. Do you have any comment or question?
Thank you very much. I first want to really appreciate, once again, making time to hear me out. Coming this way feels like, playing in the Super League. Based on where I'm coming from. So I really want to appreciate the chance, the opportunity that I've gotten, to be here, and also you listening to me. I really, really appreciate, and the interview was amazing. Thank you so much. But that being said, in my 40 years of existence, I've just started life, eh? That's what we say. When you are 40, you've just started life. Yes. My prayer would be, if I'm made part of the team, and even the team that is coming in as commissioners, let us uphold the will of the people. Like I'd said initially, when you look at the chapter 1 of the Constitution, where the sovereign power belongs to the people, the IEBC is a trustee to the principal, with the principal being the voter in this particular case. So as we move forward, and even the team that is coming on board, my prayer would be that we uphold that position of public trust, and we deliver to the Kenyan person free, fair, and credible elections. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Which team do you follow in the Super League or in the Premier League?
I'm a Manchester United fan.
Okay, fine. I thought maybe Arsenal, so I was going to pity you, but okay. Thank you very much. We appreciated our time together.
Thank you.
Yeah, we wish you well. And,
thank you.
Okay, safiri kurudi Mombasa. Safiri salama.
Asante sana.
Yeah, daftari na kalamu ni zako.
Asante sana.
Asante.
Thank you very much, and may God bless you all.
Thank you very much.
Asante, asante.
Thank you. Members of the gallery, we also thank you for coming. Thanks.
Asante.
Yeah, asante. Okay, members of the media, thank you very much. We'll be back at, just say 2:45, so that is 1 hour and 15 minutes. She will need some time to pray and have lunch. Yeah. So thank you very much. We will see you at that time. Welcome, Madam Tabitha. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. And allow me to thank you for showing interest in the position advertised for member of the IEBC Commission, and to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves to you. Then after that, we will come over to you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome. I am the Vice Chair of this selection panel, and I want to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Is this Tabitha Mutemi of KBC Sundowner?
Yes.
You are the one,
I am the one.
So naitwa Andrew Tanui na karibu.
Asante.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Caroline Kituku, karibu.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Tabitha.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Adam Solo, a member of the selection panel.
Nice meeting you.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Good afternoon, Tabitha.
Good afternoon, Fatuma.
Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Nice.
Good afternoon, Madam Ndonga Mutemi.
Good afternoon, Ambassador.
Karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel. Karibu.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Tabitha.
Good afternoon.
Evans Misati, member of the selection panel. We welcome you to this interaction session.
Thank you.
Now we'll come to you, and we ask that you take 5 minutes or so to introduce yourself, highlight the things that you think are significant for us to know, and tell us eventually why Tabitha is suitable for this position that she's interviewing for. And if you are a member of any professional group, and if you have received any award or honor, also mention those to us. It would be nice for us to know. Kindly proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and esteemed members of the IEBC selection panel. My name is Tabitha Mutemi. I am a strategic communication and media management professional for 33 years. Out of 33 years, 26 have been in public service. I hold a Master of Arts in corporate communication from Daystar University. I have a Bachelor of Science in Environmental Health from Kenyatta University, a Diploma in Radio Production from the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. I also have several professional certificates, Strategic Leadership program from ESAMI and Kenya School of Government, a Senior Management course, Corporate Governance, and also Work Performance, among others. Currently, I am enlisted with the United Nations Global roster as Senior Communication and Media Management Consultant. I have had the privilege to conduct trainings in Juba, specifically with the Electoral Management Board in Juba, and also several other stakeholders. I am the chairperson of the Association of Professional Broadcasters in Kenya. I'm an active member of the Public Relations Society of Kenya, and also a facilitator for the CBD programs in PRSK. I'm a recipient of an excellence certificate from Public Relations Society of Kenya, and also an awardee for the PR Warrior. I'm also a recipient of the State Order of the Grand Warrior. I am very passionate about sharing knowledge, championing best practice, and also leveraging on real experience to create impact and growth. And I'm also very passionate about mentoring. I started my career at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in 1991 as a young radio producer, and I pioneered several programs. I was also quite popular in Sundowner. In late date, memories are made of this. And one of the things that I did is to volunteer to also participate in the Kikamba service at a time when vernacular stations were rare and undervalued. I also had an opportunity to work at the Presidential Press Unit, where I joined my seniors, the late Salim Mohammed, the late Leonard Mambo, James Abila, Willie Mwangi, and I was the only lady commentator. I have actually had my grounding on election at Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. As you will note from an appreciation letter from the then MD of Kenya Broadcasting, Simeon Anabwani. So I had my grounding in my career at the Kenya Broadcasting, and I covered elections in 1997. From Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in 1999 to 2005, I joined the media agency, and at the media agency, Broad-Based Promotions, I was able to hone my skills in developing policies, preparing media campaigns. I understood the importance of media planning using data and using audience consumption ratings. I also learned about media production of documentaries, which really helped me later in life. And I was able to start a program called Spiritual Diary, where we actually pioneered the televangelism at the time. I was able to produce programs for top local and international evangelism. Today, it's something that has taken its own top-rated genre. After I left the Broad-Based Promotions, I joined the Kenya Meat Commission. 2006 is when the Kibaki government reopened the Kenya Meat Commission, and I was employed there to establish the communications department. I held several stakeholder engagement programs. I rebranded Kenya Meat. I associate with the slogan, "A cut above the best." I was able to set up the website and the social media and the department to be running. 2009, December is when I left Kenya Meat Commission. 2010, January, I joined IEBC as a manager communication, corporate communication, yeah. I was also tasked with the work of establishing and operationalizing the communications department. I set up the website and the social media platform. I introduced the newsletter, quarterly newsletter called The Ballot. I introduced also weekly e-bulletin. I was able to set up a media curriculum.
These are the Kenya Meet, or this is where?
Now I'm at IBC.
IBC.
Yes. From 2010, January 2010 to January 2023. So I established the office in Kenya Meat Commission and also established the communication office at IEBC and set up the website, the social media platform. I came up with a training curriculum that we used to train the media across the country. I developed a framework for accreditation, and also up to date, I developed a framework which has become a standard operating reference point for developing terms of reference and specifications for voter education, stakeholder engagement, and public outreach media campaigns. I also developed, established, and this is a signature feature at the National Tallying Center. This is the National Elections Media Center, which hosts both local and foreign journalists. It can host about 200 journalists to be able to file their stories in real time and enhancing transparency and accountability in the electoral process. So through the National Elections Media Center, I was able to institutionalize media in the electoral process to enhance transparency. And in the National Media Center, there is also what we call an audio and live link from the auditorium. So the media people are able to relay what is happening in real time. And there is also an help desk where they would be assisted in case of they needed interviews or they needed any clarification. Another signature feature that has since been integrated that I established for the National Tallying Center is the National Elections Communications Center. And this is a system for monitoring threats and incidences around the electioneering period. Through what I developed 3 units, Operation Support Unit. So through the Operation Support Unit, the Commission is able to engage with all the returning officers, and we normally establish this center 2 weeks or 3 weeks before the election. So they're able to monitor whether they have gotten the material. If the elections officers have issue, the Commission is also able to give a real feedback. Then the second unit within the National Elections Communication Center is what we call the public support unit, which is open to the public, and they're able to call the Commission and share the Commission. Maybe they're not finding their name in the voter register. And also the other one is the multimedia, where we are able to monitor what is happening on the social media platform. So with the 3 units, you have what you call the 360 communication degree to be able to have any interventions through the public. If there is somebody says, maybe there's malpractice in this polling station, we are able to move very fast. We are able to clarify that with the Operation Support Unit. And when sometimes we are still waiting for the results, we are able to use the units to call and find out what is happening and give any help that is needed. So those 2 signature features, I was able to establish them. And also the logo of IBC, I am humbled to say that I spearheaded the development of the logo of IBC from IEBC, and that is also one of the things that was in the Kriegler report, to have a new image and new ethos. The logo of IBC is not just a visual identifier. It is a democratic promise by IBC to the people of this country that they are committed to conduct free and fair election. And the map of Kenya in the logo is about inclusivity, that every citizen in this part of the country matters, and that the Commission will be able to ensure that there is equal participation of every citizen across the country. And the white in the logo represents...
I'd like to stop you here. Do you want to move to finish the white, then move to what you're doing currently in a minute, please?
Yes, it is about the purity of the process, and the other elements that I introduced is a corporate prayer, the corporate signature tune, habari njema kwa Wakenya wote kuhusu tume huru ya uchaguzi isiyoegemea upande wowote. So that was a call. When you hear that call, IBC is calling you to action. So there are a lot of corporate elements. And out of that and the passion that I have, actually my nickname in the Commission, they called me Madam Image. Thank you, Chair, and members of the public, the panel.
Madam Image.
Yes.
So why did you leave?
I joined the Commission on 18th January 2010, and I left 18th January 2023. First, I find it divine. I've been in the same position for those years. Actually, I would not be ambitious if I didn't want to move to the next level. I'd actually wanted to leave in 2010, and when I shared with the chairman, he told me I support him for the 2022, then I can consider. But I'd actually wanted to leave after 10 years because I felt that I've established the communications department, I've set the systems, I've set the policies, somebody else can take over from there, and as I grow to the next level.
Okay. So what have you been up to?
I have been enlisted as a senior communication and media management with the United Nations. I've been training under the United Nations Integrated Electoral Assistance Team Program in South Sudan. I'm also a facilitator for the CBD program at the PRSK. And as we speak, next week I'll also be going to undertake training. So those are things that I'm very passionate about. And I'm also very much in touch with the electoral matters. Last week I attended a webinar, a session on strengthening electoral management bodies.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to invite Linda. Linda, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I must say, Tabitha, that your CV and the documents in accompaniment are very, self-explanatory. You have done a good job, a lot of experience, and I just want to commend you for that.
Thank you.
So now that you have worked with the IEBC before and with all that work you have done, now what new and relevant experience will you be bringing on the other side of policy making and strategic development of the Commission as a commissioner? This time not as a manager, but as a commissioner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I will bring on board leadership skills, governance skills, and also oversight skills. I've been a board member at the Media Council of Kenya for 3 years. I've been a leader in the profession, and I've also been given very senior roles, as you will note from my documents at IBC. So I'll be bringing those leadership skills to be able to undertake my oversight role very effectively. I also have resource mobilization skills, negotiation skills, and also networking skills. I looked for sponsorship when I was a young girl for Kenya Broadcasting for my programs. As I'd mentioned earlier, they were sponsored. At IBC, I was able to look for funding for the media campaign because when I came up with the concept for the National Elections Media Center and the National Elections Communication Center, we had not put it in the budget. So I was able to write proposals and get funding for up to a tune of almost $500 million. I'm very passionate, so I will ensure that the Commission is well resourced to be able to achieve its objective. I'm also very passionate about branding and also strategic communication. And one of the things that the commissioners are expected to do is to enhance the corporate image of the commission. So I'll be able to bring those skills on board. The other one is stakeholder management and also international relations. I was able to coordinate the first Commonwealth Electoral Network. I'd been given that responsibility. I've actually coordinated the Commonwealth Electoral Network biannual conference, the AU Electoral Management Forums, and also the International Conference for Great Lakes Region. It's a UN project in IBC. And in 2014, it was the first time that the Commonwealth was coming. The Secretary General was present, and they were handing over the CEN, which is the Commonwealth Electoral Network Steering Committee chairmanship, to the chairman then, Isaac Hassan from Canada. So I was instrumental, and I took the lead. Actually, most of the corporate events, I have always been taking the lead. I'm able to conceptualize from end to end, set objectives, set thematic areas, propose who is going to speak, and propose also the areas of discussion. So I'll be able to bring that on board.
Excellent. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to invite Carol to ask you some questions. Caroline, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Tabitha, from your experience and having been at IBC before, and IBC being an independent constitutional commission, what is it, or what are the legal safeguards that have made IBC an independent constitution commission?
One of them is security of tenure for the commissioners. It is it's six years, and the commissioners can only be removed through a constitutional process. The other thing is the independence in making decisions. IBC does not need to consult anybody in its decision making. Despite the fact that IBC is funded by the Exchequer through the Consolidated Fund, IBC manages its own resources. So it is independent in those aspects, among others.
Thank you. So it is independent, it has all those safeguards that you have spoken about, but it's still accountable to the people of Kenya.
True.
So how is IBC accountable to the people of Kenya?
IBC is accountable to the people of Kenya, one, through stakeholders. IBC should be able to communicate effectively and act responsibly. IBC, according to the IBC section, I think 26, it provides that IBC should observe the principle of public participation and the requirement to consult stakeholders. It should be accountable in the way it conducts its business and ensure that it involves the stakeholders in every process. Ensure that there is transparency and accountability. And I think IBC also, section 26 talks about in management of information, that IBC should publish and should make all important information, should publish and publicize all important information affecting the nation. And within its mandate, it should be able to share that information with the stakeholders. Yeah.
So how is IBC accountable to the President of Kenya, if at all, and to Parliament?
It is accountable in how it executes its business, in the sense that there is always the report, it's the accounting report that has to be taken to Parliament. The end of the year accounting report, the post-election evaluation reports, they are reports that IBC is supposed to take to Parliament. And also when it comes to budgeting, it is supposed to disclose to Parliament the budget, how it's going to spend that money, itemize the budget so that the Parliament can be able, through the committees, can be able to fund the IBC adequately. So when it comes to financing and the reports that are supposed to be shared with Parliament and also subsequently, I think, to the President.
All right, thank you very much. I wish you well, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki?
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Mutemi,
Yes,
you have, first let me join my colleague to congratulate you and appreciate much extensive experience that you have in media communication and what you have been able to personally achieve in your own career. Since you have experience at IEBC, I will not ask you our usual questions, but I would like to request you to tell this panel and the people watching you 3 things that you will do if you are fortunate to be a member to improve the conduct of election and the integrity of elections at IEBC.
The 3 things, internally or externally? Both. Thank you. One of them is institutionalized inclusion in IBC.
As you say how.
Okay. Institutionalized inclusion. IBC does not have a specialist in gender, inclusion, and disability. It is important that we have the concerns of people with disability, gender in the decision-making process. Also work with these teams, or when we are doing the mapping of polling station, work with them. When we are designing voter education materials, work with them. When we are, the IBC website and social media should be inclusive. We should ensure that it can be accessed by people with special interest groups and also people with disabilities. We should be able to have like the screen reader compatibility. We should be able to have keyboard navigators and other devices that we should be able to get advice from the experts so that we are really inclusive. Even in the recruitment, we should be able to attain the 5% that is required. So I would really ensure that we enhance inclusion and institutionalize it. The second thing is innovative voter education approaches. Right now, Madam, statistics show that by September 2024, there were 684 registered licensed radio and television stations. And out of the 684, 252 are radio and 246 are TV station. And data from the Media Council of Kenya and also the second quarter of the Communication Authority show that there is a very high penetration of mobile technology and also internet users. So we have there is an internet user penetration of 40.8%, which translates to 22.7 million. And this 22.7 million is even more than the number of the registered voters by IBC in 2022. So we should be able to have innovative ways. And 23% of the Kenyan population are on social media. We cannot sit down and just wait for budget and do the traditional voter education initiatives. We have to get out of the norm and be innovative. It shows also the leading social media platforms. We have WhatsApp channels today. We have, which actually corporate organizations are in WhatsApp channels. I've seen also international bodies. There is also the Instagram, there is Facebook, and there is also TikTok. We should be having even a voter educator on TikTok. We should be having a voter educator in Instagram. We should be having a voter educator on X. X is still the most vibrant and controversial, given the vibrancy of Kenyans on Twitter, now Kenyans on TikTok. So the statistics show that we have a big population on social media that IBC can embrace. The other one that I would look at in terms of improving is institutionalize training. We can have a digital, official digital training platform. I've seen a lot of international bodies doing that and having what we'd call a mandatory pre-election certificate, so that any official, before you are recruited, you'll have gone through that training. We can institutionalize, anybody can go there to refresh themselves and to refresh their, their training, and also have a mandatory assessment where before you are recruited, you should go through that. So we institutionalize that so that we can enhance the information education on electoral process, among others, Madam Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Madam Mutemi, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite FCP Tanui to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chair. Tapiva,
yes,
a follow-up question from one of my colleagues. You did not participate in the preparation of the annual report of IEBC?
The annual report, no, I didn't participate.
Even from being manager in charge of communication, you didn't have any role?
We have a big role. We've always participated, but I left in January 2023.
No, but the commission has been there for quite a while. So
I
all
did-
the previous annual reports, you've never participated?
I have.
So who is the consumer of the annual report?
It is Parliament and stakeholders.
So isn't that an accountability mechanism?
It is, sir. It is an accountability mechanism.
Thank you. Now, you told us you left in 2023.
Yes.
Having worked for 13 years.
Yes.
In the same position.
Yes.
Now you want to be a commissioner. So how will you address the same challenge that Tabitha faced of having stuck in one position for 13 years, now that you'll be a commissioner? How will you handle it differently?
Thank you very much for that question, because it's one of the things that has demoralized and has caused also people sometimes concentrate on looking for other jobs. Like my salary stagnated after 3 years. And most of the people who joined in 2010, the salary stagnated. So it is a demotivation. What I would do is I would expect the chairman to send a delegation of commissioners to Salaries CRC and engage with the commissioners of CRC. We see how we can expand the band.
So the issue is salary, not career progression?
Salary and also career progression. You have to wait for a vacancy to either someone to retire, to leave, exit, resign, or in the unlikely event.
So is that an SRC function or it's an internal function, the issue of career progression?
Career progression is an HR, so I would strengthen the HR policy to ensure that we have that career growth progression. But salary stagnation is also important. Being on the same salary for 10 years or 13 years or 15 years is not a very fair thing.
And lastly,
yes, sir.
It's been noted that there is a lot of political interference in staff appointments as in the last elections or in the past elections. So what policy would you propose to insulate IEBC staff from external influence while ensuring that there is merit-based recruitment?
One of the things as a state officer, I will be guided by the leadership and integrity principles to ensure selection is based on competence. It's also based on personal integrity. I just want to mention that I would also strengthen, which is also in line with the affirmative, with the recruitment, affirmative policy. Strengthen there, and I don't think there's a affirmative action policy, because when IBC, that is IIC, when IIC was in place in 2010, the commission ensured that there is gender balance at the senior management. We had 9 directorates. There was the directorate of Registrar of Political Parties, but when she separated from IIBC, we were left with 9 directorates. And the commission ensured there is balance. There were four of either gender. By the time we were living in 2022, there was 90% was of the same gender, because positions fell in place and the replacement did not look at the gender balance. As IBC cannot be advocating for stakeholders to take the 2/3 seriously when they themselves are not taking. We should be able to walk the talk. So as we speak, there was only 90%, only the HR that had a different gender. So we should ensure that, and the map of Kenya is, as I said, they are not just visualizers, identifier. It speaks of inclusion. Yeah, so we should ensure that there is inclusion and there is gender balance at the top, and also across all the other positions. In recruitment of the county election, constituency elections coordinators and the county election manager, one of the things which is a culture and a policy is to ensure that we have the face of Kenya in IEBC. And that also contributes to the image and the credibility of the organization. If somebody for purposes of this discussion is from Kisumu, the person who should replace should be from Kisumu. We should ensure that in every county we have a representative, and that is something that I will ensure that we stick to it. And the issue of affirmative action, and just to be fair, yeah.
Thank you, Tabitha.
Thank you, sir.
And maybe now, in your extra time, you can revert back to KBC for sundown. Some of us used to listen. Thank you.
Okay, but you need to attend to the issue of career progression.
Yeah.
I want to ask Misati to ask you some questions.
Tabitha, how are you today?
Fine, thank you, sir.
Now, mine, I know that you have had a good experience in IPC, and you know every corner of IPC. Now, it has been said, or it's very common that the CEO of IPC, we have had several CEOs. Some of them have had a very good relationship with the chair or the commissioners, and some of them have had a very stormy relationship. So would you attribute that, from your experience, given that you were inside, would you attribute that to the personality or to the institution from your experience, in the structure of the institution, or what will you say about it?
The law, I've worked very closely as head of communication with the two offices since 2010 up to 2022. Very closely with the offices of CEO and very closely with the office of chairman. The law is very clear, but I think there is institutional ambiguity. I will not get into details of what could be the reason, probably maybe other interests, but I would propose that because we have an audit committee, we need to strengthen the audit committee. We need to come up with a policy. We need to come up with a procedure for mediation, and that can be domiciled under the audit committee, because the audit committee, they are external experts, and they are recruited by the commission. I think that is also, it was a gazette notice for the constitutional commissions and independent offices. So they get two experts, people who are respected in the audit committee. So I would propose that we have a policy and a mediation procedure, because we cannot be talking about conducting dispute resolution for other stakeholders, yet we cannot do that for ourselves. Yeah. That is something the chairman and the commission should look into, so that they strengthen that committee and before things spill out, because one of the things that has destroyed the image of IEBC drastically is those divisions between the CEO, the chairman, and also the commissioners themselves.
That's good. So you've given an opportunity, a commissioner, you will put that in place.
I would strongly propose that we should be able to do that mediation internally. Have that mechanism internally before this.
What do you say to the fact that some CEOs were liming well with the commission and some were not? So is it an issue of personalities also, or because some were working well and some were not working well? So if you are referring, what you are doing, we are referring to is in relation to those who had disputes. So what do you say about the ones who were working well? Were they being compromised, or what is happening?
I think the only CEO who has not had divisions is the current CEO, but all the others, there has been an issue between the CEO, the chairman. There's been those divisions. So it could be different things. Those divisions, as you see, when commissioners are full-time, if they are not careful, they can find themselves joining camps. So that is one of the things that the commissioners that come on board, they should ensure that they don't form camps with the secretariat. If there are issues that need to be resolved, they need to be resolved internally at the governance level. Because some of the other things that I saw play out is like leakages of information. If there is information that has leaked that was between the CEOs and the chairman, it creates mistrust. Yeah, so we need a very good framework under the mediation committee.
So framework on mediation and dispute resolution.
Yes.
Now, on the same, what happened that the boardroom lecture that we show, in your own thinking, did it spill over to the secretariat or to other directorates? The division that we saw, did it spill to the other secretariat or directorates? And if so, if you are given an opportunity, how will you make sure that that is sorted so that we can move as a
the divisions in the boardroom or divisions at Bomas?
The divisions within the commission. Of course, it was in public area that there were divisions. So did they spill to the secretariat? And if you are given an opportunity and you find that, of course, they did that and they are still working, how would you make sure that you now bond and move together as a team?
Yes, as I said, to mitigate that is what I've proposed about mediation, but also to have team building, to be able to, and just be honest. And let me say this, conflicts are normal, and especially in dynamic environments. But the true test of leadership is when those conflicts are transformed into opportunities to dialogue, to clarify issues, and strategy alignment. If you remember, and I would invite you to go to the YouTube and look at the statement the chairman, late chairman, may the Lord rest his soul, gave on 18th of October when he said that he is trying to put changes. We had actually been appointed as a project team for the presidential fresh elections. I was among the 6. And the chairman was saying that he was frustrated at the boardroom and that he would rather bow out with his head intact and with his name intact and his head high than be drawn into partisan where personal interest overrides the national interest. That's what he said. And when the chairman was giving that statement, it was only me and another manager. And of course, we had, it's Mr. Marijan, who was the chair of the project team, and there were no commissioners, and you could see the pain in him. But what I want to appreciate the 2 commissioners is that they were able, because the chairman said those who had been adversely mentioned, the secretariat and also the commissioners, they should resign. But one thing that they did, and that is, to me is a mark of leadership, is to be able to transform these challenges into opportunities to dialogue, to align themselves strategically, and also to clarify issues. And they were able to finish the race, the 3 of them. Yeah.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
I want to invite Fatuma Saman to ask also some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Tabitha?
Yes, madam.
From your perspective, what are the practical structures that IEBC has put in place that are used to engage the stakeholders? The practical structures that IEBC has put in place to ensure that stakeholder engagement happens.
One of the practical structures is a stakeholder policy, that there's a framework to guide that. The other thing is there is, I don't know how to put it, but there is a bank of all we've done stakeholder mapping, and we have contacts that have been put in place. The right word has escaped my mind. Yeah, but being able to have that contact list of all the stakeholders that we can call them and engage with them at any point after doing the stakeholder mapping. So we know who our stakeholders are. But what we need to do, because of the issue of inclusivity, which I'm very passionate about, is to ensure that we have disaggregated data, like when we are doing voter registration, so that we can understand the forms of disability and come up with a strategic intervention measures. The other thing is to strengthen the political parties liaison committee. When the commission started, I was a member of the political parties liaison committee. We need a collaborative framework, because one of the things that the political parties liaison committee has accused IBC is that they send junior staff who cannot make decisions. And IBC feels that when the senior people come, which they actually demand for either the chair or the commissioner, they are a bit hostile. And they also, in the political parties, they have very junior members who are not also able to make decisions. So that is something that can be worked out with a collaborative framework, so that there is mutual and beneficial and respective engagement. Because IBC cannot do without political parties, and political parties cannot do. It's a symbiotic relationship. So we need to be very intentional. We need to work with our stakeholders. And stakeholders can legitimize a process. Political party stakeholders can calm the environment in a politically charged environment. And stakeholders can also legitimize your stay in office. So we need to be intentional, we need to have framework, we need to engage each other honestly, and put the interest of this country before our personal interest.
Thank you. Is there any outcome that you can associate with stakeholder engagement during your time? And any kind of productivity that you saw?
Yes. The policies. The post-election evaluation report is an outcome of the stakeholders, successful stakeholders engagement. The infomercials that we've had and documentaries, they are also as a result of the stakeholders engagement. And most of the policies have also been a product of engaging, because anytime, like if it is you're doing a communication policy or you're doing an ICT policy, you have to get the views of the stakeholders. So most of the policies are a product of a successful engagement with the stakeholders. And also production of the voter education materials are also a product of stakeholder engagement.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
I invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions.
Mutemi.
Yes, sir.
Having worked at the IEBC and other places where the face and the corporate image is very important, now you are seeking an opportunity to become a commissioner. And as we know, the commissioners is the IEBC. Because right now we are saying nothing is moving in IEBC because there are no commissioners. We know that elections are very dynamic. Policies evolve, technology changes, and the political climate shifts every now and then. How do you personally lead through such volatility?
Personally?
Yes, as a member.
Thank you very much for that question. In fact, one of the things that I would do is once you give me this opportunity and God guides me, is to sensitize political parties, the candidates, because people don't know how to behave when they win and when they lose. the candidates should be sensitized in such a way that they will take, they will actually engage or they will urge their voters to celebrate in a way that they are humble, they are responsible, and with grace. Recognizing that leadership is a call to service, not a license to boast around. And those also who lose, they should be encouraged to accept with dignity and resilience, knowing that democracy is about participation, not winning. And that brings me to the point that there is a lot of profiling. In 2013, after the elections, a friend of mine invited me for a housewarming in Ukambani. And we used to work with her in KBC. And when she introduced me, there was unison, chief thief. They called me chief thief because of the political dimensions. When I am in Nairobi and I've been I've been appointed in the project, you are actually maligned that you are aligned to a particular political class. When you go home, you are a traitor. So you are just like an orphaned a person. And one thing that has given me resilience, Mr. Bore, is that I lost my parents at a very prime age, at the age of, both my parents at the age of 19 years old. I'm the second born. And I have navigated life's challenges with resilience, hard work, and determination. I've never had godfathers or godmothers. And I am actually a beacon of hope for those young people who lose their parents at a very prime age. And I'm still a pillar of strength to my family and many relatives. And it is a responsibility that I take with humility because it has defined who I am, a person of integrity, a person of resilience, and a person of unwavering faith. And I'm a self-driven person and purpose-driven. And one thing that I know is that when you do the right thing, even the intervention protection steps in. And integrity has a way of attracting support and vindication.
Sorry about your loss, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I invite our professor to also ask you some questions. Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Tabitha, let me revisit this stagnation in IEBC, because you're not the first one who's telling us that. Does IEBC have the concept of internal adverts, where positions one can only rise because they are within the ranks?
Whether it is a policy?
On internal adverts, so that only those who are already inside can apply for promotion, for example.
It actually depends with the positions. Some positions are open for external, like CEO position, and I think deputy CEO positions. They are open for external applications as well. But you can apply. It's just like this one here, that you've had a lot of IBC people applying.
What I'm trying to get at is that at the communication ladder where you were in IEBC, was there anywhere else to go after that, or would you have to go into the mainstream administrative?
That is why I am here, because there was, but one thing that I would do given the opportunity is to strengthen, to have communication as a directorate. And we've never had a commissioner who is well-grounded in communication and media matters, because IBC is a communicative organization. Communication builds public trust, it builds credibility, and it clarifies a lot of issues, which is what is ailing IBC.
Thank you very much. My last question.
Yes, sir.
Is a crisis response question. Tabitha Ndunge Mutemi has made it to the commission and is a commissioner. So it's a hypothetical question. IBC has just concluded an election where one of the commissioners has been accused in the media of interfering with results transmission. The accusation is unverified. How would Tabitha Ndunge Mutemi address this issue to maintain public confidence in the commission?
If you don't mind, could you please repeat it again?
I repeat it. It's
Thank
a
you.
hypothetical question.
Yeah.
Commissioner Tabitha Ndunge Mutemi is in office. The 2027 election has just been concluded, and one of the commissioners is accused in the media of interfering with the results transmission. This accusation is, however, unverified. How would Commissioner Tabitha Ndunge Mutemi, who's the communication specialist in the commission, address this issue to maintain public confidence in the commission?
Thank you very much. You've just said not verified. So if the commission, those are unverified rumors, would issue a statement and just state that they are rumors and they are unverified. If there is an element or a gray area, because it's always good to have your facts right, we will say that we will undertake. We are concerned about that issue because it's a big concern. It touches on the credibility and the image of the commission. We will investigate and get back. And if we say we will investigate and get back because it's a very, especially anything that touches the commissioners, it is very urgent. We'll get back to the media tomorrow and we get back once we've gotten our facts right. But if it is outright rumor, we just dismiss it as outright rumor.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, do you want to ask the last two questions, please?
Sure, Tabitha. In this last segment, through the chair, we ask high school questions. And we start with your area of expertise. And I also take this opportunity to congratulate you on your milestones all the way from KBC.
Thank you, sir.
And you did tell us and even mention names of household names in KBC, including your own program, soothing program, I have to say, on Sundowner. I'm sure my colleague Caroline is not aware of it.
Clearly. Yeah.
She might have heard of it, but I don't think she listened to it. But there was also the alternative press at that time. I can just mention for you a few of them in the print.
Yes.
Like Finance, like Nairobi Law Monthly. And there was another one that an editor called Pius Nyamora used to edit. What was its title?
You mentioned which one and which one?
I mentioned Finance, which was Bed and Bulga, I believe. I'm not so sure. There was Nairobi Law Monthly. It started with the Gitobu, then changed hands later. I'm inquiring Society. Who was the editor?
I can't recall. Pass.
I pass that one. Then I go to a general one.
Take me to broadcast, not print.
Okay, let me, since it's a request, I've never had a request, but since you have given me,
Oh, thank you.
since you have given me a request, I think there used to be a program, was it Golden, you can finish for me? There was no Golden something?
Memories are made of this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Who produced that?
We were quite a number because we used to have it. And I think it's still there very early in the morning when we open the station. Memories are made of this.
So
the golden
you are
days.
many, you can't say the others.
There is Wanjiro Kago. There is John Obongo Jr. There was Regina Githaiga. There was Tabitha Mutemi.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, now let me ask outside broadcast
Yes.
a general question.
Yeah.
Name any 2 African countries that border the Red Sea.
2 African countries that border the Red Sea.
The Red Sea.
Egypt. There is Egypt. There is wild guess, Congo.
Thank you.
It's really wild.
Okay.
It has brought humor in the room. Oh.
So who did you leave behind as Madam Image?
The structure of IBC has two managers, corporate affairs, and also someone in charge of media. So there's a lady who came in 2022. But there's also my position that is vacant.
Okay.
Yeah. And I have a very good team, very able team. I started with most of them in 2010. I prepared them, and they are quite competent. I'm quite proud of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's been a great pleasure listening to you and just hearing your perspectives, your understanding of the operations of IBC, and highlighting your contribution, which is significant. Whether you get this position you have applied for or not, you have made a good contribution to the institution, and we want to thank you for it.
Thank you, sir.
We have come to the end. Feel free to pick your notebook and the pen, and then you have your big folder at the door with a gentleman. It needed us to have the folder maybe some 2 days before. And maybe in future we'll need to make a recommendation that people need to send their folders in advance for us to be able to study and see them. You have a very good folder, and we appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Asante, and we wish you well.
Do I say something?
Please do. Yes.
First, I'm happy that I left that vacancy so that the staff can also be promoted. And I pray that they are promoted to that level. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to come before this esteemed selection panel. And I just want to assure you and to promise you, should you give me this position, I will exercise my duty with the highest degree of care, skill, and diligence. I will bring honor to this country and to the office that I will be serving. I wish you well, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. Siae Paloshe Tobiko. Yes, yes, yes. Loshe Tobiko, please have a seat. Okay. Yeah. We also welcome those who have come to join the gallery. We hope that they are your intercessors.
I need them.
My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chairman of this selection panel, and let me say that we are grateful that you took note of our advert and demonstrated your interest by application. And I would like to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same, and that's why you're here today. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves. You most likely have a pen and a notebook, so that you can use as and when you need. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Biko.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Linda Kiome. I am the Vice Chair of this panel. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I don't know whether I'll know how to pronounce. Naisai.
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 Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi. Nataka nikukaribisha. Karibu.
Asante.
Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Caroline Kituku, karibu sana.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Paloshe.
Good afternoon, Prof.
I pronounced it right?
Yes, you did.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
My pleasure.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, na karibu sana.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, fellows.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Tobiko Paloshe.
Good evening, ma'am.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I am a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Tobiko.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Evans Misati, and I'm a member of the selection panel. I learn your name as we move.
I pray so. Thank you
Thanks so much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Now, Madam Paloshe, we will come to you. The desire is to get to know you. And as we do that, you help us relate who you are with the position that you're applying for and why you think you're suitable for that position. Let us know if you have any membership in a professional society and if you have any award. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the distinguished panel. It's my honor to meet all of you. Like you have heard, my name is Naisiai Paloshe Tobiko. I am an elections manager of over 15 years and counting, and I am a trained communications person with a bachelor's degree in communication from Daystar University. I also hold a master's degree from the Institute of Diplomacy and International Studies at the University of Nairobi. My master's is in diplomacy. I hold a few other credentials, certifications from various institutions in the electoral-related fields. Went to secondary school in Kericho, having schooled the elementary years of primary school in Kajiado, where I grew up. Chair, my relationship with elections, governance and elections management started in 2007, which was my first time to visit a polling station. I visited purely out of curiosity because as someone who was a candidate and I was going to show my support. And the scene is yet to leave my mind. What I saw at the polling station got me thinking, there has got to be a different way of doing things. I saw chaos, I saw disorganization with papers all over. You couldn't tell who was in charge of the polling station. And from that purely chance interaction or meeting with what I would later on get to know was an organized field of elections management, I developed interest in elections management. And when in 2010, the IEBC, the Interim Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, was put in place, I put in my application, and I was successful. I was recruited as a constituency elections coordinator and posted to work in Kajiado North. At the time, Kajiado North was not what it is today. Kajiado North today is purely what we know as Route 126. At the time, Kajiado North started all the way from near Naivasha, Maimahio, a place called Ewasongidongi, or what you perhaps loosely would know as Ewasokidong. Started right from there, the first polling station would be there, and all the way to a place called Pakase in Magadi, at the border of Kenya and Tanzania. If you remember the story of Babwa Loliondo, it was literally just across the road from one of our stations. And so my posting to work in Kajiado North was practically, literally baptism by fire, but I must admit that I learned a great deal. And whereas I did not think I would last long in elections management, I actually developed an interest. And I must mention that among the people that trained us in elections management is the Honorable Kukimuli, and it was quite an exposure. Kajiado North at the time was not just vast in size, but it was extremely heated politically. It was very heated politically. I remember the then Member of Parliament calling my chairman at the time, Ahmed Isaac Hassan, and asking him if there was wisdom in posting a small girl to Kajiado North. At the time, of course, I was smaller both in size and in age, and the Honorable Member of Parliament thought it was not very wise. But thank God for the confidence that Ahmed Isaac Hassan had in the staff. He assured the Member of Parliament that I would be able to handle Kajiado North. And true to his word, I did handle Kajiado North very well. I was able to conduct the 2010 referendum. I was able to conduct, I was lucky to be one of the constituencies that was picked to carry out a mock election, because after the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, the Commission saw it fit to carry out a mock election in some constituencies to try out the practicability, how possible it was for us to hold 6 elections in one day. And Kajiado North was one such constituency. And so I got to experience firsthand what it was to carry out an expanded 6-ballot election on the same day. Sadly, in 2012, we lost the then Member of Parliament, and I conducted a by-election again in Kajiado North. And I must admit that all these experiences and these exposures have, over time, honed and equipped my knowledge in both elections management, among other things. Kajiado North was very politically charged, and I would get to experience the temperatures, particularly being from the community. I had not exactly experienced or even known what clan I came from until I was posted to Kajiado North. During boundary delimitation, it was made very clear that I belonged to a clan. I had grown up knowing I'm just, I'm child of the community. But then during boundary delimitation, it became very clear that there was, besides other considerations, there was the issue of clanism. Needless to mention, I was able to maneuver all those dynamics, and we had a very successful boundary delimitation in Kajiado North that gave birth to 2 additional constituencies, that is Kajiado East, that was largely hived off Kajiado North and some parts of Kajiado Central, and also Kajiado West, which was purely hived out of Kajiado North constituency. Mr. Chairman, after the 2012 boundary delimitation, I was posted to Limuru constituency, where I returned for the 2013 general election. Limuru constituency was largely a good place to work because literacy levels high, people are knowledgeable. It was a good place to work. It was not as tough, and of course in size it was relatively small. From Limuru constituency in 2012, I returned for the general election of 2013, and the following year, 2014, Mr. Chair, I was deployed at the head office. I was actually promoted and taken to the headquarters to serve as manager in the office of the chairperson and also as personal assistant to the then chairperson, Mr. Ahmed Isaac Hassan. My posting there literally opened my eyes to a totally different dynamic of elections management. I got to interact with policy. That was the first time I I interacted with policy, because serving in the office of the chair and being personal assistant to the chair, it meant that I went through both management papers, committee papers, and sometimes I was privy to a number of classified discussions at the plenary. That opened my eyes to really what happened behind scenes, because at the constituency level, yours is to wait for a past policy and instruction and just implement. And so having getting that opportunity to serve in the office of the chairperson opened yet another field for me. And soon after, in 2015, after the chairman noticed my desire to learn and to know more about elections, the East Africa community put together a team of election experts from various East Africa countries. And what they used to do, they called it the pre-election expert mission. I got an opportunity to serve in one such mission to Burundi in 2015. I served in the pre-election expert mission in Burundi, where our main terms of reference was basically to assess the preparedness of that country to hold elections. That exposed me to a regional, to the regional dynamics of carrying out an election, of conducting an election. I also was lucky enough to serve in such a mission, such a similar mission in Uganda and in Tanzania. At this point, I must admit that I had gotten completely, hooked to the field of elections management and governance at large. My last such regional posting was in 2019, when I served under the African Union as part of the technical team that was offering technical support to the Electoral Commission of Malawi during their 2019 tripartite elections. Chair, at the headquarters, I served as personal assistant to the chairman, and as soon as the Ahmed Isaac-led commission exited, I was posted to serve as a manager field services in 2017. That would be the first time I got to, serve outside of elections, where the rubber meets the road, now that I'm at the headquarters. But in 2017, not very clear what I needed to do, because I was in field services, and field services was not a fully established office. It was not very clear what the terms of what the job description was for that particular office. But in 2017, what I did, I put together a small team, purely my own initiative. I put together a team that had someone from legal, someone from ICT, someone from operations, that is DVREO, and someone from HR. And what we did, I approached some donors. We got a little money, and what we did, we put together what would be the similitude of a call center, basically to supplement what the call center was doing. But this particular one, we called it the Operation Support Unit. What we were doing was offering real-time support to the field officers. So if any field officer had a challenge, all they needed to do was to call the Operation Support Unit. You might want to call it a rapid response unit, and we offered that support. That share was my own personal initiative. It was nowhere in any of the management papers. All I did was to approach the CEO, sold out my idea, and we were able to do that. Before 2017 was over, unfortunately, of course, the general election, the presidential election was nullified, and there was need to have a fresh presidential election. Sadly, one of the county elections managers had a really rough time and had been almost abused in the field. But then there was need to have a fresh presidential election, and there was need to have someone go and serve in Kilifi. In one of the sittings with commissioners, they were wondering, so who do we send to Kilifi? And I said, I'll go. And I remember the commissioner who was then in charge of HR wondering, are you sure you will hack it? You've seen what your colleague has gone through. But I went to Kilifi for the fresh presidential election, and I had, it was challenging, yes, but we were able to return for the fresh presidential elections chair. I have also served as manager commission services, which is where I am currently. Now, manager commission services is basically, you are personal assistant to all the commissioners. So you're no longer just an assistant to the chair, but you're personal assistant to all the commissioners. Serving as a manager commission services gave me yet another opportunity to closely serve with commissioners, interact with them, see some plenary decisions, committee papers. At that point, I Chairman, that's when I started thinking, maybe I am ripe to be commissioner. I've given it a shot before, and this is my second shot. I believe, Chair, I am ready to serve at a higher level, not just because I have this 15 years of experience, but because I believe I have a granular understanding of the institution that is IEBC. I know the pinpoints. I have served at the constituency, I have served at a county, I have served at various levels at the headquarters. I know exactly where it hurts us the most. And I thought I would put myself forth and you know, if I find favor with this committee, get an opportunity to serve at a policy level. So Chair, basically in introduction, that's who I am, and that's why I'm here.
Thank you. Karibu sana. I want to ask Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Tobiko, out of all these experiences working at IEBC, which one in particular was the toughest? The one that made your leadership skills be tried and tested? And please share with this panel about that one experience.
Thank you, ma'am. I will cite two. Serving in the office of the chairperson meant that I literally had to experience everything the chairman was going through. And I had to experience the good, the bad, and the ugly. As a personal assistant to the chair, you cannot decide which experiences to share. That particular experience for me did not just, serving as his personal assistant, did not just prepare me for leadership roles, but it opened my eyes to know how best to handle differences and how to separate myself from what is happening. Watching that particular group being banded out of office was a very difficult time for me. And yet we had to put up a brave face because there was need for us to remain strong. The chairman had made it very clear that he needed to protect the secretariat, and so we had to remain strong and basically just, you know, put your emotions aside and go through this. That for me is one experience that I couldn't ask for a better, you know, training school or training ground for leadership at whatever capacity. The other one was Kajiado North constituency. Kajiado North constituency brought to life a number of things that I had not been exposed to. I did not know that just being from my community wasn't enough, that suddenly it mattered what clan you came from, and suddenly you needed to know, out of these applicants, who is from where. But I'm proud of one thing. It did not matter to me. All that mattered was the qualifications. Are you qualified? Whether you come from clan A or clan B, or indeed not even from that particular community. And it sharpened my judgment. It sharpened my judgment because I would know that this one feels like they have access to me because I'm from a specific clan. So those two experiences, ma'am, I would cite those two as having been the biggest training ground for me.
After experiencing that, did it change your perspective in how you view the elections and how the elections were being conducted at the time? And now coming over to this other side, what will you do differently as a commissioner?
Yes, one thing, let me cite the experience of serving as a personal assistant of the then chairman, Ahmed Isaac Hassan. I think one of the things that experience prepared me for, I know for a fact that elections management is not only a very lonely field, but it could as well be a death to someone's career. And I applied for this job fully aware of the fact that it could just be, you know, ushering myself to an end of a career in elections management, but then you count the cost and you carry your cross. So yes, that one has prepared me for that, and I'm fully aware of that fact. But most importantly, I'm aware of the fact that as a commissioner, or indeed any elections manager, your fidelity has got to be to nothing else and no one else other than the Constitution and the people of Kenya. Number one. Number two, Kajiado North opened my eyes to learn to appreciate the dynamics of this country. I realized that it's not just that particular constituency where clans matter, but there are other constituencies that have the same dynamics. given that situation or confronted with such a situation, I think I would know I'm better prepared to handle the dynamics of any constituency, having worked from that particular cosmopolitan constituency.
Okay, thank you very much. And I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to invite Carol Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Biko?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I'll not ask you about the mandate of the IEBC because I'm sure that you are versed with that. So let's talk about the future of the IEBC.
About?
The future.
The future.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So the report of the Joint Parliamentary Select Committee on IEBC proposed several areas for reform that would improve the electoral processes. Could you walk us through some of those reforms and what they mean, and should you become successful, how you would interact with those proposals?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I think one of the things that to me speaks about hope for the IEBC is the fact that this particular call was put out and so many people put themselves out there. And not just so many people, but very many members of the commission. Key among the proposals that was made by that particular joint committee was, or rather is, the need to stagger the recruitment of commissioners. Allow me to speak about that because it's very close to my heart. I totally agree with the idea of staggering the recruitment of commissioners or having commissioners onboarding at different times. But I have an even better suggestion of how to do this, because whereas we had an opportunity to have done that with the first one, we lost out on it. But perhaps what we should consider as a country is actually having the proposal, and I pray that it finds buy-in, to have internals at any one time. There's a recruitment. If we are not, because we have lost the opportunity to stagger, could we have at least one or two internal member of staff who will bear not just the institutional memory, but who will make it easy for the commissioners that are coming to onboard. In that case, because I believe that the spirit behind the proposal to stagger the recruitment was so that there is institutional memory. If we have a member of staff at any one time being recruited, then we have a repository of that knowledge, and it becomes a lot easier. It becomes a lot easier to onboard the rest of the commissioners. How? Let me speak a bit about our processes. There was, and forgive me if I'm wrong on this, I think there was a proposal. There was a proposal to have registration as a voter being tied into acquisition of an ID. I could be wrong. I don't know if that is where I'm reading this, but it's definitely a proposal that would be welcome to me. It would be welcome because then it would reduce, one, the cost of voter registration. Number two, it would make it a lot easier for us to onboard people that are attaining the age of majority. Yes. Did I miss something?
Yeah. Is that all? All right. So there was a proposal, particularly on the ensuring the independence of the observers.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
And one of the proposals was that there was need for a legal framework that would guide the monitoring of elections by observers. What would you think the Commission would need to implement that particular recommendation?
Right. My apologies, I'd missed that out. The Commission might not need much to implement that. Actually, what we need, we already have a department, our Department of Partnership, that deals with observers, both long-term and short-term. Perhaps what we need to do as an institution is to ensure that observers are allowed. Is the word allowed? No, but observers become a part of the process. Every part of the electoral cycle, they are involved, and these observers ought to be brought on board very early on in the day, so that we do not have them coming to observe tallying of results, and they did not observe registration, they did not observe the pre-electoral activities. What the Commission perhaps needs to do is we need to tighten that particular aspect, because it's already under partnership, and ensure, but more than just ensuring that observers are onboarded in every phase of the electoral cycle, also have them ensure that they give reports, and these reports are consumed by both the Commission and the public.
And lastly, there was also a proposal on the need to adopt electronic voter registration, voting and electronic voting and biometric voter registration. What would be your views on this? Should you become a member of the Commission, particularly on the voting, on the electronic voting?
On biometric voter registration, we already have made great strides in that area, right from 2010 when we piloted BVR and moved away from OMR to BVR, we have made strides. But let's talk about electronic voting. Whereas that is where we should be heading as a country, I am not very sure it's something that can be implemented immediately. It ought perhaps to be gradually implemented, and I think the Commission is on the right track on this, because we already have embraced voter registration, biometric voter registration to be precise. We have electronic voter identification, and we have the electronic transmission of results. Maybe to better it is to expand it so that we do not just transmit presidential, but be able to transmit a little more than that, and we could purely pilot on a few constituencies what it would like to have a fully electronic system. It can be piloted, and we can roll it out in phases. One of the main challenges, of course, is the issue of financing, and given the fact that these gadgets will only serve for a certain phase, and before that you need to improve them. However, I think it's something that we ought to pilot, and should I find favor with this Commission, I would insist that we try and pilot it. Let's see how it works. And with the population that we have right now, particularly the young people, it becomes a lot easier to introduce or to bring in pure electronic voting.
Thank you very much. I wish you well, and over to you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I want to invite Koki to ask you some questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam Tobiko.
Yes, ma'am.
You have clearly a granular understanding of IEBC, and I listened very carefully to you as you explained the two areas that influenced or drove you to enhanced your passion and desire to work for election management. And I think you have done quite well in that area.
Thank you, ma'am.
I wanted to ask, we have been grappling with trust deficit. We have also been grappling with the issue of lack of confidence in the IEBC. Yet the people we have been having these interviews with have given us so much hope. And they speak like it is another IEBC than the one we hear on the side. So I want to ask you, given a chance to become a member of IEBC, what are the 3 important things you will do to address the image of IEBC, to enhance the trust and to enhance confidence, so that we can be able to achieve our collective objective as a country?
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you. Allow me to address the one on trust deficit. One of the things I think we need to make peace with as a country is that in any given election, there will be a winner and there will be a loser, granted. And if we start from the knowledge that going into an election, you could either win or lose, it prepares those that will lose to actually be, how do I put it, to be gracious in the loss and to not look for scapegoats. Because what has battered the Commission, and I speak as one of them, is the continuous battering by the political class. When a politician loses in an election, whether a candidate, let me use candidate so that I'm at peace with the my brothers from the political parties, when a candidate loses elections, the first person to throw stones at is the commission. And I wish we were throwing stones at the commission, not because someone has lost, but because the commission has failed in terms of processes. I think we need as a country to separate processes from the outcome of the result. If we have failed in the process, then you can blame us as an institution. And so to address this, what I would propose, Ambassador, and we already have started, by the way, we have started a program where we conduct elections in schools, we give talks in schools, both primary and secondary. And what we do when we conduct an election in school, we tell all the candidates, prepare 2 speeches. Prepare a winning speech so that should you win, this is the one you'll give, and prepare a conceding speech. Should you lose, you must also, and we go through the speeches to make sure that there are no insults hurled at your opponent if you lose. What we are doing is trying to inculcate a culture in the younger generation, not so much because we have given up on the older population, or perhaps that is close, that's almost really where we are, because the older population is convinced if I lost an election, it's because IEBC did. It's never because a candidate failed to do. And if we were to sit down and have a candid conversation with candidates, we would actually point and tell them, you lost because of ABCD. Hardly has it got anything to do with the processes of the commission. So number one, inculcate a culture of acceptance of results without necessarily looking to scapegoat. Number two, I would build on voter education. What voter education does, it prepares the electorate. It actually opens their minds to know that this is the process. You can literally audit the process. And once you audit the process, you'd be able to know that on this particular failure, it is IEBC. But on this one, I blame the candidate. So I would enhance voter education, and I hope I'll get an opportunity to talk about how I would propose that. And I would also really go big on stakeholder engagement. Stakeholder because the same political class, independent candidates, and the electorate, those are our key stakeholders. I would engage them and look for people that can actually be our ambassadors to help and educate the populace to know that, you know, judge IEBC based on ABCD. Make a tick list. Did IEBC achieve this? Were their processes okay? Were there materials at the polling station? Were the stations opened on time? So that we separate the outcome of the result or the loss of an election from IEBC. If we have contributed to that, then yes, we can be judged based on that. But if our processes are beyond par, then let every other stakeholder carry their cross. So I would be looking at inculcating a culture of acceptance of results. I would go big on voter education, and I would really enhance our stakeholder engagement.
Thank you so much, Madam Tobiko, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Chair, thank you.
I welcome FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Paloshe.
Yes, sir.
Isaka-san, in his book, you know, one of the things he observed is that when he was leaving IEBC, I think in 2017, which you've alluded to, you know, as he was issuing the press statement, there were staff who were behind him, and they were shedding tears. So were you one of them?
I didn't stand behind him. I locked myself up in my office and cried my heart out. Yes, yeah. I did. But I hid in the office.
Yeah, so I hear you through that experience. Now, you've said you know where it hurts most at IEBC. So where does it hurt most at IEBC?
Thank you. Thank you, Bonetanui. This is where it hurts most. Two things I will point out. At the policy level, we develop policy and almost detach ourselves, now the policy developers, from the person who's going to implement the policy. My experience as a returning officer, both at the constituency and at the county, is that we are almost disjointed. It's almost like there's two institutions. We have the policy makers who often, and I really plead that this doesn't come out as pointing fingers, who often do not know exactly how this policy will affect the person implementing. So one, it hurts exactly where the rubber meets the road, because it comes out as there is Commission A and Commission B. What I would propose to address this is to get the consumer and the person who's going to implement this policy to be involved, even if it's just in a small way. Let's involve them so that we make them own those policies. It doesn't look like I have received this and I'm going to implement. Allow me to be a part of it. And I dare say that we have an extremely knowledgeable field staff, very knowledgeable, very intelligent. Given an opportunity, they would definitely contribute to policy better than we have been doing.
You had said two.
Oh, you wanted two?
No, you.
Oh, I said two.
Yeah,
okay.
you said two.
I can give you a second one.
Mm-hmm.
Where it hurts the most is when the same people that are policy makers have wrangles within boardrooms, and the field staff that have absolutely no idea what is happening in the boardroom have to walk around with the shame of knowing that baba na mama wanapigana. And the ones in the constituency are the ones that bear the brunt. Why? Because the person known in the constituency, flesh and blood, is that constituency elections coordinator. Perhaps the best they see of commissioners is on TV. Okay? So when we have wrangles in the boardroom, the person who walks around having to offer an explanation, often to things that they know nothing about, is that person at the ground level. That, sir, is where it really, really hurts.
Now, Palosha, you have a unique advantage. You've told us you are the PA to Isaka-san.
Yes, sir.
And now you've said you are the PA to all the commissioners.
I was, yeah.
You are. Or even you've said you are the manager commission
services still,
which is like PA to all the. So you have actually been operating at the commission level.
Yes.
And actually you are saying the challenge is at this commission level, this commissioners where the policy issues are not being cascaded or the field officers are not being involved. Appreciating, there was a judgment, I think the ESCC judgment, where they said commission is actually the commissioners.
That's true.
That they can, and even I believe you are aware, even now IBC, there are some things you are saying you can't do because there are no commissioners. Yeah. Meaning commission is the commissioners.
Yes, sir.
That means, and also the fact that commissioners are full-time, isn't it?
Yeah.
They are there like you, 8 to 5.
Yes, sir.
And they are full-time. Unlike other jurisdictions where I think 1 or 2 commissioners are full-time, others are part-time. So how will you address this issue of policy, the rupture, the lack of officers being involved, and yet it is commission, the commission is the commissioners. Yeah? They are both policy makers, they are the institution. Yeah? They can never be IEBC without the commissioners. So how would you, with your experience now as a peer to all the commissioners, how differently will you address that issue and the challenges that you have had, appreciating that if you are a commissioner, you are actually the commission?
That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. One of the things we need to know as a commission, now I'm already assuming that you will give me the job. So one of the things the commission needs to make peace with is that the buck stops with the commission. The buck stops with the commission, number one. Number two, there is need for the commissioners to internalize the commission charter to get to know where the boundary lines are drawn. Where does oversighting stop and where does policy formulation stop so that policy implementation can begin? The challenge is often the lines are blurred. And the lines are blurred because commissioners, the same thing you have alluded to, being full-time is a challenge. And perhaps it's about time we had a conversation as a country. Do we really need commissioners full-time? Do we really need commissioners full-time? That is a conversation we need to have. Number two, does it serve the country, the interest of the country, and indeed the interest of the institution that is IEBC, to have the CEO, who's the accounting officer, serving as the secretary to the commission? Is it perhaps about time we separated these two so that secretary to the commission is different from the accounting officer? Maybe these are conversations we need to have, but ultimately it boils down to one thing, an appreciation of where my role stops and the role of the Secretariat begins. But because we have, the full-time commissioners, and unfortunately sometimes not very aware of where the role of oversight, where the role of strategic direction ends so that the other one can begin, we experience the challenges that we're experiencing, and which of course every Kenyan knows about. Maybe, sir, we need to have a conversation about having not full-time commissioners.
Now, you mentioned that the field officers are not, may not be involved in some of the policy decisions. And we've had a good number of your colleagues here. And we've also we've known that there are committees in IEBC where they serve the plenary. And you are being told when a management paper is being introduced, it is started at the lower level, then it is discussed at management level, then it goes to committees, and then finally to plenary for approval. So what are you saying? That structure is not existing?
I pray I will still have a job after this, but the truth of the matter is that there is the ideal and there is what happens. What happens is what I have just alluded to. We don't involve field officers to the extent to which we actually should. We may pick a few to act as representatives, but there are 290. If we picked 3, is that representative? I don't think so. And that is a conversation we need to have now as an institution at the policy-making decision. How best do we involve them? And it's doable. It's doable. It's just to let them know that the Commission is working on policy A, B, and C. We send out communication, we do conference calls, and have them input, and their input taken in seriously so that it can then inform the management paper that goes to the committee. So the ideal is what we would want to paint, but then there's also the truth of what happens.
I wish you well.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think you still have your job.
Thank you, sir.
Let's ask Ms. Sati here to...
Thanks so much, Chair. Tobiko.
Yes, sir.
You know how difficult it is to prepare 2 speeches when you know that after losing, the winner takes everything. That's how difficult it will be. So we'll address the issue of the structure, or rather the system of elections in Kenya. That's for another day.
Thank you.
Now, if you are given an opportunity and you are an IEBC commissioner, please let this panel understand what are some of the things you'll be able to do in preparation for the 2027 general elections in terms of priority. And just mention some of the things that are actually is the role of IEBC to do, but because of time, it cannot be done before the 2027 general elections.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Top on my mind, of course, of what we should have done or ought to have been done, but as time barred, is the issue of boundary delimitation. That has since been overtaken by time. We ought to have done that last year. Should we have done it before the 2027 election? Yes, because there is an elephant in the room that we need to address. We have constituencies that, 27 of them that are pending. We do not know the future of them. I don't know what directive will be given or what advice will be given to the Commission in as far as boundary delimitation is concerned, because that one is now out of, it's not for us to decide. But what I would do in preparation for 2027, as soon as the Commission is in place, they ought to hit the ground running, look at the policy papers that are pending, and look at the policy papers in matter of priority. Which ones directly speak to 2027? I do not know, because I don't have the advantage of knowing exactly what is pending, but I would look at them and pick what directly informs or speaks to 2027. Prioritize that. Prioritize the issue of the ongoing registration, which we haven't been doing, and there are definitely people that have acquired IDs and turned 18 and above, have them registered, have the register cleaned up, and audit of the register very, very quickly. Perhaps we shouldn't wait until 6 months to an election. Maybe we ought to have it cleaned, and that for me is really, that's my personal conviction. We ought to have the register audited. If we can have it audited at least twice before 2027, that would suffice. Number two, put together a committee or a workforce that will oversee the implementation of 2027. I say a workforce because I believe that taking a project approach to management of elections makes it a lot easier and flawless. If we take that approach, we will be able to single out, of course, informed by the electoral officers on the ground, what are the things that we need to do? Identify from every constituency. Do we still have polling stations, or some of them have been washed away? What do we need to do? Do we need to do fresh mapping? Number three, quickly secure the issue of the National Tallying Center and put together a team that manages the National Tallying Center. Agree on how and the flow of activities at the National Tallying Center. This is very close to my heart because sometimes the officers will do a very good job at the constituencies and the counties, and then when it gets to the National Tallying Center, things may not go as well as planned. But if we were to put that in place in good time, fully aware of the fact that at the end of the activity at the constituency or the county, it ends up at the National Tallying Center. That, in my opinion, sir, are some of the things I think we need to do as a matter of urgency.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir.
Do you think we still need a National Tallying Center?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We will need one. But we'll manage it well. You give me the job, we'll manage it very well.
Okay. Why do you think so when the results are as that announced at the polling station?
Because whereas results are announced and transmitted from the polling station, there is a need for the results to come to the National Tallying Center for a few things to be done. Remember, the returning officer for the national election is the chairperson, who's based at the National Tallying Center. So these results must get to this person who's the national returning officer for him to be able to declare. And for him, before he can declare, there are a few things he must ensure. One, that the person who's been declared or rather the person who's been elected president has garnered the requisite numbers as per the Constitution, and that can only be done after consolidating all the constituency results at the National Tallying Center. Only then are we able to establish if the requisite constitutional mandate for one to be declared has been met.
This cannot be done at Anniversary Towers?
Anniversary Towers is tricky. It's very tricky because, one, it's not our building. Number two, there are other offices that are involved there. And the offices at Anniversary Towers, Chairman, are small. A National Tallying Center has to be Bomas of Kenya or an equivalent, really big, so that we also accommodate stakeholders. Remember, it's not an exclusive business of the Commission. It has to be open to other stakeholders.
Okay. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Tobiko.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the recommendations, or rather the highlights that were made by the 2022 post-election evaluation report?
In a way, yes. I have skimmed through it. Yes, I have an idea.
What are some of the things you can remember?
One of the things is the issue of voter education. There was an observation that voter education ought to start early, and funding for voter education should come early in time so that it starts in good time. We don't start voter education in January 2027 when the election is in August of the same year. There was the issue of transmission, or was it transmission of results? I think there was an issue of transmission of results. No, it was not transmission of results.
Let me give you some, so
yes,
that now I can go to my question.
Thank you.
One was on late and inconsistent engagement with critical groups.
Yes.
There was one on lack of a structured platform for sustained dialogue. minimal involvement of youth and PWDs in planning stages, communication breakdown between IEBC and political parties. So considering these 4 highlights, what strategies would you put in place if given an opportunity to address these 4 critical areas?
Thank you, ma'am. I'm looking at the recommendations, and they boil down to one thing. They boil down to voter education and stakeholder engagement. Because if you look at structured platform breakdown of communication, it boils down to a gap in voter education and stakeholder engagement. What would I do? What I would do, and this would be my proposal, I would quickly have our communication policy revamped. We have a policy that was developed in 2013 and is still the one we are using. We need to urgently, as a matter of priority, need to revamp our communication policy so that it can take on board the developments and the dynamics, the changes that have happened in the communication industry. That is number one. And why I need this, or I would propose that this communication policy is revamped, is so that it helps us to implement what I would want to propose, which is to start early on communication, on voter education. What we need to do as an institution is to have an inexpensive way of educating the public. If we had YouTube channels for each of the counties early on, that will not be expensive for us, so we will take away the usual struggles of financing. If we had YouTube channels for every county, then what we would do is have these YouTube channels. The county elections manager, with this revamped policy, is guided on how to set up the same and to control the dialogues, so that we are able, what we would do, assuming we had one for Nairobi County, for instance, what would happen is we would have the highlight being on the 17 constituencies of Nairobi County. We would have the political class in Nairobi County participating, because then it would start in good time. So we would have all of them participating in good time. We would have the youth, and perhaps another way to engage the youth is to engage content creators, people they look up to. Have that particular class of people fully trained so that they're able to disseminate the right information. The young people would perhaps listen to these content creators more than they would to me. But my first proposal is revamp our communication and partnership policy. Number 2, establish inexpensive ways of disseminating information. And one such inexpensive way of disseminating information is to set up YouTube channels for each county. The Election Commission of India has done very well in the use of the social media space. And one of the things they use is those YouTube channels. If we were to adopt that, for as long as there is guideline, because now we have a revamped communication policy, it becomes easy to onboard every other stakeholder, both the young, persons with disability, and special interest groups.
At times, there's a mismatch, or rather a disconnect between policy and practice. What are these things that you need to do in between to ensure that whatever is adopted by policy is practically possible and is actually structured and has timelines? What are these things that you guys ought to do, or rather even if you become a commissioner? Because this is where the critical thing is. There's a different policies. Kenyans are known to write very good policies and very good frameworks. Yeah. But where is this disconnect? What are these things that ought to be done to ensure that whatever is adopted in policy is seen in practice?
I will go back to the field staff where I said we need to make use of them. And why I would go back to them is to establish, for instance, a constituency like Tana River. What works for them may not work for Nairobi County. So I would go back to the person who manages this particular area and ask them to identify what channels of communication work best for a specific county. Because you're right, we could develop policy and say set up YouTube channels, but then it will have zero viewership, it will have nobody following the content. So I will go back to the counties and go to our election experts in the counties and in the constituencies and find out what works for County A, so that what we are implementing is actually what has been proven. If what works is barazas, let's have barazas. If what works is people being sent to attend services or mosque, or what, let's have that happen. So I would want to identify from where the election happens, which is at the county and the constituencies, I would want to know from them exactly what works in a specific electoral area.
One thing that corporate bodies have succeeded in is putting into practice policy. And a good practice that they have is usually developing every, let's say, the standard operating procedures for each and everything, and ensuring that timelines are put, persons responsible, instead of the big, what we call strategic plans, elaborate, that are done by government agencies and policies then shelved.
Yeah, you're right, absolutely.
So maybe, I don't know, it frustrates me, that's why
No, absolutely.
I wasn't really asking you a question on that.
No, you actually raise a very valid point, because, I mean, what we want is to know who is doing what works. Did we say barazas are what work for this particular electoral area? Who is responsible? How many barazas do we have? What do we do? I totally agree with you.
And an actual calendar. And one key thing about stakeholder engagements is usually timelines.
Yes, yes.
And there has to be an actual calendar and a timeline within.
Yes, a calendar and a mapping out of the stakeholders in every constituency.
Yeah.
You're right, ma'am.
I'm emphasizing this because I know you still are in IEBC.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
The sense of that being done. Thank you so much. I wish you well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Mr. Nicodemus Bode to ask you some questions. Please.
Tobiko.
Yes, sir.
You've indicated that you are one of your roles as a manager of commission services was a link between the staff and the commissioners.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure there are times when there are tensions between the staff and the commission itself. Yeah. Or the commissioners. So can you share a time when you successfully managed the tensions or conflicting expectations between these two groups, and what was your approach?
Thank you, sir. Allow me to go back to 2016, 2017. I cite this because for me that was one training ground. Remember the issues of procurement challenges between the chairperson and the CEO. And like every other Kenyan, the staff of the commission was only consuming what was reported. And granted, there are those who would side with the chair, and there are those who would side with the CEO. For one reason or the other, people felt the need to take sides. And I would get countless calls from my colleagues asking exactly what is happening. And what we did, I approached my boss then, Ahmed Isaac Hassan, and I asked him, could we have a teleconference? We organized, we clustered regions, and we were able to have a teleconference. The commissioners would just sit in the boardroom on the 6th floor, sit on the boardroom, and the specific region that they would be addressing at the time, the region would be together, and they would have a teleconference. And what that helped to do, it helped to ease tension. Actually, sorry, allow me to correct. It was not so much about the issue it was not procurement, it was the alleged firing of a CEO that it was in the offing. And the commissioners were able to have a conversation, teleconferencing with the staff. And what we did, because it would not have been complete, what we did, I told the chair, bring in the CEO, let him also speak to the staff. And by the CEO being able to speak to the staff in the same meeting with the chair, it helped to diffuse the tension that was there. So that is one such example that I think I was useful in that sense.
Now you have considerable experience with the elections, and one of the complaints from the public is the expensive elections. Maybe just to mention in 1 minute, how would you help alleviate the cost of elections, given a chance to serve in the commission?
I wish I, I wish I had a way to say we can bring it down, but perhaps we should look at it as an investment in democracy as a nation. But at the top of my mind, one of the things I would propose is to allow it to be administrative for us to decide and to determine how many polling stations we have. Reducing the number of polling stations evidently will reduce the number of staff we will have, and it will have a bearing on the cost. So I would look at reducing the number of polling stations, and that is only possible if our hands are not tied by the law in as far as the numbers to have per polling station is concerned. If we were given the leeway to have an administrative provision to manage polling stations, it will be a lot easier. I feel like suggesting that we need to print ballot papers locally, but I'm not sure we are yet there in levels of trust as a nation. So for me, the low-hanging fruit would be to reduce the number of polling stations, and it's doable because the levels of literacy in various constituencies differ. So in a constituency where we have relatively, encouraging levels of literacy, you can afford to have bigger polling stations and reduce for those that might have challenges. But this can only happen if our hands are not tied by the law. Should we have the freedom to actually determine what to do, then we can work on that. I'm not sure we are yet at a place where we can have our ballot papers printed locally. We need to invest in our trust. Once we have built on trust, then we can go there. By and large, we will have an inexpensive election.
Thank you, Tobiko, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to invite Professor to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Paloshe.
Yes, sir.
Let's go hypothetical. You are already in office and operations are going on. You've already told us we are out of time with boundary delimitation as per the Constitution and the law. But let's say that you are in office and you are behind schedule during a critical phase of the electoral process, maybe voter registration, for example. At the Secretariat, you are an implementer.
Yes.
At the Commission, you are a leader. So what kind of leadership would you bring to get things back on track? Let me give you an example. There have been, and you are there have been several audits of the register. Some coming in very late from KPMG, and they are saying close to 1 million people don't need to be there. Then nothing is done about it. Of course, even before the vote is cast, you have already cast aspersion. So what leadership will you bring on board?
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. One thing about an election, one guarantee is that something will go wrong. Given something will go wrong. So my leadership would be to mitigate that which will go wrong. To make sure that whatever goes wrong is not so significant as to affect the outcome of the election. We have voter registration ongoing, and again, I'm on the hypothetical situation, and I realize that we are not doing well in terms of time, yet we need to conclude so that we move to the next phase. What I would do is, if I'm not able to increase the registration centers, then I would have the registration officers be mobile. Have them be mobile, open the kits, let them go to a market and register people in that market, but with the advice and clarity that whereas we are registering you at the College of Insurance, you'll be voting in town center or you'll be voting in this place. I would allow for flexibility so that ultimately what is driving me is being able to onboard as many qualified Kenyans. And that's just one example. I would, if it's any other activity other than voter registration, for me what I would do is make it easy. Sometimes we put unnecessary bottlenecks, so make it easy. As far as you know, we are not compromising on the credibility and the legitimacy of the process, and we are not breaching the law. I would want to have a situation where we make it easy. And it helps if you have commissioners who can roll their sleeves and get it done. If a commissioner can roll their sleeves and visit a market and, you know, help show what is happening, it becomes a lot easier. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My last question on this segment, again, a hypothetical one. You are sitting there as a member of the Secretariat, implementer of many years. You get upgraded to the commission. So suppose while you are a commission, you receive a report that a senior Secretariat staff member has been quietly campaigning for a candidate through online platforms. How would you respond in a manner that would go into upholding the integrity of the commission?
Thank you, Prof. First and foremost, I would work to establish the truth of the matter. The online platform has been abused. So if someone were to say that a member of staff A is campaigning for a certain candidate, there are ways to establish this. But then there's always two sides to a story. I would want to hear why the accuser thinks this member of staff is campaigning for candidate A, and I would want to hear the side of this member of staff. Should I then establish that there is truth in this allegation, then the member of staff will be subjected to disciplinary measures. And if this member of staff, for instance, is in charge of a constituency or a county or any electoral unit for that matter, and is campaigning for a candidate, the first step, once I establish the authenticity of the accusation, would be to move them away from that area so that I don't give them undue advantage this particular, and to appear to be creating a uniform playing field. So if this person was a returning officer, and yes, I established that there are truths to this allegation, I would remove the returning officer from that particular electoral unit, bring and reassign them something else in the head office or somewhere else where they do not necessarily use the position they have to advantage a specific candidate.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask you to ask your last two questions, please.
Yes, Madam Tobiko, we are in that last segment in which, through the chair, we usually ask high school questions.
Okay.
And we usually start with your area of expertise. And I can see in many of the missions that you have gone to, if I can just highlight a few: ESC pre-election expert to the Republic of Uganda, ESC COMESA pre-election expert mission to Burundi, ESC pre-election expert to the Republic of Tanzania. Is that you?
Yes, sir, that's me.
And therefore, on matters elections and ESC, that's your area.
Yes.
And you know that there's a category of elected members to the East African Legislative Assembly. As an ESC electoral expert, what does the ESC treaty say about elections of EALA members?
Really, Professor. The ESC treaty, that they should represent their member states.
How does it direct member states to elect their members? That's what I want, the electoral bit of how they get into office. What does the treaty direct member states insofar as election of 9 each. Let me break it down. Of 9 each to go and sit in Yala.
I have no idea.
All right, I'll go to another one, which you should know, definitely.
Okay. Be kind on that one.
Name 2 African leaders who played key roles in the Pan-African movement. Just 2, there are many.
Okay. Mwalimu Julius Nyerere and Kenneth Kaunda.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Paloshe. We have learned a lot, and I do presume that the audience out there has. I don't know whether you have any comment or question to make.
I do have a question which I do not know how it will be answered, but I have been asking myself as I watch the panel, what exactly, and I'm sure each member of the panel represents a certain constituency and by and large represents the aspirations of many Kenyans. I keep asking myself, what does an ideal EMB look to this panel? I don't know, and perhaps we will not get the answer, but I wonder what an ideal EMB, and maybe Chair, maybe we could get an answer, but what does an ideal EMB for this nation look like to this panel?
I do presume that will be Dr. Koki's training to the new team once it's in office, but not for today. Yes, yeah.
When I become, yes, but that for me, Chair, is one thing that has been playing in my mind. But allow me to more sincerely appreciate the panel for shortlisting so many of us from the Secretariat. Thank you so much. We have previously applied. In the last 2021 application, only 2 of us were shortlisted. Mercifully, I was one of them. And yet again, this panel has found it fit not just to shortlist myself, but so many of us. That can only be a testament to the confidence you have in the election management officers of this country. And thank you. I thank you more sincerely. Thank you for making it easy to have this interaction. It was not as tense as I had feared, other than the question by Professor. But thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Professor's questions were meant to be the easiest.
I don't know about treaties.
Thank you very much, and blessings to you.
Thank you, sir.
You'll find your certificates with one of our officers at the door. And members of the gallery, you may wish to exit or to wait. We still have one more candidate. And so our blessings to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Maali Mohammed. Here. You have more here. Welcome, Jibril. Please have a seat. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. We are thankful that you took note of our advert and put in your application. And it is for that reason that you're here, having been shortlisted. And so congratulations for your shortlist.
Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to invite the members here to introduce themselves, then we will come to you. Please, Linda.
Good evening, Mr. Malim.
Good evening to you, Madam.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu
Thank you,
sana.
Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair, sorry.
Jibril, habari ya jioni.
Nzuri sana.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi.
Thank you, CP.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Caroline Kituko, karibu.
Asante.
Good evening, Mali Mohammed.
Good evening, Prof.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Asante.
Habari ya jioni.
Thank you. Mzuri sana sa.
Naitwa Nicodemus Bore na karibu.
Asante.
Assalamu alaikum, Jibril.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Madam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Asante.
Good evening, Mr. Mohammed.
Good evening to you, Ambassador.
Karibu sana. My name is Kokimuli Grinyo, and I'm a member of this panel.
Asante, thank you.
Good evening, Jibril.
Good evening to you.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel. We welcome you.
Thank you. Asante.
Now, Jibril, we come to you and request that you introduce yourself to us, putting emphasis on the things you think we need to know in your profile and why you think that you are suitable for the position of Commissioner of the IEBC. Highlight if you're a member of any professional group and if you have received any award. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to appear before this team. I am Jibril Mali Mohammed. I'm the current Chief of Staff for Policy, Economic Planning and Digital Transformation, County Government of Mombasa. Chair, I bring wealth of experience, knowledge, expertise, and professional capabilities to the Commission. I did my bachelor's degree at Moore University, BCom Finance, Banking and Finance option. Later joined Mount Kenya University for my MBA in strategic option, and then later joined thereafter joined Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, where I did my PhD in leadership and governance, where I'm set to graduate this coming month, which is May. Beside that, Chair, I also did some important papers that are certificates that are very key to the adverts. One of them is a certificate in corporate governance, as well as certificate in senior leadership course. In addition, I also did certificate in AI, artificial intelligence. As you are aware, Chair, and the rest of the panel, the world is digital. The world has gone digital. And AI, of course, as I will be discussing on this further later, has helped many countries do an election. So I also did certificate in AI. So a couple of countries has already used AI, of course, with an issue of digital hygiene and so much of it. Chair, I wish to highlight 3 key issues during my course of work, which are very critical. One is when I was at Ministry of Sport, Culture and Heritage as a Senior Deputy Secretary, under the then CS Ambassador Amina Mohammed, I was appointed to a task force of World Under 20. World Under 20 was an event which Kenya was generous enough to have staged. It was 116 countries participated in that event. So, Chair, I was given an assignment as a senior deputy. I was given as deputy director for legacy. My position in the ministry was senior deputy secretary, but the task force I was given for that event was deputy director legacy. I was basically part of the team who are licensed between the ministry and the event. We were working round the clock. That one really tested the issue of my resilience. It was also during the same time I was also privileged to have shared also podium with senior celebrated personalities, including Kipchoge Keino and so many other, Tegla Lurupi, and a couple of so many other celebrated players around who are in the sport world. Currently, where I am in Mombasa County, I'm a Chief of Staff for Policy, Economic Planning and Digital Transformation, where I handle both budget and the digital transformation side. So in 2004, Mombasa County was awarded as the most transparent county by the survey done by the county county budget team.
Did you say 2004?
2004, yes. Sorry, 2024, Chair. 2024, Chair, sorry. Yeah, 2024, there was a survey done across the counties, and Mombasa County was ranked as the most transparent county. So, Chair, resilience, being transparent, those are the critical elements required for this position. And lastly, currently, where there is this issue of share rollout, which is going on, which is still under the Digital Transformation Department, which is still under my mandate. Mombasa County is the only county in the country right now which has surpassed the 60% in terms of enrollment. I think the closest is Bomet, which is around 50% in terms of share registration. So that is where I place it as an innovative. Chair, I'll put it as, if to describe myself, Chair, I'll say transparent, innovative, and resilience. So, Chair, those are my description. I'll be free to discuss other details through our engagement. So thank you so much, Chair.
Did you say that you have finished your PhD or that you're a student of PhD?
Chair, I did start at 2019. I finished the PhD, but I'm yet to graduate. So the next, I missed the one of December, but I'll be graduating. The next graduation is May, which I'm set to graduate next month.
Do you have a letter of completion?
Chair, I haven't picked this up.
Okay. And then why is the share registration in your docket and not in health? Is there a Department of Health in Mombasa?
There is a Department of Health in Mombasa, but there is a team of dedicated ICT team who handles and support this. So the ICT team are under my mandate, the Department of Digital Transformation.
So they are borrowing your staff?
It's basically a collaborative effort, but the team is a collaborative effort, but the team who are handling that mostly are from my department, Chair.
Okay. Linda?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Malim.
Yes, Madam Vice Chair.
What key competencies beyond your educational background do you have that will be relevant in the execution of your mandate as an IEBC Commissioner?
Through the Chair. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. As I earlier highlighted, in terms of the synergies, the way I linked, the resilience part of it, which we demonstrated when we hosted the World Under 20, is a critical element for that. The current share registration, being an innovative innovative being one of it, is a critical element. Transparency, the budget transparent element, being transparent is one of it. I can go on. There is the issue of cost conscious, of course, which I did in my department, because before me there were a couple of other teams who were there. So I came in, I negotiated with a client on a provider, on ISP, internet service provider, and we're able to come to a certain point. So the element of cost conscious is also there.
And therefore, arising from your career journey, what experiences do you bring to the commission as a commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I'll bring the element of innovation. I'll be an innovative person, looking at different approaches. The world is going digital. Having currently where I am in terms of where I'm domiciled and executing that, and the results are out there in terms of the reference across the country. Coupled with now this AI, artificial intelligence, which has already done a couple of countries, is also an issue of innovation which are very critical for this commission. The element of cost conscious as a commissioner, when you sit on that, when you are doing the procurement, you must do the cost benefit analysis, as well as the best where you get value for the service. So the element of cost conscious is also a critical element which I need to highlight, as well as the element of transparency, which is already proved where I am. So the element of transparency is also a critical skills which I bring to the commission, the Vice Chair.
And any relevant interpersonal skills that you may have?
Yes, apart from before the public service, I was in hospitality industry. I bring to the table soft skills, and soft skills are critical element, especially when you are handling this basically crisis, when maybe an issues, you need to kind of like how to bring tempo down. So the element of soft skill is what I can affirm, Madam Vice Chair.
Your integrity levels ranging from 1 to 10?
I will say 10 because it has never been questioned.
Thank you. I wish you all the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you. You've talked about hospitality. I see something called Hanan Group of Hotels. Is that a private enterprise or it is a public enterprise?
It's a private enterprise, but it's a chain of hotels.
So why was an appointment coming from an office of an ambassador? Because there's an appointment in your portfolio of documents.
Yes, the ambassador
being appointed by an ambassador of Kenya to Kuwait to manage Hanan hotels.
Yeah, he is the ambassador. He is the owner of the hotel.
But that sounded like a government appointment. Did you notice that?
Maybe to a certain level, yes. But at the end of the day, he was also a staff of. He was an ambassador by then, so maybe the only option is execution. Yeah, but he is the owner of the hotel, the chains of hotel.
Okay. I want to ask Carol to ask you some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Marim, under what conditions can voters recall their member of parliament, and what is the procedure that one must follow?
The conditions for recalling a member of parliament is one is resignation. If a member of parliament resigns, if a member of parliament is convicted of charges, if a member of parliament changes the party lines, the party where he's the party that brought him to the assembly, but he ends up in going for a different party to where he changes the party loyalty. But above all, a signature can be collected by the resident of that constituency. Once it is verified by IEBC, then it is the petition is done through court, and that is that's the way he can be the recalling can be done through that. But now it has to be a third. The first is a third of the population, and then those signatures need to be verified by IEBC.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, I want to ask Koki to ask you a question. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mohammed.
Yes, Madam Ambassador.
I would like to ask you a question on simplification and restructuring of some documents that were recommended by the Supreme Court. In the 2022 presidential election petition, the Supreme Court made various recommendations on the statutory forms used by IEBC to declare results, especially the presidential elections, because the case was at the Supreme Court of Kenya. Please tell this panel and those watching you the specific recommendations that were made to the IEBC relating to the use of these statutory forms. You can just list them, and then you say why each one of the recommendation was made. What is the recommendation and why? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Balozi. For the forms are 34A and 34B. 34A is the one for declaring the results from the polling station to the tallying center. Basically, the issue of concern, which were contentious as at then, were the duplication, the photocopy. That's an issue which issues were raised. The issue of watermark features, because those ones that are not original don't usually have those features of watermark. And then also the other issues that were that was suggested, the issue of signatures also to appear, especially for the agents, also to have also their signature signed, because some of the issues that were bringing issues as at then were declaration of maybe some of the agents were chased from polling stations and maybe some of them have not signed. So those were also an issues also as at then.
Can you clarify what do you mean by watermark, please?
Watermark is a security features on a form. For example, if today you are given a certificate from a specific university, there is that emblem on that which is...
I know what a watermark is. What
Yes.
I'm asking you is in respect to the recommendation by the Supreme Court. What did they mean by watermark? Are they saying you add watermarks to those forms? Or
No.
what is the recommendation?
The recommendation is those forms that has watermark are the original forms that needs to be retained, or that is those ones that will be used to declare results. So the copy ones should not be used to declare results.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you,
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask FCP Tanui to ask some questions. Please, FCP.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Chairperson, let me congratulate you for your academic achievements and the many government appointments that you have received. And I want to wish you well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Bwana Misati to ask some questions. Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Jibril, if you are given an opportunity to become an IEBC chair, or rather commissioner, please mention to this panel the constituencies and the wards which are now don't have representation that will be the priority of IEBC to conduct elections.
The issue of priority as a commissioner, I will just highlight the issue of technology, number one. Of course, being the critical issues. But if we are to go down to the wards and constituencies, there is constituency like Magarini. There are around 17 of them, plus in fact plus the one of yesterday for Kariobangi North. There are 17 of them. One Senate. There are those areas that requires by-election to be done immediately by the commission, including Magarini, Kariobangi North, Banissa constituency, the Banissa constituency.
Thanks so much. That is very good. Asanteni.
Shukran. Asante.
Okay, I want to come to you, Madam Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chair. Jibril, do you believe in the credibility of processes? Can you cite an example where you saw the product of a credible process?
Thank you, Madam Fatuma. On for a process to be credible, number one, you must see through, especially in the scenario of IEBC, the issue of technology is critical. The issue of technology is very critical, and it's well highlighted under Section 44 of the Election Act and Regulation 6 on those criteria of all the RTS, how the elections are done. And one of the key elements about technology itself is simple, being simple, verifiable, and the process to be transparent. For technology, you must get involved with the stakeholders. You bring on board stakeholders. If possible, especially in the procurement process, you have to make it as open as possible. And once you, of course, according to the law, is you must like 8 months to election for the procurement of these procurable items, for it to be transparent and open. But most importantly, you can as well do mock election in those areas where you feel the technology has not been fully embraced, or where you feel people have doubt. You can subject the stakeholders, all the religious, the civil society, the staff itself, the electorate, all you can do a mock election. Secondly, with the current at the Tallinn Center, we have the one that is made public on the public portal for the public portal is basically the one of presidential election. And in the current scenario, the only one that is projected on that screen at Bomas is the one of presidential election. How do you move from there is you make sure that you get a system that is integrated across, where you have all the other candidates also being on the same platform, all the candidates, so that Kenyans, mostly when they doubt, is there is a feeling like as a president got maybe X votes, but the one of governors, the one of MPs are not projected all together. There is a feeling now candidate X is favored to have gotten more votes than the other. So one of the instances is to make sure And the new recommendation is to make sure you have a project where you have a real transmission on a public portal for all the 6 candidates so that you reduce doubt and build on trust, because currently we have a trust deficit.
Thank you very much, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
I invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, I'm looking at your rich academic journey. I'm trying to calculate the number of years that you have been able to do this, and maybe I need your guidance on this. You did your bachelor's degree at Moi University in 2012.
True.
And then after that, what did you do?
I did my MBA at MKU between 2014 to 2018. From 2019 to currently where I am is PhD, Leadership and Governance at Jomo Kenyatta University. Along the line, I also did other professional courses, CPA, and I'm also a student of this college. I'm also doing my chartered insurance. I'm at the tail end for both of the professional courses. So I believe education is the most important thing. That's why most of the time when I am free, at least I can do most of them. Sometimes some of them are also online courses also.
Do you have a law degree?
I'm currently 3rd year, 3.2, going to 4th year at University of Nairobi doing LLB.
How do you manage to do the PhD and law at the same time a chief officer? You are behaving like Manchester United. The last 7 minutes, they score all the 3 goals.
Thank you, Wanabore. I still believe education is the most important thing, which you need to invest. The issue of PhD is mostly on research and publications. I completed my coursework the first year, which was basically between 2019 and 2020. Since 2020 up to now, up to few months ago, I was doing publications. And you see, once in a while, meeting lecturer, and so it's not always a full-time job that requires. You can even maybe, you resubmit your books, and then maybe a lecturer returns it after 3 months. So while you do this one now, when you have now any free time now, again, you apportion to this, again, work. So I think there is no doubt, because even for currently, from even my current working place, you can also see there is evidence on how also the performance are, well, it is in order.
Thank you, Jibril. It's only surprised because some of us, this PhD has become a real problem. You should envy how you are doing yours. Now, you have indicated that you currently serve as a County Chief Officer, Policy, Economic Planning and Digital Transformation. If appointed as a member, what relevant experience will you bring to the policy mandate of the Commission?
Well, currently where I am, we do policy drafting. And there are 2 levels. They are policy drafting and legislative drafting. Usually legislative drafting is done by the county attorney and top legal minds. Ours is, for example, once the governor makes any pronouncement, yours is to pick. And then now you walk to the legal team. This one now is doable, you draft, and then at a certain point they take over. Well, at IEBC, there are so many policies on issue of campaign financing policy, the issue of enforcement, penalties. As a neutral arbiter, what maybe some of them, they are just stuck. Mine, once I come in, of course, this is a collaborative effort in conjunction with other commissioners, is to push these legislative, these policy issues. For example, currently, since KIM kits were procured, it was 2012. It is now 17 years down the line. It is now 15 years, up to 2027. it will be 15 years. The ICT policy industry practice is between 3 to 5 years for any ICT item. So already you can declare that one as an absolute. So there are so many myriad of issues, including the one of technology, the one of legal, the one of the one on civic education. I'll be fast tracking with the legal department to the parliament so that these laws are passed.
Thank you and all the best, Jibril.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite a professor to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Jibril, I'll ask you hypothetical questions. And assume you are already a commissioner and you are going into a volatile commission. So picture this. You are a commissioner. You are chairing a working group and you are under intense pressure from high-level political actors to revise a voter distribution plan that you know isn't aligned with the law. How would you approach that situation?
Thank you, Prof. Well, whichever steps you do, you are always guided by the law. So you are conscious, the integrity, the courage, it's what will guide you. And you always confine yourself, Prof, to the law. So I feel once you take those bold steps, bold move, whichever any other political pressure will not sway you.
Lastly, from me on this segment, on selfless service. In your view, what does selfless service look like in the role of an IEBC commissioner? If you have an example from your career, feel free to share.
Thank you, Prof. Being selfless, I will put it like being resilient, and I did it, demonstrated it before. I said when I was at the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, the event of World Under-20, where Kenya hosted 116 countries. We were working round the clock, 360 degrees. So the selfless, the commitment which you give is the most critical thing. So for me, that being resilient, that level of energy, the 360 degrees which you work throughout, is what I feel is the selfless which you give best to the Commission.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So you said, talked about CPS. Have you finished CPA or not yet? I am a member of ISPAC.
No, Chair, I'm at the final end.
Huh?
I'm towards the tail end, both CPA and Chartered Insurance from College of Insurance, both. I haven't finished yet, both.
You have not finished. You are at what stage for CPA?
For CPA, I'm at the intermediate, basically the final stage. I'm doing the intermediate and then final. But for Chartered Insurance, I have 2 papers left for me.
Final stage for CPA is called intermediate?
No. There is the foundation. There is the foundation, intermediate, and then final for you to be awarded the CPK.
So you're not at the final stage of CPA?
I'm towards the tail end, Chair. I have done I have the last papers to do.
Are you the one doing CPA?
Yes, I'm the one doing the CPA, Chair.
Because you should know the stages of CPA if you are the one doing it.
I have an exam scheduled for the final part of, because even intermediate, there are different papers. Okay. So I have the final papers for the intermediate, then from there I will proceed to the final.
Okay, Professor, do you have the last 2 questions?
Yes, Chair. Jibril Malim Hamid.
Yes, Prof.
This is the session that usually through the chair we ask high school questions. And we start from where you have experience or expertise in. And your last statement in answer to either the chair or board, I can't remember, you cited the Ministry of Culture, where you served as a senior deputy secretary from 2018 to 2021. Unlike the previous constitutions, the Constitution of Kenya 2010 at Article 11, titled Culture or subtitled Culture, states at Para 1, this Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of the nation and as the cumulative civilization of the Kenyan people and the nation. Tell me, just cite one each, what that chapter says the state shall do at paragraph 2, just one. And at paragraph 3, again, just one. What parliament shall enact legislation to ensure?
Prof, thank you, Prof. Culture is the backbone, is a critical element as far as the heritage is concerned. So one of them is promotion of heritage centers, cultural centers. Parliament once identified, can fast track the UNESCO sites that requires recognition across, because those UNESCO centers are the ones that are important for other getting to know more culture, more historical part of it. So as a parliament, they are supposed to increase more of it. Once identified, they scrutinize and then they approve those centers.
My last question. Name 2 African national parks. Just 2 African national parks that are famous for lion sightings, where if you go, you just have a harvest of lions. You don't have to wait the whole day before you see a lion.
Amboseli National Park. There is Kru in South Africa. There is
in South Africa, just name it. You started saying Kru. Let's finish it. 10 seconds. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Prof. Jibril, thank you for your interaction and for the time we have shared. Do you have any comment or question that you'd like to make?
Chair, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I have one comment and one question. And I want to borrow from this Canadian scholar, Sharma, as well as Pareto the Italian economist Pareto, and for Pareto the rule is 80-20. What 80-20 means, Chair, is for example, if you are doing business, 80% of your sales comes from 20% of your customers. When you are doing 20% of your effort, sometimes translate to 80% of your result. So the few issues of IEBC given priority, especially on issue of technology, the issue of mock elections. Once we procure these gadgets, is the most critical thing. For Sharma, it's 90-10-10, which basically 90 days, one item. Sorry, it is 90-91. So it is 90 days, 90 minutes per day for that day, and then one program for the 90 days. So it is doable. The issue of election for the IEBC, especially looking at the current technology that are obsolete, because according to the industry practice, we are already beyond. It's supposed to be 3 to 5 years. That's as per the guidance of ICT policy. But right now we are using the gadget that's almost 15 years. The same gadget currently right now, it only works in terms of network on 2G. But currently, most of the mobile providers, they are using 4 and 5G. We are still way behind. In other jurisdiction, in other places, there is the issue of iris as a mode of identification, iris scanner. But currently, in our system, those are what is lacking in the current gadget which we have. So those are the issues, Chair, that we need to address, and it can still be addressed. However, it is 1 or 2 items, and the 80-20 rule is of Pareto principle. Those are critical. Chair, mine is to appreciate. For a question, I'll say, when are we likely to have feedback from this exercise? And secondly, how is the cultural environment of the team at IEBC, if appointed, whom I'll be with? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the timelines of this selection panel. They are stipulated in the statute, the IEBC Act, so it should be something that you know. And then for the other matter you have raised, we are not staffers of IEBC, so we may not be able to help you. But we wish you well, and would like to thank you for the time you have shared with us. Your certificates are with one of our colleagues at the door. The notebook and the pen are yours. Thank you very much. Na safari njema ukienda Mombasa.
Thank you, Chair.
Asante. Thank you. Media, we want to thank you again for your enduring presence and helping Kenyans to follow our proceedings. We are indeed grateful. We've come to the end of our day. We will pick up tomorrow at 8:30, God willing. Blessings to you and have a good evening. Thank you.